Chapter 20 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 20. The proud consciousness of her trust, and the great importance she derived from it, might have advertised it to all the house if she had had to run the gauntlet of its inhabitants. But as Dolly had played in every dull room and passage many and many a time when a child, and had ever since been the humble friend of Miss Haredale, whose foster sister she was as free of the building as the young lady herself. So, using no greater precaution than holding her breath and walking on tiptoe as she passed the library door, she went straight to Emma's room as a privileged visitor. It was the liveliest room in the building. The chamber was somber, like the rest for the matter of that, but the presence of youth and beauty would make a prison cheerful, saving, alas, that confinement withers them, and lend some charms of their own to the gloomiest scene. Birds, flowers, books, drawing, music, and 100 such graceful tokens of feminine loves and cares filled it with more of life and human sympathy than the whole house beside seemed made to hold. There was heart in the room, and who but has a heart ever fails to recognize the silent presence of another? Dolly had one undoubtedly, and it was not a tough one either, though there was a little mist of coquettishness about it, such as sometimes surrounds that sun of life in its morning and slightly dims its luster. Thus, when Emma rose to greet her and, kissing her affectionately on the cheek, told her in her quiet way that she'd been very unhappy, the tears stood in Dolly's eyes, and she felt more sorry than she could tell. But next moment she happened to raise them to the glass, and really there was something there so exceedingly agreeable that as she sighed she smiled and felt surprisingly consoled. "I have heard about it, miss," said Dolly, "and it's very sad indeed, but when things are at the worst, they are sure to mend." "But are you sure they are at the worst?" asked Emma with a smile. "Why, I don't see how they can very well be more unpromising than they are. I really don't," said Dolly, "and I bring something to begin with." "Not from Edward?" Dolly nodded and smiled, and feeling in her pockets — there were pockets in those days — with an affectation of not being able to find what she wanted, which greatly enhanced her importance, at length produced the letter. As Emma hastily broke the seal and became absorbed in its contents, Dolly's eyes, by one of those strange accidents for which there is no accounting, wandered to the glass again. She could not help wondering whether the coachmaker suffered very much, and quite pitied the poor man. It was a long letter, a very long letter, written close on all 4 sides of a sheet of paper, and crossed afterwards. But it was not a consolatory letter, for as Emma read it, she stopped from time to time to put her handkerchief to her eyes. To be sure, Dolly marveled greatly to see her in so much distress, for to her thinking a love affair ought to be one of the best jokes and the slyest, merriest kind of thing in life. But she set it down in her own mind that all this came from Miss Haredale's being so constant, and that if she would only take on with some other young gentleman, just in the most innocent way possible, to keep her first lover up to the mark, she would find herself inexpressibly comforted. "I'm sure that's what I should do if it was me," thought Dolly. "To make one's sweetheart miserable is well enough and quite right, but to be made miserable oneself is a little too much." However, it wouldn't do to say so, and therefore she sat looking on in silence. She needed a pretty considerable stretch of patience, for when the long letter had been read once all through, it was read again, and when it had been read twice all through, it was read again. During this tedious process, Dolly beguiled the time in the most improving manner that occurred to her, by curling her hair on her fingers, with the aid of the looking-glass before mentioned, and giving it some killing twists. Everything has an end. Even young ladies in love cannot read their letters forever. In course of time the packet was folded up, and it only remained to write the answer. But as this promised to be a work of time likewise, Emma said she would put it off until after dinner, and that Dolly must dine with her. As Dolly had made up her mind to do so beforehand, she required very little pressing, and when they had settled this point, they went to walk in the garden. They strolled up and down the terrace walks, talking incessantly. At least, Dolly never left off once, and making that quarter of the sad and mournful house quite gay. Not that they talked loudly or laughed much, but they were both so very handsome, and it was such a breezy day, and their light dresses and dark curls appeared so free and joyous in their abandonment, and Emma was so fair, and Dolly so rosy, and Emma so delicately shaped, and Dolly so plump, and, in short, there are no flowers for any garden like such flowers, let horticulturists say what they may, and both house and garden seem to know it, and to brighten up sensibly. After this came the dinner and the letter-writing, and some more talking, in the course of which Miss Haredale took occasion to charge upon Dolly certain flirtish and inconstant propensities, which accusations Dolly seemed to think very complimentary indeed, and to be mightily amused with. Finding her quite incorrigible in this respect, Emma suffered her to depart, but not before she had confided to her that important and never sufficiently to be taken care of answer, and endowed her moreover with a pretty little bracelet as a keepsake. Having clasped it on her arm, and again advised her half in jest and half in earnest to amend her roguish ways, for she knew she was fond of Joe at heart, which Dolly stoutly denied, with a great many haughty protestations that she hoped she could do better than that indeed, and so forth. She bade her farewell, and after calling her back to give her more supplementary messages for Edward than anybody with tenfold the gravity of Dolly Varden could be reasonably expected to remember, at length dismissed her. Dolly bade her good-bye, and tripping lightly down the stairs arrived at the dreaded library door, and was about to pass it again on tiptoe when it opened, and behold, there stood Mr. Haredale. Now, Dolly had from her childhood associated with this gentleman the idea of something grim and ghostly, and being at the moment conscience-stricken besides, the sight of him threw her into such a flurry that she could neither acknowledge his presence nor run away. So she gave a great start, and then with downcast eyes stood still and trembled. "Come here, girl," said Mr. Haredale, taking her by the hand. "I want to talk to you." "If you please, sir, I'm in a hurry," faltered Dolly, "and you frightened me by coming so suddenly upon me, sir. I would rather go, sir, if you'll be so good as to let me." "Immediately," said Mr. Haredale, who had by this time led her into the room and closed the door. "You shall go directly. You have just left, Emma?" "Yes, sir, just this minute. Father's waiting for me, sir, if you'll please to have the goodness—" I know, said Mr. Haredale. "Answer me a question. What did you bring here today?" "Bring here, sir?" faltered Dolly. "You will tell me the truth, I am sure." "Yes." Dolly hesitated for a little while, and somewhat emboldened by his manner, said at last, "Well then, sir, it was a letter." "From Mr. Edward Chester, of course. And you are the bearer of the answer?" Dolly hesitated again, and not being able to decide upon any other course of action, burst into tears. "You alarm yourself without cause," said Mr. Haredale. "Why are you so foolish? Surely you can answer me. You know that I have but to put the question to Emma and learn the truth directly. Have you the answer with you?" Dolly had what is popularly called a spirit of her own, and being now fairly at bay, made the best of it. "Yes, sir," she rejoined, trembling and frightened as she was. "Yes, sir, I have. You may kill me if you please, sir, but I won't give it up. I'm very sorry, but I won't. There, sir." "I commend your firmness and your plain speaking," said Mr. Haredale. "Rest assured that I have as little desire to take your letter as your life. You are a very discreet messenger and a good girl." Not feeling quite certain, as she afterwards said, whether he might not be coming over her with these compliments, Dolly kept as far from him as she could, cried again, and resolved to defend her pocket, for the letter was there, to the last extremity. "I have some design," said Mr. Haredale, after a short silence, during which a smile, as he regarded her, had struggled through the gloom and melancholy that was natural to his face, "of providing a companion for my niece, for her life is a very lonely one. Would you like the office? You are the oldest friend she has, and the best entitled to it." "I don't know, sir," answered Dolly, not sure but he was bantering her. "I can't say. I don't know what they might wish at home. I couldn't give an opinion, sir." "If your friends had no objection, would you have any?" said Mr. Haredale. "Come, there's a plain question, and easy to answer." "Not at all that I know of, sir," replied Dolly. "I should be very glad to be near Miss Emma, of course, and always am." "That's well," said Mr. Haredale. "That is all I had to say. You are anxious to go. Don't let me detain you." Dolly didn't let him, nor did she wait for him to try, for the words had no sooner passed his lips than she was out of the room, out of the house, and in the fields again. The first thing to be done, of course, when she came to herself and considered what a flurry she'd been in, was to cry afresh. And the next thing, when she reflected how well she'd got over it, was to laugh heartily. The tears once banished gave place to the smiles, and at last Dolly laughed so much that she was fain to lean against a tree and give vent to her exultation. When she could laugh no longer and was quite tired, she put her headdress to rights, dried her eyes, looked back very merrily and triumphantly at the Warren chimneys, which were just visible, and resumed her walk. The twilight had come on, and it was quickly growing dusk, but the path was so familiar to her from frequent traversing that she hardly thought of this, and certainly felt no uneasiness at being left alone. Moreover, there was the bracelet to admire, and when she'd given it a good rub and held it out at arm's length, it sparkled and glittered so beautifully on her wrist that to look at it in every point of view and with every possible turn of the arm was quite an absorbing business. There was the letter, too, and it looked so mysterious and knowing when she took it out of her pocket, and it held, as she knew, so much inside that to turn it over and over and think about it and wonder how it began and how it ended and what it said all through was another matter of constant occupation. Between the bracelet and the letter there was quite enough to do without thinking of anything else, and admiring each by turns, Dolly went on gaily. As she passed through a wicket gate to where the path was narrow and lay between two hedges garnished here and there with trees, she heard a rustling close at hand, which brought her to a sudden stop. She listened. All was very quiet, and she went on again, not absolutely frightened, but a little quicker than before, perhaps, and possibly not quite so much at her ease, for a check of that kind is startling. She had no sooner moved on again than she was conscious of the same sound, which was like that of a person tramping stealthily among the bushes and brushwood. Looking towards the spot whence it appeared to come, she almost fancied she could make out a crouching figure. She stopped again. All was quiet as before. On she went once more, decidedly faster now, and tried to sing softly to herself. It must be the wind. But how came the wind to blow only when she walked, and cease when she stood still? She stopped involuntarily as she made the reflection, and the rustling noise stopped likewise. She was really frightened now, and was yet hesitating what to do, when the bushes crackled and snapped, and a man came plunging through them, close before her. This ends chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80, by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 21. It was for the moment an inexpressible relief to Dolly to recognize in the person who forced himself into the path so abruptly and now stood directly in her way, Hugh of the Maypole, whose name she uttered in a tone of delighted surprise that came from her heart. "Was it you?" she said. "How glad I am to see you, and how could you terrify me so?" In answer to which, he said nothing at all, but stood quite still, looking at her. "Did you come to meet me?" asked Dolly. Hugh nodded and muttered something to the effect that he'd been waiting for her and had expected her sooner. "I thought it likely they would send," said Dolly, greatly reassured by this. "Nobody sent me," was his sullen answer. "I came of my own accord." The rough bearing of this fellow and his wild, uncouth appearance had often filled the girl with a vague apprehension, even when other people were by, and had occasioned her to shrink from him involuntarily. The having him for an unbidden companion in so solitary a place, with the darkness fast gathering about them, renewed and even increased the alarm she had felt at first. If his manner had been merely dogged and passively fierce as usual, she would have had no greater dislike to his company than she always felt. Perhaps, indeed, would have been rather glad to have had him at hand. But there was something of coarse, bold admiration in his look which terrified her very much. She glanced timidly towards him, uncertain whether to go forward or retreat, and he stood gazing at her like a handsome satyr. And so they remained for some short time without stirring or breaking silence. At length Dolly took courage, shot past him, and hurried on. "Why do you spend so much breath in avoiding me?" said Hugh, accommodating his pace to hers, and keeping close at her side. "I wish to get back as quickly as I can, and you walk too near me," answered Dolly. "Too near?" said Hugh, stooping over her, so that she could feel his breath upon her forehead. "Why too near? You're always proud to me, mistress." "I am proud to no one. You mistake me," answered Dolly. "Fall back, if you please, or go on." "Nay, mistress," he rejoined, endeavoring to draw her arm through his. "I'll walk with you." She released herself and, clenching her little hand, struck him with right good will. At this, Maypole Hugh burst into a roar of laughter, and passing his arm about her waist, held her in his strong grasp as easily as if she'd been a bird. "Well done, mistress! Strike again! You shall beat my face and tear my hair and pluck my beard up by the roots, and welcome for the sake of your bright eyes. Strike again, mistress, do! I like it." "Let me go," she cried, endeavoring with both her hands to push him off. "Let me go this moment." "You had as good be kinder to me, sweet lips," said Hugh. "You had indeed. Come, tell me now, why are you always so proud? I don't quarrel with you for it. I love you when you're proud. You can't hide your beauty from a poor fellow. That's a comfort." She gave him no answer, but as he had not yet checked her progress, continued to press forward as rapidly as she could. At length, between the hurry she had made, her terror, and the tightness of his embrace, her strength failed her, and she could go no further. "Hugh," cried the panting girl, "good Hugh, if you will leave me, I will give you anything, everything I have, and never tell one word of this to any living creature." "You'd best not," he answered. "Harkee, little dove, you'd best not. All about here know me, and what I dare do if I have a mind. If ever you're going to tell, stop when the words are on your lips, and think of the mischief you'll bring, if you do, upon some innocent heads that you wouldn't wish to hurt a hair of. Bring trouble on me, and I'll bring trouble and something more on them in return. I care no more for them than for so many dogs, not so much. Why should I? I'd sooner kill a man than a dog any day. I'd never been sorry for a man's death in all my life, and I have for a dog's." There was something so thoroughly savage in the manner of these expressions, and the looks and gestures by which they were accompanied, that her great fear of him gave her new strength, and enabled her by a sudden effort to extricate herself and run fleetly from him. But Hugh was as nimble, strong, and swift of foot as any man in broad England, and it was but a fruitless expenditure of energy, for he had her in his encircling arms again before she'd gone 100 yards. "Softly, darling, gently. Would you fly from rough Hugh that loves you as well as any drawing-room gallant?" "I would," she answered, struggling to free herself again. "I will. Help!" "A fine for crying out," said Hugh. "Ah, a fine, pretty one from your lips. I'd pay myself. Ha, ha, ha! Help! Help! Help!" As she shrieked with the utmost violence she could exert, a shout was heard in answer, and another, and another. "Thank heaven!" cried the girl in an ecstasy. "Joe, dear Joe, this way! Help!" Her assailant paused and stood irresolute for a moment, but the shouts drawing nearer and coming quick upon them forced him to a speedy decision. He released her, whispered with a menacing look, "Tell him and see what follows," and leaping the hedge was gone in an instant. Dolly darted off and fairly ran into Joe Willet's open arms. "What's the matter? Are you hurt? What was it? Who was it? Where is he? What was he like?" With a great many encouraging expressions and assurances of safety were the first words Joe poured forth. But poor little Dolly was so breathless and terrified that for some time she was quite unable to answer him, and hung upon his shoulder, sobbing and crying as if her heart would break. Joe had not the smallest objection to have her hanging on his shoulder, no, not the least, though it crushed the cherry-colored ribbons sadly and put the smart little hat out of all shape. But he couldn't bear to see her cry. It went to his very heart. He tried to console her, bent over her, whispered to her. Some say kissed her, but that's a fable. At any rate, he said all the kind and tender things he could think of, and Dolly let him go on and didn't interrupt him once. And it was a good 10 minutes before she was able to raise her head and thank him. "What was it that frightened you?" said Joe. "A man whose person was unknown to her had followed her," she answered. He began by begging and went on to threats of robbery, which he was on the point of carrying into execution and would have executed but for Joe's timely aid. The hesitation and confusion with which she said this, Joe attributed to the fright she had sustained, and no suspicion of the truth occurred to him for a moment. "Stop when the words are on your lips." 100 times that night, and very often afterwards, when the disclosure was rising to her tongue, Dolly thought of that and repressed it. A deeply rooted dread of the man, the conviction that his ferocious nature, once roused, would stop at nothing, and the strong assurance that if she impeached him, the full measure of his wrath and vengeance would be wreaked on Joe, who had preserved her. These were considerations that she had not the courage to overcome, and inducements to secrecy too powerful for her to surmount. Joe, for his part, was a great deal too happy to inquire very curiously into the matter, and Dolly being yet too tremulous to walk without assistance, they went forward very slowly, and in his mind very pleasantly, until the Maypole lights were near at hand, twinkling their cheerful welcome, when Dolly stopped suddenly and with a half scream exclaimed, "The letter!" "What letter?" cried Joe. "That I was carrying. I had it in my hand. My bracelet, too," she said, clasping her wrist. "I've lost them both." "Do you mean just now?" said Joe. "Either I dropped them then, or they were taken from me," answered Dolly, vainly searching her pocket and rustling her dress. "They're gone, both gone. What an unhappy girl I am!" With these words poor Dolly, who, to do her justice, was quite as sorry for the loss of the letter as for her bracelet, fell a-crying again, and bemoaned her fate most movingly. Joe tried to comfort her with the assurance that directly he had housed her in the Maypole, he would return to the spot with a lantern, for it was now quite dark, and make strict search for the missing articles, which there was great probability of his finding, as it was not likely that anybody had passed that way since, and she was not conscious that they had been forcibly taken from her. Dolly thanked him very heartily for this offer, though with no great hope of his quest being successful. And so, with many lamentations on her side, and many hopeful words on his, and much weakness on the part of Dolly, and much tender supporting on the part of Joe, they reached the Maypole bar at last, where the locksmith and his wife and old John were yet keeping high festival. Mr. Willett received the intelligence of Dolly's trouble with that surprising presence of mind and readiness of speech for which he was so eminently distinguished among all other men. Mrs. Varden expressed her sympathy for her daughter's distress by scolding her roundly for being so late, and the honest locksmith divided himself between condoling with and kissing Dolly, and shaking hands heartily with Joe, whom he could not sufficiently praise or thank. In reference to this latter point, old John was far from agreeing with his friend, for besides that he by no means approved of an adventurous spirit in the abstract, it occurred to him that if his son and heir had been seriously damaged in a scuffle, the consequences would assuredly have been expensive and inconvenient, and might perhaps have proved detrimental to the Maypole business. Wherefore, and because he looked with no favorable eye upon young girls, but rather considered that they and the whole female sex were a kind of nonsensical mistake on the part of nature, he took occasion to retire and shake his head in private at the boiler, inspired by which silent oracle he was moved to give Joe various stealthy nudges with his elbow, as a parental reproof and gentle admonition to mind his own business and not make a fool of himself. Joe, however, took down the lantern and lighted it, and arming himself with a stout stick, asked whether Hugh was in the stable. "He's lying asleep before the kitchen fire, sir," said Mr. Willett. "What do you want him for?" "I want him to come with me to look after this bracelet and letter," answered Joe. "Hello there, Hugh!" Dolly turned pale as death, and felt as if she must faint forthwith. After a few moments, Hugh came staggering in, stretching himself and yawning according to custom, and presenting every appearance of having been roused from a sound nap. "Here, sleepy-head," said Joe, giving him the lantern. "Carry this, and bring the dog and that small cudgel of yours, and woe betide the fellow if we come upon him." "What fellow?" growled Hugh, rubbing his eyes and shaking himself. "What fellow?" returned Joe, who was in a state of great valor and bustle. "A fellow you ought to know of and be more alive about. It's well for the like of you, lazy giant that you are, to be snoring your time away in chimney corners, when honest men's daughters can't cross even our quiet meadows at nightfall without being set upon by footpads and frightened out of their precious lives." "They never rob me," cried Hugh with a laugh. "I have got nothing to lose, but I'd as lief knock them at head as any other men." "How many are there?" "Only one," said Dolly faintly, for everybody looked at her. "And what was he like, mistress?" said Hugh with a glance at young Willett, so slight and momentary that the scowl it conveyed was lost on all but her. "About my height?" Not so tall," Dolly replied, scarce knowing what she said. "His dress," said Hugh, looking at her keenly, like any of ours now? I know all the people hereabouts, and maybe could give a guess at the man if I'd anything to guide me." Dolly faltered and turned paler yet, then answered that he was wrapped in a loose coat and had his face hidden by a handkerchief, and that she could give no other description of him. "You wouldn't know him if you saw him then, belike," said Hugh with a malicious grin. "I should not," answered Dolly, bursting into tears again. "I don't wish to see him. I can't bear to think of him. I can't talk about him any more. Don't go to look for these things, Mr. Joe. Pray don't. I entreat you not to go with that man." "Not to go with me," cried Hugh. "I'm too rough for them all. They're all afraid of me. Why, bless you, mistress, I've the tenderest heart alive. I love all the ladies, ma'am," said Hugh, turning to the locksmith's wife. Mrs. Varden opined that if he did, he ought to be ashamed of himself, such sentiments being more consistent, so she argued, with a benighted Mussulman or wild islander than with a staunch Protestant. Arguing from this imperfect state of his morals, Mrs. Varden further opined that he had never studied the manual. Hugh admitting that he never had, and moreover that he couldn't read, Mrs. Varden declared with much severity that he ought to be even more ashamed of himself than before, and strongly recommended him to save up his pocket money for the purchase of one, and further to teach himself the contents with all convenient diligence. She was still pursuing this train of discourse when Hugh, somewhat unceremoniously and irreverently, followed his young master out, and left her to edify the rest of the company. This she proceeded to do, and finding that Mr. Willett's eyes were fixed upon her with an appearance of deep attention, gradually addressed the whole of her discourse to him, whom she entertained with a moral and theological lecture of considerable length, in the conviction that great workings were taking place in his spirit. The simple truth was, however, that Mr. Willett, although his eyes were wide open, and he saw a woman before him whose head, by long and steady looking at, seemed to grow bigger and bigger until it filled the whole bar, was to all other intents and purposes fast asleep, and so sat leaning back in his chair with his hands in his pockets, until his son's return caused him to wake up with a deep sigh, and a faint impression that he'd been dreaming about pickled pork and greens. A vision of his slumbers which was no doubt referable to the circumstance of Mrs. Varden's having frequently pronounced the word grace with much emphasis, which word entering the portals of Mr. Willett's brain as they stood ajar, and coupling itself with the words before meat, which were there ranging about, did in time suggest a particular kind of meat, together with that description of vegetable which is usually its companion. The search was wholly unsuccessful. Joe had groped along the path a dozen times, and among the grass, and in the dry ditch, and in the hedge, but all in vain. Dolly, who was quite inconsolable for her loss, wrote a note to Miss Haredale, giving her the same account of it that she'd given at the Maypole, which Joe undertook to deliver as soon as the family were stirring next day. That done, they sat down to tea in the bar, where there was an uncommon display of buttered toast, and, in order that they might not grow faint for want of sustenance, and might have a decent halting place or halfway house between dinner and supper, a few savory trifles in the shape of great rashers of broiled ham, which being well cured, done to a turn, and smoking hot, send forth a tempting and delicious fragrance. Mrs. Varden was seldom very Protestant at meals, unless it happened that they were underdone or overdone, or indeed that anything occurred to put her out of humour. Her spirits rose considerably on beholding these goodly preparations, and from the nothingness of good works she passed to the somethingness of ham and toast with great cheerfulness. Nay, under the influence of these wholesome stimulants, she sharply reproved her daughter for being low and despondent, which she considered an unacceptable frame of mind, and remarked, as she held her own plate for a fresh supply, that it would be well for Dolly, who pined over the loss of a toy and a sheet of paper, if she would reflect upon the voluntary sacrifices of the missionaries in foreign parts, who lived chiefly on salads. The proceedings of such a day occasion various fluctuations in the human thermometer, and especially in instruments so sensitively and delicately constructed as Mrs. Varden. Thus, at dinner Mrs. V. stood at summer heat, genial, smiling, and delightful. After dinner, in the sunshine of the wine, she went up at least 6 degrees, and was perfectly enchanting. As its effect subsided, she fell rapidly, went to sleep for an hour or so at temperate, and woke at something below freezing. Now she was at summer heat again, in the shade, and when tea was over, and old John, producing a bottle of cordial from one of the oaken cases, insisted on her sipping 2 glasses thereof in slow succession, she stood steadily at 90 for 1 hour and a quarter. Profiting by experience, the locksmith took advantage of this genial weather to smoke his pipe in the porch, and in consequence of this prudent management, he was fully prepared, when the glass went down again, to start homewards directly. The horse was accordingly put in, and the chaise brought round to the door. Joe, who would on no account be dissuaded from escorting them until they had passed the most dreary and solitary part of the road, let out the grey mare at the same time, and having helped Dolly into her seat, more happiness, sprung gaily into the saddle. Then, after many good nights and admonitions to wrap up, and glancing of lights and handing in of cloaks and shawls, the chaise rolled away, and Joe trotted beside it, on Dolly's side, no doubt, and pretty close to the wheel, too. This ends chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80, by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 22. It was a fine, bright night, and for all her lowness of spirits, Dolly kept looking up at the stars in a manner so bewitching, and she knew it, that Joe was clean out of his senses, and plainly showed that if ever a man were, not to say over head and ears, but over the monument in the top of St. Paul's in love, that man was himself. The road was a very good one, not at all a jolting road or an uneven one, and yet Dolly held the side of the chaise with one little hand all the way. If there had been an executioner behind him with an uplifted axe ready to chop off his head if he touched that hand, Joe couldn't have helped doing it. From putting his own hand upon it, as if by chance, and taking it away again after a minute or so, he got to riding along without taking it off at all, as if he, the escort, were bound to do that as an important part of his duty, and had come out for the purpose. The most curious circumstance about this little incident was that Dolly didn't seem to know of it. She looked so innocent and unconscious when she turned her eyes on Joe that it was quite provoking. She talked, though, talked about her fright, and about Joe's coming up to rescue her, and about her gratitude, and about her fear that she might not have thanked him enough, and about their always being friends from that time forth, and about all that sort of thing. And when Joe said, not friends, he hoped, Dolly was quite surprised, and said not enemies, she hoped. And when Joe said, couldn't they be something much better than either? Dolly all of a sudden found out a star which was brighter than all the other stars, and begged to call his attention to the same, and was 10,000 times more innocent and unconscious than ever. In this manner they travelled along, talking very little above a whisper, and wishing the road could be stretched out to some dozen times its natural length. At least that was Joe's desire. When, as they were getting clear of the forest and emerging on the more frequented road, they heard behind them the sound of a horse's feet at a round trot, which, growing rapidly louder as it drew nearer, elicited a scream from Mrs. Varden, and the cry, "A friend!" from the rider, who now came panting up, and checked his horse beside them. "This man again!" cried Dolly, shuddering. "Hugh," said Joe, "what errand are you upon?" "I come to ride back with you," he answered, glancing covertly at the locksmith's daughter. "He sent me." "My father," said poor Joe, adding under his breath, with a very unfilial apostrophe, "will he never think me man enough to take care of myself?" "Aye," returned Hugh to the first part of the inquiry. "The roads are not safe just now, he says, and you'd better have a companion." "Ride on, then," said Joe. "I'm not going to turn yet." Hugh complied, and they went on again. It was his whim or humor to ride immediately before the chaise, and from this position he constantly turned his head and looked back. Dolly felt that he looked at her, but she averted her eyes and feared to raise them once, so great was the dread with which he had inspired her. This interruption, and the consequent wakefulness of Mrs. Varden, who'd been nodding in her sleep up to this point, except for a minute or two at a time, when she roused herself to scold the locksmith for audaciously taking hold of her to prevent her nodding herself out of the chaise, put a restraint upon the whispered conversation, and made it difficult of resumption. Indeed, before they'd gone another mile, Gabriel stopped at his wife's desire, and that good lady protested she would not hear of Joe's going a step further on any account whatever. It was in vain for Joe to protest, on the other hand, that he was by no means tired, and would turn back presently, and would see them safely past such a point, and so forth. Mrs. Varden was obdurate, and being so was not to be overcome by mortal agency. "Good night, if I must say it," said Joe sorrowfully. "Good night," said Dolly. She would have added, "Take care of that man, and pray don't trust him." But he had turned his horse's head, and was standing close to them. She'd therefore nothing for it but to suffer Joe to give her hand a gentle squeeze, and when the chaise had gone on for some distance, to look back and wave it, as he still lingered on the spot where they had parted, with the tall, dark figure of Hugh beside him. What she thought about going home, and whether the coachmaker held as favourable a place in her meditations as he had occupied in the morning, is unknown. They reached home at last, for it was a long way, made none the shorter by Mrs. Varden's grumbling. Miggs, hearing the sound of wheels, was at the door immediately.
"Here they are, Simon! Here they are!"
cried Miggs, clapping her hands and issuing forth to help her mistress to alight.
"Bring a chair, Simon. Now aren't you the better for it, Mim? Don't you feel more yourself than you would have done if you'd stopped at home? Oh, gracious, how cold you are! Goodness me, sir, she's a perfect heap of ice."
"I can't help it, my good girl. "You'd better take her into the fire," said the locksmith.
"Master sounds unfeeling, Mim," said Miggs, in a tone of commiseration. "But such is not his intentions, I'm sure. After what he has seen of you this day, I never will believe but that he has a deal more affection in his heart than to speak unkind. Come in and sit yourself down by the fire. There's a good dear. Do."
Mrs. Varden complied. The locksmith followed with his hands in his pockets, and Mr. Tappertit trundled off with the chaise to a neighbouring stable. "Martha, my dear," said the locksmith, when they reached the parlour, "if you'll look to Dolly yourself, or let somebody else do it, perhaps it will be only kind and reasonable. She has been frightened, you know, and is not at all well tonight." In fact, Dolly had thrown herself upon the sofa, quite regardless of all the little finery of which she had been so proud in the morning, and with her face buried in her hands was crying very much. At first sight of this phenomenon, for Dolly was by no means accustomed to displays of this sort, rather learning from her mother's example to avoid them as much as possible, Mrs. Varden expressed her belief that never was any woman so beset as she, that her life was a continued scene of trial, that whenever she was disposed to be well and cheerful, so sure were the people around her to throw, by some means or other, a damp upon her spirits, and that, as she had enjoyed herself that day, and heaven knew it was very seldom she did enjoy herself, so she was now to pay the penalty. To all such propositions Miggs assented freely. Poor Dolly, however, grew none the better for these restoratives, but rather worse indeed, and seeing that she was really ill, both Mrs. Varden and Miggs were moved to compassion, and tended her in earnest. But even then their very kindness shaped itself into their usual course of policy, and though Dolly was in a swoon, it was rendered clear to the meanest capacity that Mrs. Varden was the sufferer. Thus, when Dolly began to get a little better, and passed into that stage in which matrons hold that remonstrance and argument may be successfully applied, her mother represented to her, with tears in her eyes, that if she had been flurried and worried that day, she must remember it was the common lot of humanity, and in especial of womankind, who through the whole of their existence must expect no less, and were bound to make up their minds to meek endurance and patient resignation. Mrs. Varden entreated her to remember that one of these days she would, in all probability, have to do violence to her feelings so far as to be married, and that marriage, as she might see every day of her life, and truly she did, was a state requiring great fortitude and forbearance. She represented to her in lively colors that if she, Mrs. V., had not, in steering her course through this vale of tears, been supported by a strong principle of duty, which alone upheld and prevented her from drooping, she must have been in her grave many years ago, in which case she desired to know what would have become of that errant spirit, meaning the locksmith, of whose eye she was the very apple, and in whose path she was, as it were, a shining light and guiding star. Miss Miggs also put in her word to the same effect. She said that indeed and indeed Miss Dolly might take pattern by her blessed mother, who, she always had said, and always would say, though she were to be hanged, drawn, and quartered for it next minute, was the mildest, amiablest, forgivingest spirited, longest sufferingest female as ever she could have believed, the mere narration of whose excellencies had worked such a wholesome change in the mind of her own sister-in-law, that whereas before she and her husband lived like cat and dog, and were in the habit of exchanging brass candlesticks, pot lids, flat irons, and other such strong resentments, they were now the happiest and affectionatest couple upon earth, as could be proved any day on application to Golden Lion Court, No. 27, second bell handle on the right-hand doorpost. After glancing at herself as a comparatively worthless vessel, but still as one of some desert, She besought her to bear in mind that her aforesaid dear and only mother was of a weakly constitution and excitable temperament, who had constantly to sustain afflictions in domestic life, compared with which thieves and robbers were as nothing, and yet never sunk down or gave way to despair or wrath, but in prize-fighting phraseology always came up to time with a cheerful countenance, and went in to win as if nothing had happened. When Miggs finished her solo, her mistress struck in again, and the two together performed a duet to the same purpose, the burden being that Mrs. Varden was persecuted perfection, and Mr. Varden, as the representative of mankind in that apartment, a creature of vicious and brutal habits, utterly insensible to the blessings he enjoyed. Of so refined a character, indeed, was their talent of assault under the mask of sympathy, that when Dolly, recovering, embraced her father tenderly, as in vindication of his goodness, Mrs. Varden expressed her solemn hope that this would be a lesson to him for the remainder of his life, and that he would do some little justice to a woman's nature ever afterwards. In which aspiration Miss Miggs, by divers sniffs and coughs, more significant than the longest oration, expressed her entire concurrence. But the great joy of Miggs's heart was that she not only picked up a full account of what had happened, but had the exquisite delight of conveying it to Mr. Tappertit for his jealousy and torture. For that gentleman, on account of Dolly's indisposition, had been requested to take his supper in the workshop, and it was conveyed thither by Miss Miggs' own fair hands.
"Oh, Simon," said the young lady, "such goings-on to-day! Oh, gracious me, Simon!"
Mr. Tappertit, who was not in the best of humours, and who disliked Miss Miggs more when she laid her hand on her heart and panted for breath than at any other time, as her deficiency of outline was most apparent under such circumstances, eyed her over in his loftiest style, and deigned to express no curiosity whatever.
"I never heard the like, nor nobody else," pursued Miggs. "The idea of interfering with her! What people can see in her to make it worth their while to do so, that's the joke. He, he, he."
Finding there was a lady in the case, Mr. Tappertit haughtily requested his fair friend to be more explicit, and demanded to know what she meant by her.
"Why, that Dolly," said Miggs, with an extremely sharp emphasis on the name. "But, oh, upon my word and honour, young Joseph Willet is a brave one, and he do deserve her, that he do."
"Woman," said Mr. Tappertit, jumping off the counter on which he was seated, "beware."
"My stars, Simon," cried Miggs, in affected astonishment, "you frighten me to death. What's the matter?"
"There are strings," said Mr. Tappertit, flourishing his bread-and-cheese knife in the air, "in the human heart that had better not be wibrated. That's what's the matter."
"Oh, very well, if you're in a huff," cried Miggs,
turning away. "Huff or no huff," said Mr. Tappertit, detaining her by the wrist. "What do you mean, Jezebel? What were you going to say? Answer me." Notwithstanding this uncivil exhortation, Miggs gladly did as she was required, and told him how their young mistress, being alone in the meadows after dark, had been attacked by 3 or 4 tall men, who would have certainly borne her away and perhaps murdered her, but for the timely arrival of Joseph Willet, who with his own single hand put them all to flight and rescued her, to the lasting admiration of his fellow creatures generally, and to the eternal love and gratitude of Dolly Varden. "Very good," said Mr. Tappertit, fetching a long breath when the tale was told, and rubbing his hair up till it stood stiff and straight on end all over his head. "His days are numbered."
"Oh, Simon!"
"I tell you," said the prentice, "his days are numbered. Leave me. Get along with you." Miggs departed at his bidding, but less because of his bidding than because she desired to chuckle in secret. When she had given vent to her satisfaction, she returned to the parlour, where the locksmith, stimulated by quietness and Toby, had become talkative, and was disposed to take a cheerful review of the occurrences of the day. But Mrs. Varden, whose practical religion, as is not uncommon, was usually of the retrospective order, cut him short by declaiming on the sinfulness of such junketings, and holding that it was high time to go to bed. To bed, therefore, she withdrew, with an aspect as grim and gloomy as that of Maypole's own state couch, and to bed the rest of the establishment soon afterwards repaired. This ends chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 23. Twilight had given place to night some hours, and it was nigh noon in those quarters of a town in which the world condescended to dwell, the world being then, as now, of very limited dimensions and easily lodged, when Mr. Chester reclined upon a sofa in his dressing-room in the Temple, entertaining himself with a book. He was dressing, as it seemed, by easy stages, and having performed half the journey, was taking a long rest. Completely attired as to his legs and feet in the trimmest fashion of the day, he had yet the remainder of his toilet to perform. The coat was stretched like a refined scarecrow on its separate horse. The waistcoat was displayed to the best advantage. The various ornamental articles of dress were severally set out in most alluring order, and yet he lay dangling his legs between the sofa and the ground, as intent upon his book as if there were nothing but bed before him. "Upon my honor," he said, at length raising his eyes to the ceiling, with the air of a man who was reflecting seriously on what he'd read, "upon my honor, the most masterly composition, the most delicate thoughts, the finest code of morality, and the most gentlemanly sentiments in the universe. Ah, Ned, if you would but form your mind by such precepts, we should have but one common feeling on every subject that could possibly arise between us." The apostrophe was addressed, like the rest of his remarks, to empty air, for Edward was not present, and the father was quite alone. "My Lord Chesterfield," he said, pressing his hand tenderly upon the book as he laid it down, "if I could but have profited by your genius soon enough to have formed my son on the model you have left to all wise fathers, both he and I would have been rich men. Shakespeare was undoubtedly very fine in his way, Milton good, though prosy, Lord Bacon deep and decidedly knowing, but the writer who should be his country's pride is my Lord Chesterfield." He became thoughtful again, and the toothpick was in requisition. "I thought I was tolerably accomplished as a man of the world," he continued. "I flattered myself that I was pretty well versed in all those little arts and graces which distinguish men of the world from boors and peasants, and separate their character from those intensely vulgar sentiments which are called the national character. Apart from any natural prepossession in my own favor, I believed I was. Still, in every page of this enlightened writer, I find some captivating hypocrisy which has never occurred to me before, or some superlative piece of selfishness to which I was utterly a stranger. I should quite blush for myself before this stupendous creature, if, remembering his precepts, one might blush at anything. An amazing man, a nobleman indeed. Any king or queen may make a lord, but only the devil himself, and the Graces, can make a Chesterfield. Men who are thoroughly false and hollow seldom try to hide those vices from themselves, and yet in the very act of avowing them they lay claim to the virtues they feign most to despise. For, say they, this is honesty, this is truth. All mankind are like us, but they have not the candor to avow it. The more they affect to deny the existence of any sincerity in the world, the more they would be thought to possess it in its boldest shape. And this is an unconscious compliment to truth on the part of these philosophers, which will turn the laugh against them to the day of judgment. Mr. Chester, having extolled his favorite author as above recited, took up the book again in the excesses of his admiration, and was composing himself for a further perusal of its sublime morality, when he was disturbed by a noise at the outer door, occasioned, it seemed, by the endeavours of his servant to obstruct the entrance of some unwelcome visitor. "A late hour for an importunate creditor," he said, raising his eyebrows with as indolent an expression of wonder as if the noise were in the street, and one with which he had not the smallest possible concern. "Much after their accustomed time. The usual pretence, I suppose. No doubt a heavy payment to make up tomorrow. Poor fellow, he loses time, and time is money, as the good proverb says. I never found it out, though. Well, what now?" "You know I am not at home." "A man, sir," replied the servant, who was to the full as cool and negligent in his way as his master, "has brought home the riding-whip you lost the other day. I told him you were out, but he said he was to wait while I brought it in, and wouldn't go till I did." "He was quite right," returned his master, "and you're a blockhead, possessing no judgment or discretion whatever. Tell him to come in, and see that he rubs his shoes for exactly 5 minutes first." The man laid the whip on a chair and withdrew. The master, who had only heard his foot upon the ground and had not taken the trouble to turn round and look at him, shut his book, and pursued the train of ideas his entrance had disturbed. "If time were money," he said, handling his snuff-box, "I would compound with my creditors and give them, let me see, how much a day? There's my nap after dinner, an hour. They're extremely welcome to that, and to make the most of it. In the morning, between my breakfast and the paper, I could spare them another hour, and in the evening before dinner, say another. 3 hours a day. They might pay themselves in calls, with interest, in 12 months. I think I shall propose it to them. Ah, my centaur, are you there?" "Here I am," replied Hugh, striding in, followed by a dog as rough and sullen as himself, "and trouble enough I've had to get here. What do you ask me to come for, and keep me out when I do come?" "My good fellow," returned the other, raising his head a little from the cushion, and carelessly surveying him from top to toe, "I am delighted to see you, and to have in your being here the very best proof that you are not kept out. How are you?" "I'm well enough," said Hugh impatiently. "You look a perfect marvel of health. Sit down." "I'd rather stand," said Hugh. "Please yourself, my good fellow," returned Mr. Chester, rising, slowly pulling off the loose robe he wore, and sitting down before the dressing-glass. "Please yourself by all means." Having said this in the politest and blandest tone possible, he went on dressing, and took no further notice of his guest, who stood in the same spot as uncertain what to do next, eyeing him sulkily from time to time. "Are you going to speak to me, master?" he said, after a long silence. "My worthy creature," returned Mr. Chester, "you are a little ruffled and out of humour. I'll wait till you're quite yourself again. I am in no hurry." This behaviour had its intended effect. It humbled and abashed the man, and made him still more irresolute and uncertain. Hard words he could have returned, violence he would have repaid with interest. But this cool, complacent, contemptuous, self-possessed reception caused him to feel his inferiority more completely than the most elaborate arguments. Everything contributed to this effect. His own rough speech contrasted with the soft persuasive accents of the other, his rude bearing, and Mr. Chester's polished manner, the disorder and negligence of his ragged dress, and the elegant attire he saw before him, with all the unaccustomed luxuries and comforts of the room, and the silence that gave him leisure to observe these things, and feel how ill at ease they made him, all these influences, which have too often some effect on tutored minds, and become of almost resistless power when brought to bear on such a mind as his, quelled Hugh completely. He moved by little and little nearer to Mr. Chester's chair, and glancing over his shoulder at the reflection of his face in the glass, as if seeking for some encouragement in its expression, said at length, with a rough attempt at conciliation, "Are you going to speak to me, master, or am I to go away?" "Speak you," said Mr. Chester, "speak you, good fellow. I have spoken, have I not? I am waiting for you." "Why, look'ee here, sir," returned Hugh with increased embarrassment. "Am I the man that you privately left your whip with before you rode away from the Maypole, and told to bring it back whenever he might want to see you on a certain subject?" "No doubt the same, or you have a twin brother," said Mr. Chester, glancing at the reflection of his anxious face, "which is not probable, I should say." "Then I've come, sir," said Hugh, "and I've brought it back, and something else along with it. A letter, sir, it is, that I took from the person who had charge of it." As he spoke, he laid upon the dressing-table Dolly's lost epistle, the very letter that had cost her so much trouble. "Did you obtain this by force, my good fellow?" said Mr. Chester, casting his eye upon it without the least perceptible surprise or pleasure. "Not quite," said Hugh. "Partly." "Who was the messenger from whom you took it?" "A woman, one Varden's daughter." "Oh, indeed," said Mr. Chester gaily. "What else did you take from her?" "What else?" "Yes," said the other, in a drawling manner, for he was fixing a very small patch of sticking plaster on a very small pimple near the corner of his mouth. "What else?" "Well, a kiss," replied Hugh, after some hesitation. "And what else?" "Nothing." "I think," said Mr. Chester, in the same easy tone, and smiling twice or thrice to try if the patch adhered, "I think there was something else. I have heard a trifle of jewelry spoken of, a mere trifle, a thing of such little value indeed that you may have forgotten it. Do you remember anything of the kind? Such as a bracelet now, for instance." Hugh, with a muttered oath, thrust his hand into his breast, and drawing the bracelet forth, wrapped in a scrap of hay, was about to lay it on the table likewise, when his patron stopped his hand and bade him put it up again. "You took that for yourself, my excellent friend," he said, "and may keep it. I am neither a thief nor a receiver. Don't show it to me. You'd better hide it again and lose no time. Don't let me see where you put it either," he added, turning away his head. "You're not a receiver," said Hugh bluntly, despite the increasing awe in which he held him. "What do you call that, master?" striking the letter with his heavy hand. "I call that quite another thing," said Mr. Chester coolly. "I shall prove it presently, as you will see. You are thirsty, I suppose?" Hugh drew his sleeve across his lips and gruffly answered yes. "Step to that closet and bring me a bottle you will see there, and a glass." He obeyed. His patron followed him with his eyes, and when his back was turned, smiled as he had never done when he stood beside the mirror. On his return he filled the glass and bade him drink. That dram dispatched, he poured him out another, and another. "How many can you bear?" he said, filling the glass again. "As many as you like to give me. Pour on, fill high, a bumper with a bead in the middle. Give me enough of this," he added, as he tossed it down his hairy throat, "and I'll do murder if you ask me."
As I don't mean to ask you, and you might possibly do it without being invited if you went on much further," said Mr. Chester with great composure, "we will stop, if agreeable to you, my good friend, at the next glass. You were drinking before you came here." "I always am when I can get it," cried Hugh boisterously, waving the empty glass above his head and throwing himself into a rude dancing attitude. "I always am. Why not? Ha, ha, ha. What's so good to me as this? Whatever has been? What else has kept away the cold on bitter nights and driven hunger off in starving times? What else has given me the strength and courage of a man when men would have left me to die a puny child? I should never have had a man's art but for this. I should have died in a ditch. Where's he who, when I was weak and sickly wretch, with trembling legs and fading sight, bade me cheer up as this did? I never knew him, not I. I drink to the drink, master. Ha, ha, ha." "You are an exceedingly cheerful young man," said Mr. Chester, putting on his cravat with great deliberation, and slightly moving his head from side to side, to settle his chin in its proper place. "Quite a boon companion." "Do you see this hand, master?" said Hugh, "and this arm?" baring the brawny limb to the elbow. "It was once mere skin and bone, and would have been dust in some poor churchyard by this time, but for the drink." "You may cover it," said Mr. Chester. "It's sufficiently real in your sleeve." "I should never have been spirited up to take a kiss from the proud little beauty, master, but for the drink," cried Hugh. "Ha, ha, ha! It was a good one, as sweet as honeysuckle, I warrant you. I thank the drink for it. I'll drink to the drink again, master. Fill me one more. Come, one more." "You are such a promising fellow," said his patron, putting on his waistcoat with great nicety, and taking no heed of this request, "that I must caution you against having too many impulses from the drink and getting hung before your time. What's your age?" "I don't know." "At any rate," said Mr. Chester, "you're young enough to escape what I may call a natural death for some years to come. How can you trust yourself in my hands on so short an acquaintance, with a halter round your neck? What a confiding nature yours must be!" Hugh fell back a pace or two, and surveyed him with a look of mingled terror, indignation, and surprise, regarding himself in the glass with the same complacency as before, and speaking as smoothly as if he were discussing some pleasant chit-chat of the town. His patron went on. "Robbery on the King's highway, my young friend, is a very dangerous and ticklish occupation. It is pleasant, I have no doubt, while it lasts, but like many other pleasures in this transitory world, it seldom lasts long. And really, if in the ingenuousness of youth you open your heart so readily on the subject, I am afraid your career will be an extremely short one." "How's this?" said Hugh. "What do you talk of, master? Who was it set me on?" "Who?" said Mr. Chester, wheeling sharply round and looking full at him for the first time. "I didn't hear you. Who was it?" Hugh faltered and muttered something which was not audible. "Who was it? I am curious to know," said Mr. Chester, with surpassing affability. "Some rustic beauty, perhaps? But be cautious, my good friend. They are not always to be trusted. Do take my advice now, and be careful of yourself." With these words he turned to the glass again and went on with his toilet. Hugh would have answered him that he, the questioner himself, had set him on, but the words stuck in his throat. The consummate art with which his patron had led him to this point, and managed the whole conversation, perfectly baffled him. He did not doubt that if he'd made the retort which was on his lips when Mr. Chester turned round and questioned him so keenly, he would straightway have given him into custody and had him dragged before a justice with the stolen property upon him, in which case it was as certain he would have been hung as it was that he'd been born. The ascendancy which it was the purpose of the man of the world to establish over this savage instrument was gained from that time. Hugh's submission was complete. He dreaded him beyond description, and felt that accident and artifice had spun a web about him, which at a touch from such a master hand as his would bind him to the gallows. With these thoughts passing through his mind, and yet wondering at the very same time how he who came there rioting in the confidence of this man, as he thought, should be so soon and so thoroughly subdued, Hugh stood cowering before him, regarding him uneasily from time to time while he finished dressing. When he had done so, he took up the letter, broke the seal, and throwing himself back in his chair, read it leisurely through. Very neatly worded, upon my life. Quite a woman's letter, full of what people call tenderness and disinterestedness and heart and all that sort of thing. As he spoke, he twisted it up, and glancing lazily round at Hugh as though he would say, "You see this?" held it in the flame of the candle. When it was in full blaze, he tossed it into the grate, and there it smouldered away. "It was directed to my son," he said, turning to Hugh, "and you did quite right to bring it here. I opened it on my own responsibility, and you see what I have done with it. Take this for your trouble." Hugh stepped forward to receive the piece of money he held out to him. As he put it in his hand, he added, "If you should happen to find anything else of this sort, or to pick up any kind of information you may think I would like to have, bring it here, will you, my good fellow?" This was said with a smile which implied, or Hugh thought it did, "Fail to do so at your peril." He answered that he would. "And don't," said his patron, with an air of the very kindest patronage, "don't be at all downcast or uneasy respecting that little rashness we've been speaking of. Your neck is as safe in my hands, my good fellow, as though a baby's fingers clasped it, I assure you. Take another glass. You are quieter now." Hugh accepted it from his hand, and looking stealthily at his smiling face, drank the contents in silence. Don't you drink to the drink any more?" said Mr. Chester, in his most winning manner. "To you, sir," was the sullen answer, with something approaching to a bow. "I drink to you." "Thank you. God bless you. By the by, what is your name, my good soul? You are called Hugh, I know, of course. Your other name?" "I have no other name." "A very strange fellow. Do you mean that you never knew one, or that you don't choose to tell it? Which?" "I'd tell it if I could," said Hugh quickly. "I can't. I've been always called Hugh, nothing more. I never knew, nor saw, nor thought about a father, and I was a boy of 6, that's not very old, when they hung my mother up at Tyburn for a couple of 1,000 men to stare at. They might have let her live. She was poor enough." "How very sad!" exclaimed his patron, with a condescending smile. "I have no doubt she was an exceedingly fine woman." "You see that dog of mine?" said Hugh abruptly. "Faithful, I dare say," rejoined his patron, looking at him through his glass, "and immensely clever. Virtuous and gifted animals, whether man or beast, always are so very hideous." "Such a dog as that, and one of the same breed, was the only living thing except me that howled that day," said Hugh. "Out of the 2,000 odd, there was a larger crowd for its being a woman. The dog and I alone had any pity. If he'd have been a man, he'd have been glad to be quit of her, for she'd been forced to keep him lean and half-starved. But being a dog, and not having a man's sense, We were sorry. It was dull of the brute, certainly, said Mr. Chester, and very like a brute. Hugh made no rejoinder, but whistling to his dog, who sprung up at the sound and came jumping and sporting about him, bade his sympathizing friend good night. Good night, he returned. Remember, you're safe with me, quite safe, so long as you deserve it, my good fellow, as I hope you always will. You have a friend in me, on whose silence you may rely. Now do be careful of yourself, pray do, and consider what jeopardy you might have stood in. Good night. Bless you. Hugh truckled before the hidden meaning of these words as much as such a being could, and crept out of the door so submissively and subserviently, with an air, in short, so different from that with which he had entered, that his patron, on being left alone, smiled more than ever. "And yet," he said, as he took a pinch of snuff, "I do not like their having hanged his mother. The fellow has a fine eye, and I'm sure she was handsome. But very probably she was coarse, red-nosed perhaps, and had clumsy feet. Aye, it was all for the best, no doubt." With this comforting reflection, he put on his coat, took a farewell glance at the glass, and summoned his man, who promptly attended, followed by a chair and its two bearers. "Pho!" said Mr. Chester. "The very atmosphere that centaur has breathed seems tainted with the cart and ladder. Here, Peake, bring some scent and sprinkle the floor, and take away the chair he sat upon, and air it, and dash a little of that mixture upon me. I am stifled." The man obeyed, and the room and its master being both purified, nothing remained for Mr. Chester but to demand his hat, to fold it jauntily under his arm, to take his seat in the chair and be carried off, humming a fashionable tune. This ends chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 24. How the accomplished gentleman spent the evening in the midst of a dazzling and brilliant circle, how he enchanted all those with whom he mingled by the grace of his deportment, the politeness of his manner, the vivacity of his conversation, and the sweetness of his voice. How it was observed in every corner that Chester was a man of that happy disposition that nothing ruffled him, that he was one on whom the world's cares and errors sat lightly as his dress, and in whose smiling face a calm and tranquil mind was constantly reflected. How honest men, who by instinct knew him better, bowed down before him nevertheless, deferred to his every word and courted his favorable notice. How people who really had good in them went with the stream and fawned and flattered and approved and despised themselves while they did so, and yet had not the courage to resist. How, in short, he was one of those who are received and cherished in society, as the phrase is, by scores who individually would shrink from and be repelled by the object of their lavish regard, are things, of course, which will suggest themselves. Matter so commonplace needs but a passing glance, and there an end. The despisers of mankind, apart from the mere fools and mimics of that creed, are of two sorts. They who believe their merit neglected and unappreciated make up one class. They who receive adulation and flattery, knowing their own worthlessness, compose the other. Be sure that the coldest-hearted misanthropes are ever of this last order. Mr. Chester sat up in bed next morning, sipping his coffee, and remembering with a kind of contemptuous satisfaction how he had shone last night, and how he had been caressed and courted, when his servant brought in a very small scrap of dirty paper, tightly sealed in two places, on the inside whereof was inscribed in pretty large text these words: "A friend, desiring of a conference, immediate, private. Burn it when you've read it." "Where in the name of the gunpowder plot did you pick up this?" said his master. "It was given him by a person then waiting at the door," the man replied. "With a cloak and dagger?" said Mr. Chester. "With nothing more threatening about him, it appeared, than a leather apron and a dirty face." "Let him come in." In he came, Mr. Tappertit, with his hair still on end, and a great lock in his hand, which he put down on the floor in the middle of a chamber, as if he were about to go through some performances in which it was a necessary agent. "Sir," said Mr. Tappertit, with a low bow, "I thank you for this condescension, and am glad to see you. Pardon the menial office in which I am engaged, sir, and extend your sympathies to one who, humble as his appearance is, has inward workings far above his station." Mr. Chester held the bed-curtain farther back, and looked at him with a vague impression that he was some maniac who had not only broken open the door of his place of confinement, but had brought away the lock. Mr. Tappertit bowed again, and displayed his legs to the best advantage. "You have heard, sir," said Mr. Tappertit, laying his hand upon his breast, "of G. Varden, locksmith and bell-hanger, and repairs neatly executed in town and country, Clerkenwell, London?" "What then?" asked Mr. Chester. "I'm his prentice, sir." "What then?" "Ahem," said Mr. Tappertit. "Will you permit me to shut the door, sir? And will you further, sir, give me your honour bright that what passes between us is in the strictest confidence?" Mr. Chester laid himself calmly down in bed again, and turning a perfectly undisturbed face towards the strange apparition, which had by this time closed the door, begged him to speak out, and to be as rational as he could, without putting himself to any very great personal inconvenience. "In the first place, sir," said Mr. Tappertit, producing a small pocket handkerchief and shaking it out of the folds, "as I have not a card about me, for the envy of masters debases us below that level, allow me to offer the best substitute that circumstances will admit of. If you will take that in your own hand, sir, and cast your eye on the right-hand corner," said Mr. Tappertit, offering it with a graceful air, "you will meet with my credentials." "Thank you," answered Mr. Chester, politely accepting it, and turning to some blood-red characters at one end. "4. Simon Tappertit, 1. "Is that the—" "Without the numbers, sir. That is my name," replied the prentice. "They are merely intended as directions to the washerwoman, and have no connection with myself or family." "Your name, sir," said Mr. Tappertit, looking very hard at his nightcap, "is Chester, I suppose? You needn't pull it off, sir, thank you. I observe E.C. from here. We will take the rest for granted." "Pray, Mr. Tappertit," said Mr. Chester, "has that complicated piece of ironmongery which you've done me the favour to bring with you any immediate connection with the business we are to discuss?" "It has not, sir," rejoined the prentice. "It's going to be fitted on a warehouse in Thames Street." "Perhaps as that is the case," said Mr. Chester, "and as it has a stronger flavour of oil than I usually refresh my bedroom with, you will oblige me so far as to put it outside the door?" "By all means, sir," said Mr. Tappertit, suiting the action to the word. "You'll excuse my mentioning it, I hope. Don't apologize, sir, I beg. And now, if you please, to business." During the whole of this dialogue, Mr. Chester had suffered nothing but his smile of unvarying serenity and politeness to appear upon his face. Sim Tappertit, who had far too good an opinion of himself to suspect that anybody could be playing upon him, thought within himself that this was something like the respect to which he was entitled, and drew a comparison from this courteous demeanour of a stranger by no means favourable to the worthy locksmith. "From what passes in our house," said Mr. Tappertit, "I am aware, sir, that your son keeps company with a young lady against your inclinations. Sir, your son has not used me well." "Mr. Tappertit," said the other, "you grieve me beyond description." "Thank you, sir," replied the prentice. "I'm glad to hear you say so. He's very proud, sir, is your son, very haughty." "I am afraid he is haughty," said Mr. Chester. "Do you know I was really afraid of that before, and you confirm me?" "To recount the menial offices I've had to do for your son, sir," said Mr. Tappertit, "the chairs I've had to hand him, the coaches I've had to call for him, the numerous degrading duties, wholly unconnected with my indenters, that I've had to do for him, would fill a family Bible. Besides which, sir, he's but a young man himself, and I do not consider thank'ee, Sim, a proper form of address on those occasions." "Mr. Tappertit, your wisdom is beyond your years. Pray go on." "I thank you for your good opinion, sir," said Sim, much gratified, "and will endeavour so to do. Now, sir, on this account, and perhaps for another reason or two which I needn't go into, I am on your side, and what I tell you is this, that as long as our people go backwards and forwards, to and fro, up and down, to that there jolly old Maypole, lettering and messaging and fetching and carrying, you couldn't help your son keeping company with that young lady by deputy, not if he was minded night and day by all the horse guards, and every man of 'em in the very fullest uniform." Mr. Tappertit stopped to take breath after this, and then started fresh again. "Now, sir, I am a-coming to the point. You will inquire of me, how is this to be prevented? I'll tell you how. If an honest, civil, smiling gentleman like you—" "Mr. Tappertit, really—" No, I'm serious," rejoined the prentice. "I am, upon my soul. If an honest, civil, smiling gentleman like you was to talk but 10 minutes to our old woman, that's Mrs. Varden, and flatter her up a bit, but you'd gain her over forever. Then there's this point got, that her daughter Dolly," here a flush came over Mr. Tappertit's face, "wouldn't be allowed to be a go-between from that time forward, and till that point's got, there's nothing ever will prevent her. Mind that." "Mr. Tappertit, your knowledge of human nature—" "Wait a minute," said Sim, folding his arms with a dreadful calmness. "Now I come to the point. Sir, there is a villain at that Maypole, a monster in human shape, a vagabond of the deepest dye, that unless you get rid of, and have kidnapped and carried off at the very least, nothing less will do, will marry your son to that young woman as certainly and as surely as if he was the Archbishop of Canterbury himself. He will, sir, for the hatred and malice that he bears to you, let alone the pleasure of doing a bad action, which to him is its own reward. If you knew how this chap, this Joseph Willett, that's his name, comes backwards and forwards to our house, libeling and denouncing and threatening you, and how I shudder when I hear him, you'd hate him worse than I do." "Worse than I do, sir," said Mr. Tappertit wildly, putting his hair up straighter and making a crunching noise with his teeth, "if such a thing is possible." "A little private vengeance in this, Mr. Tappertit?" "Private vengeance, sir, or public sentiment, or both combined. Destroy him," said Mr. Tappertit. "Miggs says so too. Miggs and me both say so. We can't bear the plotting and undermining that takes place. Our souls recoil from it. Barnaby Rudge and Mrs. Rudge are in it likewise, but the villain, Joseph Willett, is the ringleader. Their plottings and schemes are known to me and Miggs. If you want information of 'em, apply to us. Put Joseph Willett down, sir. Destroy him, crush him, and be happy." With these words, Mr. Tappertit, who seemed to expect no reply, and to hold it as a necessary consequence of his eloquence that his hearer should be utterly stunned, dumbfounded, and overwhelmed, folded his arms so that the palm of each hand rested on the opposite shoulder, and disappeared after the manner of those mysterious warners of whom he had read in cheap story-books. "That fellow," said Mr. Chester, relaxing his face when he was fairly gone, "is good practice. I have some command of my features, beyond all doubt. He fully confirms what I suspected, though, and blunt tools are sometimes found of use where sharper instruments would fail. I fear I may be obliged to make great havoc among these worthy people. A troublesome necessity. I quite feel for them." With that, he fell into a quiet slumber, subsided into such a gentle, pleasant sleep that it was quite infantine. This ends chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Barnaby Rudge by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 25. Leaving the favored and well-received and flattered of the world, him of the world most worldly, who never compromised himself by an ungentlemanly action and never was guilty of a manly one, to lie smilingly asleep. For even sleep, working but little change in his dissembling face, became with him a piece of cold, conventional hypocrisy. We follow in the steps of two slow travelers on foot, making towards Cligwell. Barnaby and his mother, Grip in their company, of course. The widow, to whom each painful mile seemed longer than the last, toiled wearily along, while Barnaby, yielding to every inconstant impulse, fluttered here and there, now leaving her far behind, now lingering far behind himself, now darting into some by-lane or path, and leaving her to pursue her way alone, until he stealthily emerged again, and came upon her with a wild shout of merriment, as his wayward and capricious nature prompted. Now he would call to her from the topmost branch of some high tree by the roadside, now using his tall staff as a leaping pole, come flying over ditch or hedge or five-barred gate, now running with surprising swiftness for a mile or more on the straight road, and halting, sport upon a patch of grass with Grip till she came up. These were his delights, and when his patient mother heard his merry voice, or looked into his flushed and healthy face, she would not have abated them by one sad word or murmur, though each had been to her a source of suffering in the same degree as it was to him of pleasure. It is something to look upon enjoyment so that it be free and wild and in the face of nature, though it is but the enjoyment of an idiot. It is something to know that heaven has left the capacity of gladness in such a creature's breast. It is something to be assured that, however lightly men may crush that faculty in their fellows, the great Creator of mankind imparts it even to his despised and slighted work. Who would not rather see a poor idiot happy in the sunlight than a wise man pining in a darkened jail? Ye men of gloom and austerity, who paint the face of infinite benevolence with an eternal frown, read in the everlasting book, wide open to your view, the lesson it would teach. Its pictures are not in black and somber hues, but bright and glowing tints. Its music, save when ye drown it, is not in sighs and groans, but songs and cheerful sounds. Listen to the million voices in the summer air, and find one dismal as your own. Remember, if ye can, the sense of hope and pleasure which every glad return of day awakens in the breast of all your kind who have not changed their nature, and learn some wisdom even from the witless, when their hearts are lifted up they know not why by all the mirth and happiness it brings. The widow's breast was full of care, was laden heavily with secret dread and sorrow, but her boy's gaiety of heart gladdened her and beguiled the long journey. Sometimes he would bid her lean upon his arm and would keep beside her steadily for a short distance. But it was more his nature to be rambling to and fro, and she better liked to see him free and happy, even than to have him near her, because she loved him better than herself. She'd quitted the place to which they were traveling directly after the event which had changed her whole existence, and for 22 years had never had courage to revisit it. It was her native village. How many recollections crowded on her mind when it appeared in sight. 22 years. Her boy's whole life and history. The last time she looked back upon those roofs among the trees, she carried him in her arms, an infant. How often since that time had she sat beside him night and day, watching for the dawn of mind that never came. How had she feared and doubted, and yet hoped, long after conviction forced itself upon her. The little stratagems she had devised to try him, the little tokens he'd given in his childish way, not of dullness, but of something infinitely worse, so ghastly and unchildlike in its cunning, came back as vividly as if but yesterday had intervened. The room in which they used to be, the spot in which his cradle stood, he old and elfin-like in face, but ever dear to her, gazing at her with a wild and vacant eye, and crooning some uncouth song as she sat by and rocked him. Every circumstance of his infancy came thronging back, and the most trivial, perhaps, the most distinctly. His older childhood, too, the strange imaginings he had, his terror of certain senseless things, familiar objects he endowed with life, the slow and gradual breaking out of that one horror in which, before his birth, his darkened intellect began. How in the midst of all she'd found some hope and comfort in his being unlike another child, and had gone on almost believing in the slow development of his mind until he grew a man, and then his childhood was complete and lasting. One after another, all these old thoughts sprung up within her, strong after their long slumber, and bitterer than ever. She took his arm, and they hurried through the village street. It was the same as it was wont to be in old times, yet different, too, and wore another air. The change was in herself, not it, but she never thought of that, and wondered at its alteration, and where it lay, and what it was. The people all knew Barnaby, and the children of the place came flocking round him, as she remembered to have done with their fathers and mothers round some silly beggar-man when a child herself. None of them knew her. They passed each well-remembered house and yard and homestead, and striking into the fields, were soon alone again. The warren was the end of their journey. Mr. Haredale was walking in the garden, and seeing them as they passed the iron gate, unlocked it, and bade them enter that way. "At length you've mustered heart to visit the old place," he said to the widow. "I'm glad you have." "For the first time and the last, sir," she replied. "The first for many years, but not the last." "The very last." "You mean," said Mr. Haredale, regarding her with some surprise, "that having made this effort, you are resolved not to persevere and are determined to relapse? This is unworthy of you. I've often told you you should return here. You would be happier here than elsewhere, I know. As to Barnaby, it's quite his home." "And Grips," said Barnaby, holding the basket open. The raven hopped gravely out, and perching on his shoulder and addressing himself to Mr. Haredale, cried, as a hint perhaps that some temperate refreshment would be acceptable,
"Polly, put the kettle on. We'll all have tea."
"Hear me, Mary," said Mr. Haredale kindly, as he motioned her to walk with him towards the house. "Your life has been an example of patience and fortitude, except in this one particular which has often given me great pain. It is enough to know that you were cruelly involved in the calamity which deprived me of an only brother and Emma of her father, without being obliged to suppose, as I sometimes am, that you associate us with the author of our joint misfortunes."
"Associate you with him, sir?" she cried.
"Indeed," said Mr. Haredale, "I think you do. I almost believe that because your husband was bound by so many ties to our relation, and died in his service and defense, you've come in some sort to connect us with his murder."
"Alas," she answered, "you little know my heart, sir. You little know the truth."
"It's natural you should do so. It's very probable you may, without being conscious of it," said Mr. Haredale, speaking more to himself than her. "We are a fallen house. Money dispensed with the most lavish hand would be a poor recompense for sufferings like yours, and thinly scattered by hands so pinched and tied as ours, it becomes a miserable mockery. I feel it so, God knows," he added hastily. "Why should I wonder if she does?"
"You do me wrong, dear sir, indeed," she rejoined with great earnestness. "And yet, when you come to hear what I desire your leave to say—"
"I shall find my doubts confirmed," he said, observing that she faltered and became confused. "Well?" He quickened his pace for a few steps, but fell back again to her side and said, "And have you come all this way at last, solely to speak to me?" She answered, "Yes." "A curse," he muttered, "upon the wretched state of us proud beggars, from whom the poor and rich are equally at a distance, the one being forced to treat us with a show of cold respect, the other condescending to us in their every deed and word, and keeping more aloof the nearer they approach us. Why, if it were pain to you, as it must have been, to break for this slight purpose the chain of habit forged through 22 years, could you not let me know your wish, and beg me to come to you?" "There was not time, sir," she rejoined. "I took my resolution but last night, and taking it, felt that I must not lose a day, an hour, in having speech with you." They had by this time reached the house. Mr. Haredale paused for a moment, and looked at her as if surprised by the energy of her manner. Observing, however, that she took no heed of him, but glanced up, shuddering, at the old walls with which such horrors were connected in her mind, he led her by a private stair into his library, where Emma was seated in a window, reading. The young lady, seeing who approached, hastily rose and laid aside her book, and with many kind words, and not without tears, gave her a warm and earnest welcome. But the widow shrunk from her embrace, as though she feared her, and sunk down trembling on a chair. "It is the return to this place after so long an absence," said Emma gently. "Pray ring, dear uncle. Or stay, Barnaby will run himself and ask for wine." "Not for the world," she cried. "It would have another taste. I could not touch it. I want but a minute's rest, nothing but that." Miss Haredale stood beside her chair, regarding her with silent pity. She remained for a little time quite still, then rose and turned to Mr. Haredale, who had sat down in his easy-chair, and was contemplating her with fixed attention. The tale connected with the mansion borne in mind, it seemed, as has been already said, the chosen theatre for such a deed as it had known. The room in which this group were now assembled, hard by the very chamber where the act was done, dull, dark and somber, heavy with worm-eaten books, deadened and shut in by faded hangings, muffling every sound, shadowed mournfully by trees whose rustling boughs gave ever and anon a spectral knocking at the glass, wore beyond all others in the house a ghostly, gloomy air. Nor were the group assembled there unfitting tenants of the spot. The widow, with her marked and startling face and downcast eyes, Mr. Haredale, stern and despondent ever, his niece beside him, like, yet most unlike the picture of her father, which gazed reproachfully down upon them from the blackened wall. Barnaby, with his vacant look and restless eye, were all in keeping with the place and actors in the legend. Nay, the very raven, who'd hopped upon the table and with the air of some old necromancer appeared to be profoundly studying a great folio volume that lay open on a desk, was strictly in unison with the rest, and looked like the embodied spirit of evil biding his time of mischief. "I scarcely know," said the widow, breaking silence, "how to begin. You will think my mind disordered." "The whole tenor of your quiet and reproachless life since you were last here," returned Mr. Haredale mildly, "shall be a witness for you. Why do you fear to awaken such a suspicion? You do not speak to strangers. You have not to claim our interest or consideration for the first time. Be more yourself. Take heart. Any advice or assistance that I can give you, you know is yours of right, and freely yours." "What if I came, sir," she rejoined, "I, who have but one other friend on earth, to reject your aid from this moment, and to say that henceforth I launch myself upon the world, alone and unassisted, to sink or swim as heaven may decree?" "You would have, if you came to me for such a purpose," said Mr. Haredale calmly, "some reason to assign for conduct so extraordinary, which, if one may entertain the possibility of anything so wild and strange, would have its weight, of course." "That, sir," she answered, "is the misery of my distress. I can give no reason whatever. My own bare word is all that I can offer. It is my duty, my imperative and bounden duty. If I did not discharge it, I should be a base and guilty wretch. Having said that, my lips are sealed, and I can say no more." As though she felt relieved at having said so much, and had nerved herself to the remainder of her task, she spoke from this time with a firmer voice and heightened courage. "Heaven is my witness, as my own heart is, and yours, dear young lady, will speak for me, I know, that I have lived since that time we all have bitter reason to remember in unchanging devotion and gratitude to this family. Heaven is my witness that, go where I may, I shall preserve those feelings unimpaired. And it is my witness, too, that they alone impel me to the course I must take, and from which nothing now shall turn me, as I hope for mercy." "These are strange riddles," said Mr. Haredale. "In this world, sir," she replied, "they may, perhaps, never be explained. In another, the truth will be discovered in its own good time. And may that time," she added in a low voice, "be far distant." "Let me be sure," said Mr. Haredale, "that I understand you, for I am doubtful of my own senses. Do you mean that you are resolved voluntarily to deprive yourself of those means of support you have received from us so long? That you are determined to resign the annuity we settled on you 20 years ago, to leave house and home and goods and begin life anew, and this for some secret reason or monstrous fancy which is incapable of explanation, which only now exists and has been dormant all this time? In the name of God, under what delusion are you laboring?" "As I am deeply thankful," she made answer, "for the kindness of those, alive and dead, who have owned this house, and as I would not have its roof fall down and crush me, or its very walls drip blood, my name being spoken in their hearing, I never will again subsist upon their bounty, or let it help me to subsistence. You do not know," she added suddenly, "to what uses it may be applied, into what hands it may pass. I do, and I renounce it." "Surely," said Mr. Haredale, "its uses rest with you." They did. They rest with me no longer. It may be, it is, devoted to purposes that mock the dead in their graves. It never can prosper with me. It will bring some other heavy judgment on the head of my dear son, whose innocence will suffer for his mother's guilt." "What words are these?" cried Mr. Haredale, regarding her with wonder. "Among what associates have you fallen? Into what guilt have you ever been betrayed?" "I am guilty, and yet innocent. Wrong, yet right. Good in intention, though constrained to shield and aid the bad. Ask me no more questions, sir, but believe that I am rather to be pitied than condemned. I must leave my house tomorrow, for while I stay there, it is haunted. My future dwelling, if I am to live in peace, must be a secret. If my poor boy should ever stray this way, do not tempt him to disclose it, or have him watched when he returns. For if we are hunted, we must fly again. And now this load is off my mind. I beseech you, and you, dear Miss Haredale, too, to trust me if you can, and think of me kindly as you would have been used to do. If I die and cannot tell my secret even then, for that may come to pass, it will sit the lighter on my breast in that hour for this day's work, and on that day and every day until it comes, I will pray for and thank you both, and trouble you no more." With that, she would have left them, but they detained her, and with many soothing words and kind entreaties, besought her to consider what she did, and above all to repose more freely upon them, and say what weighed so sorely on her mind. Finding her deaf to their persuasions, Mr. Haredale suggested, as a last resource, that she should confide in Emma, of whom, as a young person and one of her own sex, she might stand in less dread than of himself. From this proposal, however, she recoiled with the same indescribable repugnance she'd manifested when they met. The utmost that could be wrung from her was a promise that she would receive Mr. Haredale at her own house next evening, and in the meantime reconsider her determination and their dissuasions, though any change on her part, as she told them, was quite hopeless. This condition made at last, they reluctantly suffered her to depart, since she would neither eat nor drink within the house. And she and Barnaby and Grip accordingly went out as they had come, by the private stair and garden gate, seeing and being seen of no one by the way. It was remarkable in the Raven that during the whole interview he kept his eye on his book, with exactly the air of a very sly human rascal, who, under the mask of pretending to read hard, was listening to everything. He still appeared to have the conversation very strongly in his mind, for although, when they were alone again, he issued orders for the instant preparation of innumerable kettles for purposes of tea, he was thoughtful, and rather seemed to do so from an abstract sense of duty than with any regard to making himself agreeable or being what is commonly called good company. They were to return by the coach. As there was an interval of full 2 hours before it started, and they needed rest and some refreshment, Barnaby begged hard for a visit to the Maypole. But his mother, who had no wish to be recognized by any of those who had known her long ago, and who feared besides that Mr. Haredale might, on second thoughts, dispatched some messenger to that place of entertainment in quest of her, proposed to wait in the churchyard instead. As it was easy for Barnaby to buy and carry thither such humble viands as they required, he cheerfully assented, and in the churchyard they sat down to take their frugal dinner. Here again the raven was in a highly reflective state, walking up and down when he dined, with an air of elderly complacency which was strongly suggestive of his having his hands under his coat-tails, and appearing to read the tombstones with a very critical taste. Sometimes, after a long inspection of an epitaph, he would strop his beak upon the grave to which it referred, and cry in hoarse tones, "I'm a devil! I'm a devil! I'm a devil!" But whether he addressed his observations to any supposed person below, or merely threw them off as a general remark, is matter of uncertainty. It was a quiet, pretty spot, but a sad one for Barnaby's mother, for Mr. Reuben Haredale lay there, and near the vault in which his ashes rested was a stone to the memory of her own husband, with a brief inscription recording how and when he'd lost his life. She sat there, thoughtful and apart, until their time was out and the distant horn told that the coach was coming. Barnaby, who'd been sleeping on the grass, sprung up quickly at the sound, and Grip, who appeared to understand it equally well, walked into his basket straightway, entreating society in general, as though he intended a kind of satire upon them in connection with churchyards, never to say die on any terms. They were soon on the coach top and rolling along the road. It went round by the maypole and stopped at the door. Joe was from home, and Hugh came sluggishly out to hand up the parcel that it called for. There was no fear of old John coming out. They could see him from the coach roof, fast asleep in his cozy bar. It was a part of John's character. He made a point of going to sleep at the coach's time. He despised gadding about. He looked upon coaches as things that ought to be indicted, as disturbers of the peace of mankind, as restless, bustling, busy, horn-blowing contrivances quite beneath the dignity of men, and only suited to giddy girls that did nothing but chatter and go a-shopping. "We know nothing about coaches here, sir," John would say, if any unlucky stranger made inquiry touching the offensive vehicles. "We don't book for 'em. We'd rather not. They're more trouble than they're worth, with their noise and rattle. If you like to wait for 'em, you can, but we don't know anything about 'em. They may call and they may not. There's a carrier. He was looked upon as quite good enough for us when I was a boy." She dropped her veil as Hugh climbed up, and while he hung behind and talked to Barnaby in whispers. But neither he nor any other person spoke to her or noticed her or had any curiosity about her. And so, an alien, she visited and left the village where she'd been born and had lived a merry child, a comely girl, a happy wife, where she'd known all her enjoyment of life and had entered on its hardest sorrows. This ends chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 26. "And you're not surprised to hear this, Varden," said Mr. Haredale. "Well, you and she have always been the best friends, and you should understand her if anybody does." "I ask your pardon, sir," rejoined the locksmith. "I didn't say I understood her. I wouldn't have the presumption to say that of any woman. It's not so easily done, but I am not so much surprised, sir, as you expected me to be, certainly." "May I ask why not, my good friend?" I have seen, sir, returned the locksmith with evident reluctance, I have seen in connection with her something that has filled me with distrust and uneasiness. She'd made bad friends. How or when, I don't know. But that her house is a refuge for one robber and cutthroat at least, I am certain. There, sir. Now it's out.
Varden!
My own eyes, sir, are my witnesses, and for her sake I would be willingly half blind if I could but have the pleasure of mistrusting 'em. I've kept the secret till now, and it will go no further than yourself, I know. But I tell you that with my own eyes, broad awake, I saw in the passage of her house one evening after dark the highwayman who robbed and wounded Mr. Edward Chester, and on the same night threatened me. And you made no effort to detain him? Said Mr. Haredale quickly. Sir, returned the locksmith, she herself prevented me, held me with all her strength, and hung about me until he had got clear off. And having gone so far, he related circumstantially all that had passed upon the night in question. This dialogue was held in a low tone in the locksmith's little parlour, into which honest Gabriel had shown his visitor on his arrival. Mr. Haredale had called upon him to entreat his company to the widow's, that he might have the assistance of his persuasion and influence, and out of this circumstance the conversation had arisen. I forbore, said Gabriel, from repeating one word of this to anybody, as it could do her no good and might do her great harm. I thought and hoped, to say the truth, that she would come to me and talk to me about it and tell me how it was. But though I have purposely put myself in her way more than once or twice, she's never touched upon the subject, except by a look. And indeed, said the good-natured locksmith, there was a good deal in the look, more than could have been put into a great many words. It said, among other matters, don't ask me anything, so imploringly that I didn't ask her anything. You'll think me an old fool, I know, sir. If it's any relief to call me one, pray do. I'm greatly disturbed by what you tell me, said Mr. Haredale after a silence. What meaning do you attach to it? The locksmith shook his head and looked doubtfully out of window at the failing light. She cannot have married again, said Mr. Haredale. Not without our knowledge, surely, sir. She may have done so in the fear that it would lead, if known, to some objection or estrangement. Suppose she married incautiously. It is not improbable, for her existence has been a lonely and monotonous one for many years, and the man turned out a ruffian. She would be anxious to screen him, and yet would revolt from his crimes. This might be. It bears strongly on the whole drift of her discourse yesterday, and would quite explain her conduct. Do you suppose Barnaby is privy to these circumstances? Quite impossible to say, sir, returned the locksmith, shaking his head again, and next to impossible to find out from him. If what you suppose is really the case, I tremble for the lad. A notable person, sir, to put to bad uses. It is not possible, Varden, said Mr. Haredale, in a still lower tone of voice than he'd spoken yet, that we have been blinded and deceived by this woman from the beginning. It is not possible if this connection was formed in her husband's lifetime and led to his and my brother's— Good God, sir, cried Gabriel, interrupting him, don't entertain such dark thoughts for a moment. 25 years ago, where was there a girl like her? A gay, handsome, laughing, bright-eyed damsel. Think what she was, sir. It makes my heart ache now, even now, though I'm an old man with a woman for a daughter, to think what she was and what she is. We all change, but that's with time. Time does his work honestly, and I don't mind him. A fig for time, sir. Use him well, and he's a hardy fellow, and scorns to have you at a disadvantage. But care and suffering, and those have changed her, are devils, sir. Secret, stealthy, undermining devils who tread down the brightest flowers in Eden and do more havoc in a month than time does in a year. Picture to yourself for 1 minute what Mary was before they went to work with her fresh heart and face. Do her that justice, and say whether such a thing is possible. "You're a good fellow, Varden," said Mr. Haredale, "and are quite right. I have brooded on that subject so long that every breath of suspicion carries me back to it. You are quite right." "It isn't, sir," cried the locksmith, with brightened eyes and sturdy, honest voice. "It isn't because I courted her before Rudge and failed that I say she was too good for him. She would have been as much too good for me, but she was too good for him. He wasn't free and frank enough for her. I don't reproach his memory with it, poor fellow. I only want to put her before you as she really was. For myself, I'll keep her old picture in my mind, and thinking of that, and what has altered her, I'll stand her friend and try to win her back to peace. And damn me, sir," cried Gabriel, "with your pardon for the word, I'd do the same if she'd married 50 highwaymen in a 12-month, and think it in the Protestant manual too, though Martha said it wasn't, tooth and nail till doomsday." If the dark little parlour had been filled with a dense fog, which, clearing away in an instant, left it all radiance and brightness, it could not have been more suddenly cheered than by this outbreak on the part of the hearty locksmith. In a voice nearly as full and sound as his own, Mr. Haredale cried, "Well said," and bade him come away without more parley. The locksmith complied right willingly, and both getting into a hackney coach, which was waiting at the door, drove off straightway. They alighted at the street corner, and dismissing their conveyance, walked to the house. To their first knock at the door there was no response. A second met with the like result. But in answer to the third, which was of a more vigorous kind, the parlour window-sash was gently raised, and a musical voice cried, "Haredale, my dear fellow, I am extremely glad to see you. How very much you have improved in your appearance since our last meeting. I never saw you looking better. How do you do?" Mr. Haredale turned his eyes towards the casement, whence the voice proceeded, though there was no need to do so, to recognize the speaker, and Mr. Chester waved his hand and smiled a courteous welcome. "The door will be opened immediately," he said. "There is nobody but a very dilapidated female to perform such offices. You will excuse her infirmities. If she were in a more elevated station of society, she would be gouty. Being but a hewer of wood and drawer of water, she is rheumatic. My dear Haredale, these are natural class distinctions, depend upon it." Mr. Haredale, whose face resumed its lowering and distrustful look the moment he heard the voice, inclined his head stiffly, and turned his back upon the speaker. "Not opened yet," said Mr. Chester. "Dear me, I hope the aged soul has not caught her foot in some unlucky cobweb by the way. She's there at last. Come in, I beg." Mr. Haredale entered, followed by the locksmith. Turning with a look of great astonishment to the old woman who'd opened the door, he inquired for Mrs. Rudge, for Barnaby. They were both gone, she replied, wagging her ancient head, for good. There was a gentleman in the parlour who perhaps could tell them more. That was all she knew. "Pray, sir," said Mr. Haredale, presenting himself before this new tenant, "where is the person whom I came here to see?" "My dear friend," he returned, "I have not the least idea." "Your trifling is ill-timed," retorted the other, in a suppressed tone and voice, "and its subject ill-chosen. Reserve it for those who are your friends, and do not expend it on me. I lay no claim to the distinction, and have the self-denial to reject it." "My dear good sir," said Mr. Chester, "you are heated with walking. Sit down, I beg. Our friend is—" is but a plain, honest man, returned Mr. Haredale, and quite unworthy of your notice. Gabriel Varden is my name, sir, said the locksmith bluntly. A worthy English yeoman, said Mr. Chester. A most worthy yeoman, of whom I have frequently heard my son Ned, darling fellow, speak, and have often wished to see. Varden, my good friend, I am glad to know you. You wonder now, he said, turning languidly to Mr. Haredale, to see me here. Now I am sure you do. Mr. Haredale glanced at him, not fondly or admiringly, smiled and held his peace. The mystery is solved in a moment, said Mr. Chester, in a moment. Will you step aside with me one instant? You remember our little compact in reference to Ned and your dear niece Haredale? You remember the list of assistants in their innocent intrigue? You remember these two people being among them? My dear fellow, congratulate yourself and me. I have bought them off. You have done what? Said Mr. Haredale. Bought them off, returned his smiling friend. I have found it necessary to take some active steps towards setting this boy and girl attachment quite at rest, and have begun by removing these two agents. You are surprised? Who can withstand the influence of a little money? They wanted it, and have been bought off. We have nothing more to fear from them. They are gone. Gone? Echoed Mr. Haredale. Where? My dear fellow, and you must permit me to say again that you never looked so young, so positively boyish as you do tonight. The Lord knows where. I believe Columbus himself wouldn't find them. Between you and me they have their hidden reasons, but upon that point I have pledged myself to secrecy. She appointed to see you here tonight, I know, but found it inconvenient and couldn't wait. Here is the key of the door. I am afraid you'll find it inconveniently large, but as the tenement is yours, your good nature will excuse that, Haredale, I am certain. This ends chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 27. Mr. Haredale stood in the widow's parlor with the door key in his hand, gazing by turns at Mr. Chester and at Gabriel Varden, and occasionally glancing downward at the key, as in the hope that of its own accord it would unlock the mystery, until Mr. Chester, putting on his hat and gloves, and sweetly inquiring whether they were walking in the same direction, recalled him to himself. No, he said, our roads diverge, widely, as you know. For the present I shall remain here. You will be hipped, Haredale. You will be miserable, melancholy, utterly wretched, returned the other. It's a place of the very last description for a man of your temper. I know it will make you very miserable. Let it, said Mr. Haredale, sitting down, and thrive upon the thought. Good night. Feigning to be wholly unconscious of the abrupt wave of the hand which rendered this farewell tantamount to a dismissal, Mr. Chester retorted with a bland and heartfelt benediction, and inquired of Gabriel in what direction he was going. Yours, sir, would be too much honour for the like of me, replied the locksmith, hesitating. I wish you to remain here a little while, Varden, said Mr. Haredale, without looking towards them. I have a word or two to say to you. I will not intrude upon your conference another moment, said Mr. Chester, with inconceivable politeness. May it be satisfactory to you both. God bless you. So saying, and bestowing upon the locksmith a most refulgent smile, he left them. A deplorably constituted creature, that rugged person, he said, as he walked along the street. He is an atrocity that carries its own punishment along with it, a bear that gnaws himself. And here is one of the inestimable advantages of having a perfect command over one's inclinations. I have been tempted in these 2 short interviews to draw upon that fellow 50 times. 5 men in 6 would have yielded to the impulse. By suppressing mine, I wound him deeper and more keenly than if I were the best swordsman in all Europe, and he the worst. You are the wise man's very last resource, he said, tapping the hilt of his weapon. We can but appeal to you when all else is said and done. To come to you before, and thereby spare our adversaries so much, is a barbarian mode of warfare, quite unworthy of any man with the remotest pretensions to delicacy of feeling or refinement. He smiled so very pleasantly as he communed with himself after this manner, that a beggar was emboldened to follow for alms, and to dog his footsteps for some distance. He was gratified by the circumstance, feeling it complimentary to his power of feature, and as a reward suffered the man to follow him until he called a chair, when he graciously dismissed him with a fervent blessing. Which is as easy as cursing, he widely added, as he took his seat, and more becoming to the face. To Clerkenwell, my good creatures, if you please. The chairmen were rendered quite vivacious by having such a courteous burden, and to Clerkenwell they went at a fair round trot. Alighting at a certain point he had indicated to them upon the road, and paying them something less than they expected from a fare of such gentle speech, he turned into the street in which the locksmith dwelt, and presently stood beneath the shadow of the Golden Key. Mr. Tappertit, who was hard at work by lamplight in a corner of the workshop, remained unconscious of his presence until a hand upon his shoulder made him start and turn his head. Industry, said Mr. Chester, is the soul of business and the keystone of prosperity. Mr. Tappertit, I shall expect you to invite me to dinner when you are Lord Mayor of London. Sir, returned the prentice, laying down his hammer and rubbing his nose on the back of a very sooty hand, I scorn the Lord Mayor and everything that belongs to him. We must have another state of society, sir, before you catch me being Lord Mayor. Howdy-do, sir? The better, Mr. Tappertit, for looking into your ingenuous face once more. I hope you are well. I am as well, sir, said Sim, standing up to get nearer to his ear and whispering hoarsely, as any man can be under the aggravations to which I am exposed. My life's a burden to me. If it wasn't for vengeance, I'd play at pitch and toss with it on the losing hazard. Is Mrs. Varden at home? Said Mr. Chester. Sir, replied Sim, eyeing him over with a look of concentrated expression, she is. Did you wish to see her? Mr. Chester nodded. Then come this way, sir, said Sim, wiping his face upon his apron. Follow me, sir. Would you permit me to whisper in your ear 1/2 a second? By all means. Mr. Tappertit raised himself on tiptoe, applied his lips to Mr. Chester's ear, drew back his head without saying anything, looked hard at him, applied them to his ear again drew back, and finally whispered, The name is Joseph Willett. Hush, I say no more. Having said that, he beckoned the visitor with a mysterious aspect to follow him to the parlor door, where he announced him in the voice of a gentleman usher. Mr. Chester. And not Mr. Eddard, mind, said Sim, looking into the door again, and adding this by way of postscript in his own person, It's his father. But do not let his father, said Mr. Chester, advancing hat in hand, as he observed the effect of his last explanatory announcement, do not let his father be any check or restraint on your domestic occupations, Miss Varden. Oh, now, there! Ain't I always a-saying it? Exclaimed Miggs, clapping her hands. If he ain't been and look missus for her own daughter. Well, she do look like it, that she do. Only think of that, Mim. Is it possible, said Mr. Chester in his softest tones, that this is Mrs. Varden? I am amazed. That is not your daughter, Mrs. Varden? No, no, your sister. My daughter indeed, sir, returned Mrs. V., blushing with great juvenility. Ah, Mrs. Varden, cried the visitor. Ah, ma'am, humanity is indeed a happy lot when we can repeat ourselves in others and still be young as they. You must allow me to salute you, the custom of the country, my dear madam, your daughter too. Dolly showed some reluctance to perform this ceremony, but was sharply reproved by Mrs. Varden, who insisted on her undergoing it that minute. For pride, she said with great severity, was one of the 7 deadly sins, and humility and lowliness of heart were virtues. Wherefore she desired that Dolly would be kissed immediately, on pain of her just displeasure, at the same time giving her to understand that whatever she saw her mother do, she might safely do herself, without being at the trouble of any reasoning or reflection on the subject, which indeed was offensive and undutiful, and in direct contravention of the church catechism. Thus admonished, Dolly complied, though by no means willingly, for there was a broad, bold look of admiration in Mr. Chester's face, refined and polished though it sought to be, which distressed her very much. As she stood with downcast eyes, not liking to look up and meet his, he gazed upon her with an approving air, and then turned to her mother. My friend Gabriel, whose acquaintance I only made this very evening, should be a happy man, Mrs. Varden. Ah, sighed Mrs. V., shaking her head. Ah, echoed Miggs. Is that the case? Said Mr. Chester compassionately. Dear me. Master has no intention, sir, murmured Miggs as she sidled up to him, but to be as grateful as his nature will let him, for everything he owns which it is in his powers to appreciate. But we never, sir, said Miggs, looking sideways at Mrs. Varden, and interlarding her discourse with a sigh, we never know the full value of some wines in fig trees till we lose 'em. So much the worse, sir, for them as has the slighting of 'em on their consciences when they're going to be in full blow elsewhere. And Miss Miggs cast up her eyes to signify where that might be. As Mrs. Varden distinctly heard and was intended to hear all that Miggs said, and as these words appeared to convey in metaphorical terms a presage or foreboding that she would at some early period droop beneath her trials and take an easy flight towards the stars, she immediately began to languish, and taking a volume of the manual from a neighboring table, leant her arm upon it as though she were hope and that her anchor. Mr. Chester, perceiving this, and seeing how the volume was lettered on the back, took it gently from her hand and turned the fluttering leaves. My favourite book, dear madam. How very often in his early life, before he can remember, this clause was strictly true, have I deduced little easy moral lessons from its pages for my dear son Ned. You know Ned? Mrs. Varden had that honour, and a fine, affable young gentleman he was. You're a mother, Mrs. Varden, said Mr. Chester, taking a pinch of snuff, and you know what I as a father feel when he's praised. He gives me some uneasiness, much uneasiness. He's of a roving nature, ma'am, from flower to flower, from sweet to sweet. But his is the butterfly time of life, and we must not be hard upon such trifling. He glanced at Dolly. She was attending evidently to what he said, just what he desired. The only thing I object to in this little trait of Ned's is, said Mr. Chester, and the mention of his name reminds me, by the way, that I am about to beg the favour of a minute's talk with you alone. The only thing I object to in it is that it does partake of insincerity. Now, however, I may attempt to disguise the fact from myself in my affection for Ned, still I always revert to this, that if we are not sincere, we are nothing upon earth. Let us be sincere, my dear madam. And Protestant, murmured Mrs. Varden,
and Protestant above all things. Let us be sincere and Protestant, strictly moral, strictly just, though always with a leaning towards mercy, strictly honest and strictly true, and we gain, it is a slight point certainly, but still it is something tangible. We throw up a groundwork and foundation, so to speak, of goodness, on which we may afterwards erect some worthy superstructure. Now, to be sure, Mrs. Varden thought, here is a perfect character. Here is a meek, righteous, thoroughgoing Christian, who, having mastered all these qualities so difficult of attainment, who, having dropped a pinch of salt on the tails of all the cardinal virtues, and caught them every one, makes light of their possession, and pants for more morality. For the good woman never doubted, as many good men and women never do, that this slighting kind of profession, this setting so little store by great matters, this seeming to say, I am not proud, I am what you hear, but I consider myself no better than other people, let us change the subject, pray, was perfectly genuine and true. He so contrived it, and said it in that way, that it appeared to have been forced from him, and in effect was marvelous. Aware of the impression he had made, few men were quicker than he at such discoveries, Mr. Chester followed up the blow by propounding certain virtuous maxims, somewhat vague and general in their nature, doubtless, and occasionally partaking of the character of truisms, worn a little out at elbow, but delivered in so charming a voice, and with such uncommon serenity and peace of mind, that they answered as well as the best. Nor is this to be wondered at, for as hollow vessels produce a far more musical sound in falling than those which are substantial, so it will oftentimes be found that sentiments which have nothing in them make the loudest ringing in the world, and are the most relished. Mr. Chester, with the volume gently extended in one hand, and with the other planted lightly on his breast, talked to them in the most delicious manner possible, and quite enchanted all his hearers, notwithstanding their conflicting interests and thoughts. Even Dolly, who, between his keen regards and his eyeing over by Mr. Tappertit, was put quite out of countenance, could not help owning within herself that he was the sweetest-spoken gentleman she'd ever seen. Even Miss Miggs, who was divided between admiration of Mr. Chester and a mortal jealousy of her young mistress, had sufficient leisure to be propitiated. Even Mr. Tappertit, though occupied as we have seen in gazing at his heart's delight, could not wholly divert his thoughts from the voice of the other charmer. Mrs. Varden, to her own private thinking, had never been so improved in all her life, and when Mr. Chester, rising and craving permission to speak with her apart, took her by the hand and led her at arm's length upstairs to the best sitting-room, she almost deemed him something more than human. "Dear madam," he said, pressing her hand delicately to his lips, "be seated." Mrs. Varden called up quite a courtly air and became seated. "You guess my object," said Mr. Chester, drawing a chair towards her. "You divine my purpose. I am an affectionate parent, my dear Mrs. Varden." "That I am sure you are, sir," said Mrs. V. "Thank you," returned Mr. Chester, tapping his snuff-box lid. "Heavy moral responsibilities rest with parents, Mrs. Varden." Mrs. Varden slightly raised her hands, shook her head, and looked at the ground as though she saw straight through the globe, out at the other end, and into the immensity of space beyond. "I may confide in you," said Mr. Chester, "without reserve. I love my son, ma'am, dearly, and loving him as I do, I would save him from working certain misery. You know of his attachment to Miss Haredale. You have abetted him in it, and very kind of you it was to do so. I am deeply obliged to you, most deeply obliged to you, for your interest in his behalf. But, my dear ma'am, it is a mistaken one, I do assure you." Mrs. Varden stammered that she was sorry. "Sorry, my dear ma'am," he interposed. Never be sorry for what is so very amiable, so very good in intention, so perfectly like yourself. But there are grave and weighty reasons, pressing family considerations, and apart even from these, points of religious difference, which interpose themselves, and render their union impossible, utterly impossible. I should have mentioned these circumstances to your husband, but he has, you will excuse my saying this so freely, he has not your quickness of apprehension or depth of moral sense. What an extremely airy house this is, and how beautifully kept! For one like myself, a widower so long, these tokens of female care and superintendence have inexpressible charms. Mrs. Varden began to think, she scarcely knew why, that the young Mr. Chester must be in the wrong, and the old Mr. Chester must be in the right. "My son Ned," resumed her tempter, with his most winning air, "has had, I am told, your lovely daughter's aid, and your open-hearted husband's." "Much more than mine, sir," said Mrs. Varden, "a great deal more. I have often had my doubts. It's a bad example," suggested Mr. Chester. "It is. No doubt it is. Your daughter is at that age when to set before her an encouragement for young persons to rebel against their parents on this most important point is particularly injudicious. You are quite right. I ought to have thought of that myself, but it escaped me. I confess so far superior are your sex to ours, dear madam, in point of penetration and sagacity." Mrs. Varden looked as wise as if she had really said something to deserve this compliment. Firmly believed she had, in short, and her faith in her own shrewdness increased considerably. "My dear madam," said Mr. Chester, "you embolden me to be plain with you. My son and I are at variance on this point. The young lady and her natural guardian differ upon it also, and the closing point is that my son is bound by his duty to me, by his honor, by every solemn tie and obligation, to marry someone else." "Engaged to marry another lady?" quoth Mrs. Varden, holding up her hands. "My dear madam, brought up, educated, and trained expressly for that purpose. Expressly for that purpose. Miss Haredale, I am told, is a very charming creature. I am her foster mother, and should know. The best young lady in the world," said Mrs. Varden. "I have not the slightest doubt of it. I'm sure she is. And you, who've stood in that tender relation towards her, are bound to consult her happiness. Now, can I, as I have said to Haredale, who quite agrees, can I possibly stand by and suffer her to throw herself away, although she is of a Catholic family, upon a young fellow who, as yet, has no heart at all? It is no imputation upon him to say he has not, because young men who have plunged deeply into the frivolities and conventionalities of society very seldom have. Their hearts never grow, my dear ma'am, till after 30. I don't believe, no, I do not believe, that I had any heart myself when I was Ned's age." "Oh, sir," said Mrs. Varden, "I think you must have had. It's impossible that you, who have so much now, can ever have been without any." "I hope," he answered, shrugging his shoulders meekly, "I have a little. I hope a very little. Heaven knows. But to return to Ned, I have no doubt you thought and therefore interfered benevolently in his behalf that I objected to Miss Haredale. How very natural. My dear madam, I object to him, emphatically to Ned himself." Mrs. Varden was perfectly aghast at the disclosure. "He has, if he honourably fulfills this solemn obligation of which I've told you, and he must be honourable, dear Mrs. Varden, or he is no son of mine, a fortune within his reach. He is of most expensive, ruinously expensive habits, and if, in a moment of caprice and wilfulness, he were to marry this young lady, and so deprive himself of the means of gratifying the tastes to which he has been so long accustomed, he would, my dear madam, he would break the gentle creature's heart.
Mrs. Varden, my good lady, my dear soul, I put it to you. Is such a sacrifice to be endured? Is the female heart a thing to be trifled with in this way? Ask your own, my dear madam. Ask your own, I beseech you. Truly, thought Mrs. Varden, this gentleman is a saint. But, she added aloud, and not unnaturally, if you take Miss Emma's lover away, sir, what becomes of the poor thing's heart then? The very point, said Mr. Chester, not at all abashed, to which I wish to lead you. A marriage with my son, whom I should be compelled to disown, would be followed by years of misery. They would be separated, my dear madam, in a 12-month. To break off this attachment, which is more fancied than real, as you and I know very well, will cost the dear girl but a few tears, and she's happy again. Take the case of your own daughter, the young lady downstairs, who is your breathing image. Mrs. Varden coughed and simpered. There is a young man, I am sorry to say, a dissolute fellow, of very indifferent character, of whom I've heard Ned speak. Bullet, was it? Pullet? Mullet? There is a young man of the name of Joseph Willett, sir, said Mrs. Varden, folding her hands loftily. That's he, cried Mr. Chester. Suppose this Joseph Willett, now, were to aspire to the affections of your charming daughter, and were to engage them. It would be like his impudence, interposed Mrs. Varden, bridling, to dare to think of such a thing. My dear madam, that's the whole case. I know it would be like his impudence. It is like Ned's impudence to do as he has done. But you would not on that account, or because of a few tears from your beautiful daughter, refrain from checking their inclinations in their birth. I meant to have reasoned thus with your husband when I saw him at Mrs. Rudge's this evening. My husband, said Mrs. Varden, interposing with emotion, would be a great deal better at home than going to Mrs. Rudge's so often. I don't know what he does there. I don't see what occasion he has to busy himself in her affairs at all, sir. If I don't appear to express my concurrence in those last sentiments of yours, returned Mr. Chester, quite so strongly as you might desire, it is because his being there, my dear madam, and not proving conversational, led me hither, and procured me the happiness of this interview with one in whom the whole management, conduct, and prosperity of her family are centred, I perceive. With that he took Mrs. Varden's hand again, and having pressed it to his lips with the high-flown gallantry of the day, a little burlesqued to render it the more striking in the good lady's unaccustomed eyes, proceeded in the same strain of mingled sophistry, cajolery, and flattery, to entreat that her utmost influence might be exerted to restrain her husband and daughter from any further promotion of Edward's suit to Miss Haredale, and from abiding or abetting either party in any way. Mrs. Varden was but a woman, and had her share of vanity, obstinacy, and love of power. She entered into a secret treaty of alliance, offensive and defensive, with her insinuating visitor, and really did believe, as many others would have done who saw and heard him, that in so doing she furthered the ends of truth, justice, and morality in a very uncommon degree. Overjoyed by the success of his negotiation, and mightily amused within himself, Mr. Chester conducted her downstairs in the same state as before, and having repeated the previous ceremony of salutation, which also as before comprehended Dolly, took his leave, first completing the conquest of Miss Miggs's heart by inquiring if this young lady would light him to the door.
"Oh, Mim," said Miggs, returning with the candle. "Oh, gracious me, Mim, there's a gentleman. Was there ever such an angel to talk as he is, and such a sweet-looking man, so upright and noble that he seems to despise the very ground he walks on, and yet so mild and condescending that he seems to say, 'But I will take notice on it too.' And to think of his taking you for Miss Dolly, and Miss Dolly for your sister. Oh, my goodness me, if I was master, wouldn't I be jealous of him?"
Mrs. Varden reproved her handmaid for this vain speaking, but very gently and mildly, quite smilingly indeed, remarking that she was a foolish, giddy, light-headed girl, whose spirits carried her beyond all bounds, and who didn't mean half she said, or she would be quite angry with her. "For my part," said Dolly, in a thoughtful manner, "I half believe Mr. Chester is something like Miggs in that respect. For all his politeness and pleasant speaking, I'm pretty sure he was making game of us more than once." "If you venture to say such a thing again, and to speak ill of people behind their backs in my presence, miss," said Mrs. Varden, "I shall insist upon your taking a candle and going to bed directly." "How dare you, Dolly? I'm astonished at you. The rudeness of your whole behavior this evening has been disgraceful." "Did anybody ever hear," cried the enraged matron, bursting into tears, "of a daughter telling her own mother she's been made game of?" What a very uncertain temper Mrs. Varden's was. This ends chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 28. Repairing to a noted coffee-house in Covent Garden when he left the locksmith's, Mr. Chester sat long over a late dinner, entertaining himself exceedingly with the whimsical recollection of his recent proceedings, and congratulating himself very much on his great cleverness. Influenced by these thoughts, his face wore an expression so benign and tranquil that the waiter in immediate attendance upon him felt he could almost have died in his defense, and settled in his own mind, until the receipt of the bill and a very small fee for very great trouble disabused it of the idea, that such an apostolic customer was worth half a dozen of the ordinary run of visitors at least. A visit to the gaming table, not as a heated, anxious venturer, but one whom it was quite a treat to see staking his 2 or 3 pieces in deference to the follies of society, and smiling with equal benevolence on winners and losers, made it late before he reached home. It was his custom to bid his servant go to bed at his own time, unless he had orders to the contrary, and to leave a candle on the common stair. There was a lamp on the landing by which he could always light it when he came home late, and having a key of the door about him, he could enter and go to bed at his pleasure. He opened the glass of the dull lamp, whose wick, burnt up and swollen like a drunkard's nose, came flying off in little carbuncles at the candle's touch, and scattering hot sparks about, rendered it matter of some difficulty to kindle the lazy taper, when a noise, as of a man snoring deeply some steps higher up, caused him to pause and listen. It was the heavy breathing of a sleeper close at hand. Some fellow had lain down on the open staircase and was slumbering soundly. Having lighted the candle at length and opened his own door, he softly ascended, holding the taper high above his head and peering cautiously about, curious to see what kind of man had chosen so comfortless a shelter for his lodging. With his head upon the landing and his great limbs flung over half a dozen stairs, as carelessly as though he were a dead man whom drunken bearers had thrown down by chance, there lay Hugh, face uppermost, his long hair drooping like some wild weed upon his wooden pillow, and his huge chest heaving with the sounds which so unwontedly disturbed the place and hour. He who came upon him so unexpectedly was about to break his rest by thrusting him with his foot, when, glancing at his upturned face, he arrested himself in the very action, and stooping down and shading the candle with his hand, examined his features closely. Close as his first inspection was, it did not suffice, for he passed the light, still carefully shaded as before, across and across his face, and yet observed him with a searching eye. While he was thus engaged, the sleeper, without any starting or turning round, awoke. There was a kind of fascination in meeting his steady gaze so suddenly, which took from the other the presence of mind to withdraw his eyes, and forced him, as it were, to meet his look. So they remained staring at each other until Mr. Chester at last broke silence and asked him in a low voice why he lay sleeping there. "I thought," said Hugh, struggling into a sitting posture and gazing at him intently, still, "that you were part of my dream. It was a curious one. I hope it may never come true, master." "What makes you shiver?" The cold, I suppose," he growled, as he shook himself and rose. "I hardly know where I am yet." "Do you know me?" said Mr. Chester. I know you," he answered. "I was dreaming of you. We're not where I thought we were. That's a comfort." He looked round him as he spoke, and in particular looked above his head, as though he half expected to be standing under some object which had had existence in his dream. Then he rubbed his eyes and shook himself again, and followed his conductor into his own rooms. Mr. Chester lighted the candles which stood upon his dressing-table, and wheeling an easy-chair towards the fire, which was yet burning, stirred up a cheerful blaze, sat down before it, and bade his uncouth visitor come here, and draw his boots off. "You've been drinking again, my fine fellow," he said, as Hugh went down on one knee and did as he was told. "As I'm alive, master, I've walked the 12 long miles and waited here I don't know how long, and had no drink between my lips since dinner-time at noon." "And can you do nothing better, my pleasant friend, than fall asleep and shake the very building with your snores?" said Mr. Chester. "Can't you dream in your straw at home, dull dog as you are, that you need come here to do it? Reach me those slippers, and tread softly." Hugh obeyed in silence. "And harkye, my dear young gentleman," said Mr. Chester as he put them on, "the next time you dream, don't let it be of me, but of some dog or horse with whom you are better acquainted. Fill the glass once. You'll find it and the bottle in the same place, and empty it to keep yourself awake." Hugh obeyed again even more zealously, and having done so, presented himself before his patron. "Now," said Mr. Chester, "what do you want with me?" "There was news today," returned Hugh. "Your son was at our house, came down on horseback. He tried to see the young woman, but couldn't get sight of her. He left some letter or some message which our Joe had charge of, but he and the old one quarrelled about it when your son had gone, and the old one wouldn't let it be delivered. He says, that's the old one does, that none of his people shall interfere and get him into trouble. He's a landlord, he said, and lives on everybody's custom." "He's a jewel," smiled Mr. Chester, "and the better for being a dull one." "Well?" "Varden's daughter, that's the girl I kissed, and stole the bracelet from upon the King's highway," said Mr. Chester composedly. "Yes, what of her?" "She wrote a note at our house to the young woman, saying she lost the letter I brought to you, and you burnt. Our Joe was to carry it, but the old one kept him at home all next day on purpose that he shouldn't. Next morning he gave it to me to take, and here it is." "You didn't deliver it then, my good friend?" said Mr. Chester, twirling Dolly's note between his finger and thumb, and feigning to be surprised. "I supposed you want to have it," retorted Hugh. "Burn one, burn all, I thought." "My devil-may-care acquaintance," said Mr. Chester. "Really, if you do not draw some nicer distinctions, your career will be cut short with most surprising suddenness. Don't you know that the letter you brought to me was directed to my son, who resides in this very place? And can you descry no difference between his letters and those addressed to other people?"
"If you don't want it," said Hugh, disconcerted by this reproof, for he had expected high praise, "give it me back, and I'll deliver it. I don't know how to please you, master." "I shall deliver it," returned his patron, putting it away after a moment's consideration, "myself. Does the young lady walk out on fine mornings?" "Mostly. About noon is her usual time." "Alone?" "Yes, alone." "Where?" "In the grounds before the house, them that the footpath crosses." "If the weather should be fine, I may throw myself in her way tomorrow, perhaps," said Mr. Chester, as coolly as if she were one of his ordinary acquaintance. "Mr. Hugh, if I should ride up to the Maypole door, you will do me the favor only to have seen me once. You must suppress your gratitude, and endeavor to forget my forbearance in the matter of the bracelet. It is natural it should break out, and it does you honor, but when other folks are by, you must, for your own sake and safety, be as like your usual self as though you owed me no obligation whatever, and had never stood within these walls. You comprehend me?" Hugh understood him perfectly. After a pause he muttered that he hoped his patron would involve him in no trouble about this last letter, for he'd kept it back solely with a view of pleasing him. He was continuing in this strain when Mr. Chester, with a most beneficent and patronizing air, cut him short by saying, "My good fellow, you have my promise, my word, my sealed bond, for a verbal pledge with me is quite as good, that I will always protect you so long as you deserve it. Now do set your mind at rest. Keep it at ease, I beg of you. When a man puts himself in my power so thoroughly as you have done, I really feel as though he had a kind of claim upon me. I am more disposed to mercy and forbearance under such circumstances than I can tell you, Hugh. Do look upon me as your protector, and rest assured I entreat you that on the subject of that indiscretion you may preserve, as long as you and I are friends, the lightest heart that ever beat within a human breast. Fill that glass once more to cheer you on your road homewards. I am really quite ashamed to think how far you have to go. And then God bless you for the night." "They think," said Hugh, when he tossed the liquor down, "that I am sleeping soundly in the stable. Ho, ho, ho! The stable door shut, but the steed's gone, master." "You are a most convivial fellow," returned his friend, "and I love your humor of all things. Good night. Take the greatest possible care of yourself, for my sake." It was remarkable that during the whole interview each had endeavored to catch stolen glances of the other's face, and had never looked full at it. They interchanged one brief and hasty glance as Hugh went out, averted their eyes directly, and so separated. Hugh closed the double doors behind him, carefully and without noise, and Mr. Chester remained in his easy-chair, with his gaze intently fixed upon the fire. "Well," he said, after meditating for a long time, and said with a deep sigh and an uneasy shifting of his attitude, as though he dismissed some other subject from his thoughts, and returned to that which had held possession of them all the day. "The plot thickens. I have thrown the shell. It will explode, I think, in 48 hours, and should scatter these good folks amazingly. We shall see." He went to bed and fell asleep, but had not slept long when he started up and thought that Hugh was at the outer door calling in a strange voice, very different from his own, to be admitted. The delusion was so strong upon him, and was so full of that vague terror of the night in which such visions have their being, that he rose, and taking his sheathed sword in his hand, opened the door, and looked out upon the staircase and towards the spot where Hugh had lain asleep, and even spoke to him by name. But all was dark and quiet, and creeping back to bed again, he fell, after an hour's uneasy watching, into a second sleep, and woke no more till morning. This ends chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 29. The thoughts of worldly men are forever regulated by a moral law of gravitation which, like the physical one, holds them down to earth. The bright glory of day and the silent wonders of a starlit night appeal to their minds in vain. There are no signs in the sun or in the moon or in the stars for their reading. They are like some wise men who, learning to know each planet by its Latin name, have quite forgotten such small heavenly constellations as charity, forbearance, universal love, and mercy, although they shine by night and day so brightly that the blind may see them, and who, looking upward at the spangled sky, see nothing there but the reflection of their own great wisdom and book learning. It is curious to imagine these people of the world, busy in thought, turning their eyes towards the countless spheres that shine above us, and making them reflect the only images their minds contain. The man who lives but in the breath of princes has nothing in his sight but stars for courtiers' breasts. The envious man beholds his neighbor's honors even in the sky. To the money hoarder and the mass of worldly folk, the whole great universe above glitters with sterling coin, fresh from the mint, stamped with the sovereign's head, coming always between them and heaven, turn where they may. So do the shadows of our own desires stand between us and our better angels, and thus their brightness is eclipsed. Everything was fresh and gay, as though the world were but that morning made, when Mr. Chester rode at a tranquil pace along the forest road. Though early in the season, it was warm and genial weather. The trees were budding into leaf, the hedges and the grass were green, the air was musical with songs of birds, and high above them all the lark poured out her richest melody. In shady spots the morning dew sparkled on each young leaf and blade of grass, and where the sun was shining some diamond drops yet glistened brightly, as in unwillingness to leave so fair a world and have such brief existence. Even the light wind, whose rustling was as gentle to the ear as softly falling water, had its hope and promise, and leaving a pleasant fragrance in its track as it went fluttering by, whispered of its intercourse with summer and of his happy coming. The solitary rider went glancing on among the trees, from sunlight into shade and back again at the same even pace, looking about him certainly from time to time, but with no greater thought of a day or the scene through which he moved than that he was fortunate, being choicely dressed, to have such favorable weather. He smiled very complacently at such times, but rather as if he were satisfied with himself than with anything else, and so went riding on upon his chestnut cob, as pleasant to look upon as his own horse, and probably far less sensitive to the many cheerful influences by which he was surrounded. In the course of time the maypole's massive chimneys rose upon his view, but he quickened not his pace one jot, and with the same cool gravity rode up to the tavern porch. John Willett, who was toasting his red face before a great fire in the bar, and who, with surpassing foresight and quickness of apprehension, had been thinking, as he looked at the blue sky, that if that state of things lasted much longer, it might ultimately become necessary to leave off fires and throw the windows open, issued forth to hold his stirrup, calling lustily for Hugh. "Oh, you're here, are you, sir?" said John, rather surprised by the quickness with which he appeared. "Take this here valuable animal into the stable, and have more than particular care of him if you want to keep your place. A mortal lazy fellow, sir. He needs a deal of looking after." "But you have a son," returned Mr. Chester, giving his bridle to Hugh as he dismounted, and acknowledging his salute by a careless motion of his hand towards his hat. "Why don't you make him useful?" "Why, the truth is, sir," replied John with great importance, "that my son—" "What, you're a-listening, are you, villain?" "Who's listening?" returned Hugh angrily. "A treat indeed to hear you speak. Would you have me take him in till he's cool?" "Walk him up and down further off then, sir," cried old John, "and when you see me and a noble gentleman entertaining ourselves with talk, keep your distance." "If you don't know your distance, sir," added Mr. Willett, after an enormously long pause, during which he fixed his great dull eyes on Hugh and waited with exemplary patience for any little property in the way of ideas that might come to him, "we'll find a way to teach you pretty soon." Hugh shrugged his shoulders scornfully, and, in his reckless, swaggering way, crossed to the other side of a little green, and there, with the bridle slung loosely over his shoulder, led the horse to and fro, glancing at his master every now and then from under his bushy eyebrows, with as sinister an aspect as one would desire to see. Mr. Chester, who, without appearing to do so, had eyed him attentively during this brief dispute, stepped into the porch and, turning abruptly to Mr. Willett, said, "You keep strange servants, John." "Strange enough to look at, sir, certainly," answered the host. "But out of doors, for horses, dogs, and the likes of that, there ain't a better man in England than is that Maypole Hugh yonder. He ain't fit for indoors," added Mr. Willett, with the confidential air of a man who felt his own superior nature. "I do that, but if that chap had only a little imagination, sir—" "He's an active fellow now, I dare swear," said Mr. Chester, in a musing tone, which seemed to suggest that he would have said the same had there been nobody to hear him. "Active, sir," retorted John, with quite an expression in his face. "That chap? Hello there, you, sir, bring that horse here, and go and hang my wig on the weathercock to show this gentleman whether you're one of the lively sort or not." Hugh made no answer, but throwing the bridle to his master and snatching his wig from his head, in a manner so unceremonious and hasty that the action discomposed Mr. Willett not a little, though performed at his own special desire, climbed nimbly to the very summit of the maypole before the house, and hanging the wig upon the weathercock, sent it twirling round like a roasting jack. Having achieved this performance, he cast it on the ground, and sliding down the pole with inconceivable rapidity, alighted on his feet almost as soon as it had touched the earth. "There, sir," said John, relapsing into his usual stolid state. "You won't see that at many houses besides the Maypole, where there's good accommodation for man and beast. Not that neither, though that with him is nothing." This last remark bore reference to his vaulting on horseback, as upon Mr. Chester's first visit, and quickly disappearing by the stable gate. "That with him is nothing," repeated Mr. Willett, brushing his wig with his wrist, and inwardly resolving to distribute a small charge for dust and damage to that article of dress, through the various items of his guest's bill. "He'll get out of a'most any winder in the house. There never was such a chap for flinging himself about and never hurting his bones. It's my opinion, sir, that it's pretty nearly allowing to his not having any imagination, and that if imagination could be, which it can't, knocked into him, he'd never be able to do it any more. But we was a-talking, sir, about my son." "True, Willett, true," said his visitor, turning again towards the landlord with his accustomed serenity of face. "My good friend, what about him?" It has been reported that Mr. Willett, previously to making answer, winked, but as he was never known to be guilty of such lightness of conduct either before or afterwards, this may be looked upon as a malicious invention of his enemies, founded perhaps upon the undisputed circumstance of his taking his guest by the third breast-button of his coat, counting downwards from the chin, and pouring his reply into his ear. "Sir," whispered John with dignity, "I know my duty. We want no love-making here, sir, unbeknown to parents. I respect a certain young gentleman taking him in the light of a young gentleman. I respect a certain young lady, taking her in the light of a young lady. But of the two as a couple, I have no knowledge, sir, none whatever. My son, sir, is upon his patrol." "I thought I saw him looking through the corner window but this moment," said Mr. Chester, who naturally thought that being on patrol implied walking about somewhere. "No doubt you did, sir," returned John. "He's upon his patrol of honor, sir, not to leave the premises. Me and some friends of mine that use the Maypole of an evening, sir, considered what was best to be done with him to prevent his doing anything unpleasant in opposing your desires, and we've put him on his patrol. And what's more, sir, he won't be off his patrol for a pretty long time to come, I can tell you that." When he had communicated this bright idea, which had its origin in the perusal by the village cronies of a newspaper containing, among other matters, an account of how some officer pending the sentence of some court-martial had been enlarged on parole, Mr. Willett drew back from his guest's ear, and without any visible alteration of feature, chuckled thrice audibly. This nearest approach to a laugh in which he ever indulged, and that but seldom and only on extreme occasions, never even curled his lip or affected the smallest change in, no, not so much as a slight wagging of, his great fat double chin, which at these times, as at all others, remained a perfect desert in the broad map of his face, one changeless, dull, tremendous blank. Lest it should be matter of surprise to any that Mr. Willett adopted this bold course in opposition to one whom he had often entertained, and who'd always paid his way at the Maypole gallantly, it may be remarked that it was his very penetration and sagacity in this respect which occasioned him to indulge in those unusual demonstrations of jocularity just now recorded. For Mr. Willett, after carefully balancing father and son in his mental scales, had arrived at the distinct conclusion that the old gentleman was a better sort of a customer than the young one. Throwing his landlord into the same scale, which was already turned by this consideration, and heaping upon him again his strong desires to run counter to the unfortunate Joe, and his opposition as a general principle to all matters of love and matrimony, it went down to the very ground straightway, and sent the light cause of the younger gentleman flying upwards to the ceiling. Mr. Chester was not the kind of man to be by any means dim-sighted to Mr. Willett's motives, but he thanked him as graciously as if he'd been one of the most disinterested martyrs that ever shone on earth, and leaving him, with many complimentary reliances on his great taste and judgment, to prepare whatever dinner he might deem most fitting the occasion, bent his steps towards the warren. Dressed with more than his usual elegance, assuming a gracefulness of manner which, though it was the result of long study, sat easily upon him and became him well, composing his features into their most serene and prepossessing expression, and setting, in short, that guard upon himself at every point which denoted that he attached no slight importance to the impression he was about to make, he entered the bounds of Miss Haredale's usual walk. He had not gone far, or looked about him long, when he descried coming towards him a female figure. A glimpse of the form and dress as she crossed a little wooden bridge which lay between them satisfied him that he'd found her whom he desired to see. He threw himself in her way, and a very few paces brought them close together. He raised his hat from his head, and yielding the path, suffered her to pass him. Then, as if the idea had but that moment occurred to him, he turned hastily back and said in an agitated voice, "I beg pardon. Do I address Miss Haredale?" She stopped in some confusion at being so unexpectedly accosted by a stranger, and answered, "Yes." "Something told me," he said, looking a compliment to her beauty, "that it could be no other, Miss Haredale. I bear a name which is not unknown to you, which it is a pride and yet a pain to me to know, sounds pleasantly in your ears. I am a man advanced in life, as you see. I am the father of him whom you honor and distinguish above all other men. May I, for weighty reasons which fill me with distress, beg but a minute's conversation with you here?" Who that was inexperienced in deceit, and had a frank and youthful heart, could doubt the speaker's truth? Could doubt it, too, when the voice that spoke was like the faint echo of one she knew so well and so much loved to hear? She inclined her head and, stopping, cast her eyes upon the ground. "A little more apart. Among these trees. It is an old man's hand, Miss Haredale, an honest one, believe me." She put hers in it as he said these words, and suffered him to lead her to a neighboring seat. "You alarm me, sir," she said in a low voice. "You are not the bearer of any ill news, I hope?" "Of none that you anticipate," he answered, sitting down beside her. "Edward is well, quite well. It is of him I wish to speak, certainly, but I have no misfortune to communicate." She bowed her head again, and made as though she would have begged him to proceed, but said nothing. "I am sensible that I speak to you at a disadvantage, dear Miss Haredale. Believe me that I am not so forgetful of the feelings of my younger days as not to know that you are little disposed to view me with favor. You have heard me described as cold-hearted, calculating, selfish. I have never, sir," she interposed with an altered manner and a firmer voice, "I have never heard you spoken of in harsh or disrespectful terms. You do a great wrong to Edward's nature if you believe him capable of any mean or base proceeding." "Pardon me, my sweet young lady, but your uncle—" "Nor is it my uncle's nature either," she replied, with a heightened color in her cheek. "It is not his nature to stab in the dark, nor is it mine to love such deeds." She rose as she spoke and would have left him, but he detained her with a gentle hand, and besought her in such persuasive accents to hear him but another minute, that she was easily prevailed upon to comply, and so sat down again. "And it is," said Mr. Chester, looking upward and apostrophizing the air, "it is this frank, ingenuous, noble nature, Ned, that you can wound so lightly. Shame, shame upon you, boy!" She turned towards him quickly, and with a scornful look and flashing eyes. There were tears in Mr. Chester's eyes, but he dashed them hurriedly away, as though unwilling that his weakness should be known, and regarded her with mingled admiration and compassion. "I never until now," he said, "believed that the frivolous actions of a young man could move me like these of my own son. I never knew till now the worth of a woman's heart, which boys so lightly win and lightly fling away. Trust me, dear young lady, that I never until now did know your worth. And though an abhorrence of deceit and falsehood has impelled me to seek you out, and would have done so had you been the poorest and least gifted of your sex, I should have lacked the fortitude to sustain the interview could I have pictured you in my imagination as you really are." Oh, if Mrs. Varden could have seen the virtuous gentleman as he said these words, with indignation sparkling from his eyes! If she could have heard his broken, quavering voice! If she could have beheld him as he stood bareheaded in the sunlight, and with unwonted energy poured forth his eloquence! With a haughty face, but pale and trembling too, Emma regarded him in silence. She neither spoke nor moved, but gazed upon him as though she would look into his heart. "I throw off," said Mr. Chester, "the restraint which natural affection would impose on some men, and reject all bonds but those of truth and duty. Miss Haredale, you are deceived. You are deceived by your unworthy lover and my unworthy son." Still she looked at him steadily, and still said not one word. "I have ever opposed his professions of love for you. You will do me the justice, Miss Haredale, to remember that. Your uncle and myself were enemies in early life, and if I had sought retaliation, I might have found it here. But as we grow older, we grow wiser. Bitter, I would fain hope, and from the first I have opposed him in this attempt. I foresaw the end, and would have spared you if I could. Speak plainly, sir, she faltered. You deceive me, or are deceived yourself. I do not believe you. I cannot. I should not. First, said Mr. Chester soothingly, for there may be in your mind some latent angry feeling to which I would not appeal. Pray take this letter. It reached my hands by chance and by mistake, and should have accounted to you, as I am told, for my son's not answering some other note of yours. God forbid, Miss Haredale, said the good gentleman with great emotion, that there should be in your gentle heart one causeless ground of quarrel with him. You should know, and you will see, that he was in no fault here. There appeared something so very candid, so scrupulously honourable, so very truthful and just in this course, something which rendered the upright person who resorted to it so worthy of belief, that Emma's heart for the first time sank within her. She turned away and burst into tears. I would, said Mr. Chester, leaning over her and speaking in mild and quite venerable accents, I would, dear girl, it were my task to banish, not increase, those tokens of your grief. My son, my erring son, I will not call him deliberately criminal in this, for men so young, who've been inconstant twice or thrice before, act without reflection, almost without a knowledge of the wrong they do, will break his plighted faith to you, has broken it even now. Shall I stop here, and having given you this warning, leave it to be fulfilled, or shall I go on? You will go on, sir, she answered, and speak more plainly yet, in justice both to him and me. My dear girl, said Mr. Chester, bending over her more affectionately still, whom I would call my daughter, but the fates forbid, Edward seeks to break with you upon a false and most unwarrantable pretense. I have it on his own showing, in his own hand. Forgive me if I have had a watch upon his conduct. I am his father. I had a regard for your peace and his honour, and no better resource was left me. There lies on his desk at this present moment, ready for transmission to you, a letter in which he tells you that our poverty, his and mine, Miss Haredale, forbids him to pursue his claim upon your hand, in which he voluntarily proposes to free you from your pledge, and talks magnanimously, men do so very commonly in such cases, of being in time more worthy of your regard, and so forth. A letter, to be plain, in which he not only jilts you, pardon the word, I would summon to your aid your pride and dignity, not only jilts you, I fear, in favor of the object whose slighting treatment first inspired his brief passion for yourself, and gave it birth in wounded vanity, but affects to make a merit and a virtue of the act. She glanced proudly at him once more, as by an involuntary impulse, and with a swelling breast rejoined, If what you say be true, he takes much needless trouble, sir, to compass his design. He's very tender of my peace of mind. I quite thank him. The truth of what I tell you, dear young lady, he replied, you will test by the receipt or non-receipt of the letter of which I speak. Haredale, my dear fellow, I am delighted to see you, although we meet under singular circumstances, and upon a melancholy occasion. I hope you are very well. At these words the young lady raised her eyes, which were filled with tears, and seeing that her uncle indeed stood before them, and being quite unequal to the trial of hearing or of speaking one word more, hurriedly withdrew and left them. They stood looking at each other and at her retreating figure, and for a long time neither of them spoke. What does this mean? Explain it, said Mr. Haredale at length. Why are you here, and why with her? My dear friend, rejoined the other, resuming his accustomed manner with infinite readiness, and throwing himself upon the bench with a weary air. "You told me not very long ago, at that delightful old tavern of which you are the esteemed proprietor, and a most charming establishment it is for persons of rural pursuits and in robust health who are not liable to take cold, that I had the head and heart of an evil spirit in all matters of deception. I thought at the time, I really did think you flattered me. But now I begin to wonder at your discernment, and, vanity apart, do honestly believe you spoke the truth. Did you ever counterfeit extreme ingenuousness and honest indignation? My dear fellow, you have no conception, if you never did, how faint the effort makes one." Mr. Haredale surveyed him with a look of cold contempt. "You may evade an explanation, I know," he said, folding his arms, "but I must have it. I can wait." "Not at all, not at all, my good fellow. You shall not wait a moment," returned his friend as he lazily crossed his legs. "The simplest thing in the world. It lies in a nutshell. Ned has written her a letter, a boyish, honest, sentimental composition, which remains as yet in his desk, because he hasn't had the heart to send it. I have taken the liberty, for which my parental affection and anxiety are a sufficient excuse, and possessed myself of the contents. I have described them to your niece, a most enchanting person, Haredale, quite an angelic creature, with a little colouring and description adapted to our purpose. It's done. You may be quite easy. It's all over. Deprived of their adherents and mediators, her pride and jealousy roused to the utmost, with nobody to undeceive her, and you to confirm me, you will find that their intercourse will close with her answer. And if she receives Ned's letter by tomorrow noon, you may date their parting from tomorrow night. No thanks, I beg. You owe me none. I have acted for myself, and if I have forwarded our compact with all the ardour even you could have desired, I have done so selfishly indeed. I curse the compact, as you call it, with my whole heart and soul, returned the other. It was made in an evil hour. I have bound myself to a lie. I have leagued myself with you, and though I did so with a righteous motive, and though it cost me such an effort as haply few men know, I hate and despise myself for the deed. You are very warm, said Mr. Chester, with a languid smile. I am warm. I am maddened by your coldness. Death, Chester, if your blood ran warmer in your veins, and there were no restraints upon me, such as those that hold and drag me back. Well, it is done. You tell me so, and on such a point I may believe you. When I am most remorseful for this treachery, I will think of you and your marriage, and try to justify myself in such remembrances, for having torn asunder Emma and your son at any cost. Our bond is cancelled now, and we may part. Mr. Chester kissed his hand gracefully, and with the same tranquil face he had preserved throughout, even when he had seen his companion so tortured and transported by his passion that his whole frame was shaken, lay in his lounging posture on the seat, and watched him as he walked away. My scapegoat and my drudge at school, he said, raising his head to look after him. My friend of later days, who could not keep his mistress when he'd won her, and threw me in her way to carry off the prize. I triumph in the present and the past. Bark on, ill-favoured, ill-conditioned cur. Fortune has been with me. I like to hear you. The spot where they had met was in an avenue of trees. Mr. Haredale, not passing out on either hand, had walked straight on. He chanced to turn his head when at some considerable distance, and seeing that his late companion had by that time risen and was looking after him, stood still as though he half expected him to follow and waited for his coming up. It may come to that one day, but not yet, said Mr. Chester, waving his hand as though they were the best of friends, and turning away. "Not yet, Haredale. Life is pleasant enough to me, dull and full of heaviness to you. No, to cross swords with such a man, to indulge his humour unless upon extremity, would be weak indeed." For all that, he drew his sword as he walked along, and in an absent humour ran his eye from hilt to point full 20 times. But thoughtfulness begets wrinkles. Remembering this, he soon put it up, smoothed his contracted brow, hummed a gay tune with greater gaiety of manner, and was his unruffled self again. This ends chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 30. A homely proverb recognizes the existence of a troublesome class of persons who, having an inch conceded them, will take an ell. Not to quote the illustrious examples of those heroic scourges of mankind, whose amiable path in life has been from birth to death through blood and fire and ruin, and who would seem to have existed for no better purpose than to teach mankind that as the absence of pain is pleasure, so the earth, purged of their presence, may be deemed a blessed place. Not to quote such mighty instances, it will be sufficient to refer to old John Willet. Old John, having long encroached the good standard inch, full measure, on the liberty of Joe, and having snipped off a Flemish L in the matter of the parole, grew so despotic and so great that his thirst for conquest knew no bounds. The more young Joe submitted, the more absolute old John became. The L soon faded into nothing. Yards, furlongs, miles arose, and on went old John in the pleasantest manner possible, trimming off an exuberance in this place, shearing away some liberty of speech or action in that, and conducting himself in his small way with as much high mightiness and majesty as the most glorious tyrant that ever had his statue reared in the public ways, of ancient or of modern times. As great men are urged on to the abuse of power, when they need urging, which is not often, by their flatterers and dependents, so old John was impelled to these exercises of authority by the applause and admiration of his maypole cronies, who, in the intervals of their nightly pipes and pots, would shake their heads and say that Mr. Willet was a father of the good old English sort, that there were no newfangled notions or modern ways in him, that he put them in mind of what their fathers were when they were boys, but there was no mistake about him, that it would be well for the country if there were more like him, and more was the pity that there were not, with many other original remarks of that nature. Then they would condescendingly give Joe to understand that it was all for his good, and he would be thankful for it one day. And in particular, Mr. Cobb would acquaint him that when he was his age, his father thought no more of giving him a parental kick, or a box on the ears, or a cuff on the head, or some little admonition of that sort, than he did of any other ordinary duty of life. And he would further remark, with looks of great significance, that but for this judicious bringing up, he might have never been the man he was at that present speaking, which was probable enough, as he was, beyond all question, the dullest dog of the party. In short, between old John and old John's friends, there never was an unfortunate young man so bullied, badgered, worried, fretted, and browbeaten, so constantly beset, or made so tired of his life, as poor Joe Willet. This had come to be the recognized and established state of things, but as John was very anxious to flourish his supremacy before the eyes of Mr. Chester, he did that day exceed himself, and did so goad and chafe his son and heir, that but for Joe's having made a solemn vow to keep his hands in his pockets when they were not otherwise engaged, it is impossible to say what he might have done with them. But the longest day has an end, and at length Mr. Chester came downstairs to mount his horse, which was ready at the door. As old John was not in the way at the moment, Joe, who was sitting in the bar ruminating on his dismal fate and the manifold perfections of Dolly Varden, ran out to hold the guest's stirrup and assist him to mount. Mr. Chester was scarcely in the saddle, and Joe was in the very act of making him a graceful bow, when old John came diving out of the porch and collared him. "None of that, sir," said John. "None of that, sir. No breaking of patrols. How dare you come out of a door, sir, without leave? You're trying to get away, sir, are you, and to make a traitor of yourself again? What do you mean, sir?" "Let me go, father," said Joe, imploringly, as he marked the smile upon their visitor's face, and observed the pleasure his disgrace afforded him. "This is too bad. Who wants to get away?" "Who wants to get away?" cried John, shaking him. "Why, you do, sir, you do. You're the boy, sir," added John, collaring with one hand and aiding the effect of a farewell bow to the visitor with the other, "that wants to sneak into houses and stir up differences between noble gentlemen and their sons, are you, eh? Hold your tongue, sir." Joe made no effort to reply. It was the crowning circumstance of his degradation. He extricated himself from his father's grasp, darted an angry look at the departing guest, and returned into the house. But for her, thought Joe, as he threw his arms upon a table in the common room and laid his head upon them. But for Dolly, who I couldn't bear should think me the rascal they would make me out to be if I ran away. This house and I should part tonight. It being evening by this time, Solomon Daisy, Tom Cobb, and Long Parks were all in the common room too, and had from the window been witnesses of what had just occurred. Mr. Willett, joining them soon afterwards, received the compliments of the company with great composure, and lighting his pipe, sat down among them. "We'll see, gentlemen," said John, after a long pause, "who's the master of this house, and who isn't. We'll see whether boys are to govern men, or men are to govern boys."
"And quite right, too," assented Solomon Daisy with some approving nods. "Quite right, Johnny. Very good, Johnny. Well said, Mr. Willett. Bravo, sir."
John slowly brought his eyes to bear upon him, looked at him for a long time, and finally made answer, to the unspeakable consternation of his hearers. "When I want encouragement from you, sir, I'll ask you for it. You let me alone, sir. I can get on without you, I hope. Don't you tackle me, sir, if you please."
"Don't take it ill, Johnny. I didn't mean any harm," pleaded the little man.
"Very good, sir," said John, more than usually obstinate after his late success. "Never mind, sir. I can stand pretty firm of myself, sir. I believe without being shored up by you." And having given utterance to this retort, Mr. Willett fixed his eyes upon the boiler and fell into a kind of tobacco trance. The spirits of the company being somewhat damped by this embarrassing line of conduct on the part of their host, nothing more was said for a long time. But at length Mr. Cobb took upon himself to remark, as he rose to knock the ashes out of his pipe, that he hoped Joe would thenceforth learn to obey his father in all things, that he'd found that day he was not one of the sort of men who were to be trifled with, and that he would recommend him, poetically speaking, to mind his eye for the future. "I'd recommend you in return," said Joe, looking up with a flushed face, "not to talk to me." "Hold your tongue, sir," cried Mr. Willett, suddenly rousing himself and turning around. "I won't, father," cried Joe, smiting the table with his fist, so that the jugs and glasses rung again. "These things are hard enough to bear from you. From anybody else I never will endure them any more. Therefore I say, Mr. Cobb,
Don't talk to me."
"Why, who are you," said Mr. Cobb sneeringly, "that you're not to be talked to, Joe?"
To which Joe returned no answer, but with a very ominous shake of the head, resumed his old position, which he would have peacefully preserved until the house shut up at night, but that Mr. Cobb, stimulated by the wonder of the company at the young man's presumption, retorted with sundry taunts, which proved too much for the flesh and blood to bear. Crowding into one moment the vexation and the wrath of years, Joe started up, overturned the table, fell upon his long enemy, pummeled him with all his might and main, and finished by driving him with surprising swiftness against the heap of spittoons in one corner, plunging into which, head foremost, with a tremendous crash. He lay at full length among the ruins, stunned and motionless. Then, without waiting to receive the compliments of the bystanders on the victory he'd won, he retreated to his own bedchamber, and considering himself in a state of siege, piled all the portable furniture against the door by way of barricade. "I've done it now," said Joe, as he sat down upon his bedstead and wiped his heated face. "I knew it would come at last. The Maypole and I must part company. I'm a roving vagabond. She hates me forevermore. It's all over." This ends chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 31. Pondering on his unhappy lot, Joe sat and listened for a long time, expecting every moment to hear their creaking footsteps on the stairs, or to be greeted by his worthy father with a summons to capitulate unconditionally and deliver himself up straightway. But neither voice nor footstep came, and though some distant echoes, as of closing doors and people hurrying in and out of rooms, resounding from time to time through the great passages and penetrating to his remote seclusion, gave note of unusual commotion downstairs, no nearer sound disturbed his place of retreat, which seemed the quieter for these far-off noises, and was as dull and full of gloom as any hermit's cell. It came on darker and darker, which was a kind of hospital for all the invalided movables in the house, grew indistinct and shadowy in its many shapes. Chairs and tables, which by day were as honest cripples as need be, assumed a doubtful and mysterious character, and one old leprous screen of faded India leather and gold binding, which had kept out many a cold breath of air in days of yore and shut in many a jolly face, frowned on him with a spectral aspect, and stood at full height in its allotted corner, like some gaunt ghost who waited to be questioned. A portrait opposite the window, a queer old grey-eyed general in an oval frame, seemed to wink and doze as the light decayed, and at length, when the last faint glimmering speck of day went out, to shut its eyes in good earnest and fall sound asleep. There was such a hush and mystery about everything that Joe could not help following its example, and so went off into a slumber likewise, and dreamed of Dolly till the clock of Cligwell church struck 2. Still nobody came, for distant noises in the house had ceased, and out of doors all was quiet, save for the occasional barking of some deep-mouthed dog and the shaking of the branches by the night wind. He gazed mournfully out of window at each well-known object as it lay sleeping in the dim light of the moon, and creeping back to his former seat, thought about the late uproar until, with long thinking of, it seemed to have occurred a month ago. Thus, between dozing and thinking and walking to the window and looking out, the night wore away,
The grim old screen and the kindred chairs and tables began slowly to reveal themselves in their accustomed forms. The gray-eyed general seemed to wink and yawn and rouse himself, and at last he was broad awake again, and very uncomfortable and cold and haggard he looked in the dull gray light of morning. The sun had begun to peep above the forest trees, and already flung across the curling mist bright bars of gold, when Joe dropped from his window on the ground below, a little bundle and his trusty stick, and prepared to descend himself. It was not a very difficult task, for there were so many projections and gable ends in the way that they formed a series of clumsy steps, with no greater obstacle than a jump of some few feet at last. Joe, with his stick and bundle on his shoulder, quickly stood on the firm earth and looked up at the old maypole, it might be for the last time. He didn't apostrophize it, for he was no great scholar. He didn't curse it, for he had little ill will to give to anything on earth. He felt more affectionate and kind to it than ever he'd done in all his life before, so said with all his heart, "God bless you," as a parting wish, and turned away. He walked along at a brisk pace, big with great thoughts of going for a soldier and dying in some foreign country where it was very hot and sandy, and leaving God knows what unheard-of wealth in prize money to Dolly, who would be very much affected when she came to know of it, and full of such youthful visions, which were sometimes sanguine and sometimes melancholy, but always had her for their main point and centre, pushed on vigorously until the noise of London sounded in his ears, and the Black Lion hove in sight. It was only 8 o'clock then, and very much astonished the Black Lion was to see him come walking in with dust upon his feet at that early hour, with no grey mare to bear him company. But as he ordered breakfast to be got ready with all speed, and on its being set before him gave indisputable tokens of a hearty appetite, the lion received him, as usual, with a hospitable welcome, and treated him with those marks of distinction which, as a regular customer, and one within the freemasonry of a trade, he had a right to claim. The lion, or landlord, for he was called both man and beast by reason of his having instructed the artist who painted his sign to convey into the features of the lordly brute whose effigy it bore as near a counterpart of his own face as his skill could compass and devise, was a gentleman almost as quick of apprehension and of almost as subtle a wit as the mighty John himself. But the difference between them lay in this, that whereas Mr. Willet's extreme sagacity and acuteness were the efforts of unassisted nature, the lion stood indebted in no small amount to beer, of which he swigged such copious draughts that most of his faculties were utterly drowned and washed away, except the one great faculty of sleep, which he retained in surprising perfection. The creaking lion over the house door was therefore, to say the truth, rather a drowsy, tame, and feeble lion, and as these social representatives of a savage class are usually of a conventional nature, being depicted for the most part in impossible attitudes and of unearthly colors, he was frequently supposed by the more ignorant and uninformed among the neighbors to be the veritable portrait of the host as he appeared on the occasion of some great funeral ceremony or public mourning. "What noisy fellow is that in the next room?" said Joe, when he had disposed of his breakfast and had washed and brushed himself. "A recruiting sergeant," replied the lion. Joe started involuntarily. Here was the very thing he'd been dreaming of all the way along. "And I wish," said the lion, "he was anywhere else but here. The party make noise enough, but don't call for much. There's a great cry there, Mr. Willett, but very little wool. Your father wouldn't like 'em, I know." Perhaps not much under any circumstances. Perhaps if he could have known what was passing at that moment in Joe's mind, he would have liked them still less. "Is he recruiting for a fine regiment?" said Joe, glancing at a little round mirror that hung in the bar.
"I believe he is," replied the host. "It's much the same thing whatever regiment he's recruiting for. I'm told there ain't a deal of difference between a fine man and another one when they're shot through and through."
"They're not all shot," said Joe.
"No," the lion answered, "not all. Those that are, supposing it's done easy, are the best off, in my opinion."
"Ah," retorted Joe, "but you don't care for glory."
"For what?" said the lion.
"Glory."
"No," returned the lion, with supreme indifference, "I don't. You're right in that, Mr. Willett. When glory comes here and calls for anything to drink and charges a guinea to pay for it, I'll give it him for nothing. It's my belief, sir, that the glory's arms wouldn't do a very strong business."
These remarks were not at all comforting. Joe walked out, stopped at the door of the next room, and listened. The sergeant was describing a military life. It was all drinking, he said, except that there were frequent intervals of eating and love-making. A battle was the finest thing in the world when your side won it, and Englishmen always did that. "Supposing you should be killed, sir," said a timid voice in one corner.
"Well, sir, supposing you should be," said the sergeant, "what then? Your country loves you, sir. His Majesty King George III loves you. Your memory is honoured, revered, respected. Everybody's fond of you and grateful to you. Your name's wrote down at full length in a book in the War Office. Dammy, gentlemen, we must all die some time or another, eh?"
The voice coughed and said no more. Joe walked into the room. A group of half a dozen fellows had gathered together in the tap room and were listening with greedy ears. One of them, a carter in a smock frock, seemed wavering and disposed to enlist. The rest, who were by no means disposed, strongly urged him to do so, according to the custom of mankind, backed the sergeant's arguments and grinned among themselves.
"I say nothing, boys," said the sergeant,
who sat a little apart drinking his liquor.
"For lads of spirit,"
here he cast an eye on Joe,
"this is the time. I don't want to inveigle you. The king's not come to that, I hope. Brisk young blood is what we want, not milk and water. We won't take 5 men out of 6. We want topsoils, we do. I'm not a-going to tell tales out of school, but dammy, if every gentleman's son that carries arms in our corps through being under a cloud and having little differences with his relations was counted up—"
Here his eye fell on Joe again, and so good-naturedly that Joe beckoned him out. He came directly.
"You're a gentleman, by God," was his first remark, as he slapped him on the back. "You're a gentleman in disguise. So am I. Let's swear a friendship."
Joe didn't exactly do that, but he shook hands with him and thanked him for his good opinion.
"You want to serve," said his new friend. "You shall. You were made for it. You're one of us by nature. What'll you take to drink?"
"Nothing just now," replied Joe, smiling faintly. "I haven't quite made up my mind."
"A mettlesome fellow like you, and not made up his mind," cried the sergeant. "Here, let me give the bell a pull, and you'll make up your mind in half a minute, I know."
"You're right so far," answered Joe, "for if you pull the bell here, where I'm known, there'll be an end of my soldiering inclinations in no time. Look in my face. You see me, do you?"
"I do," replied the sergeant with an oath, "and a finer young fellow, or one better qualified to serve as king and country, I never set my—" he used an adjective in this place— "eyes on."
"Thank you," said Joe. "I didn't ask you for want of a compliment, but thank you all the same. Do I look like a sneaking fellow or a liar?" The sergeant rejoined with many choice asseverations that he didn't, and that if the sergeant's own father were to say he did, he would run the old gentleman through the body cheerfully and consider it a meritorious action. Joe expressed his obligations and continued. "You can trust me, then, and credit what I say. I believe I shall enlist in your regiment tonight. The reason I don't do so now is because I don't want until tonight to do what I can't recall. Where shall I find you this evening?" His friend replied with some unwillingness, and after much ineffectual entreaty, having for its object the immediate settlement of the business, that his quarters would be at the Crooked Billet in Tower Street, where he would be found waking until midnight and sleeping until breakfast time tomorrow. "And if I do come, which it's 1,000,000 to 1 I shall, when will you take me out of London?" demanded Joe. "Tomorrow morning, at half after 8 o'clock, replied the sergeant. "You'll go abroad, a country where it's all sunshine and plunder, the finest climate in the world." "To go abroad," said Joe, shaking hands with him, "is the very thing I want. You may expect me." "You're the kind of lad for us," cried the sergeant, holding Joe's hand in his, in the excess of his admiration. "You're the boy to push your fortune. I don't say it because I bear you any envy or would take away from the credit of the rise you'll make. But if I'd been bred and taught like you, I'd have been a colonel by this time." "Tush, man," said Joe, "I'm not so young as that. Needs must when the devil drives, and the devil that drives me is an empty pocket and an unhappy home. For the present, goodbye." "For king and country!" cried the sergeant, flourishing his cap. "For bread and meat!" cried Joe, snapping his fingers. And so they parted. He had very little money in his pocket, so little indeed that after paying for his breakfast, which he was too honest and perhaps too proud to score up to his father's charge, he had but a penny left. He had courage, notwithstanding, to resist all the affectionate importunities of the sergeant, who waylaid him at the door with many protestations of eternal friendship, and did in particular request that he would do him the favor to accept of only 1 shilling as a temporary accommodation. Rejecting his offers both of cash and credit, Joe walked away with stick and bundle as before, bent upon getting through the day as he best could, and going down to the locksmith's in the dusk of the evening. For it should go hard, he had resolved, but he would have a parting word with charming Dolly Varden. He went out by Islington and so on to Highgate, and sat on many stones and gates, but there were no voices in the bells to bid him turn. Since the time of noble Whittington, fair flower of merchants, bells have come to have less sympathy with humankind. They only ring for money and on state occasions. Wanderers have increased in number. Ships leave the Thames for distant regions, carrying from stem to stern no other cargo. The bells are silent. They ring out no entreaties or regrets. They are used to it and have grown worldly. Joe bought a roll and reduced his purse to the condition, with a difference, of that celebrated purse of Fortunatus, which, whatever were its favored owner's necessities, had one unvarying amount in it. In these real times, when all the fairies are dead and buried, there are still a great many purses which possess that quality. The sum total they contain is expressed in arithmetic by a circle, and whether it is to be added to or multiplied by its own amount, the result of the problem is more easily stated than any known in figures. Evening drew on at last. With the desolate and solitary feeling of one who had no home or shelter and was alone utterly in the world for the first time, he bent his steps towards the locksmith's house. He had delayed till now, knowing that Mrs. Varden sometimes went out alone, or with Miggs for her sole attendant, to lectures in the evening, and devoutly hoping that this might be one of her nights of moral culture. He'd walked up and down before the house on the opposite side of the way 2 or 3 times, when as he returned to it again, he caught a glimpse of a fluttering skirt at the door. It was Dolly's. To whom else could it belong? No dress but hers had such a flow as that. He plucked up his spirits and followed it into the workshop of the Golden Key. His darkening of the door caused her to look round. Oh, that face! If it hadn't been for that, thought Joe, I should never have walked into poor Tom Cobb. She's 20 times handsomer than ever. She might marry a lord. He didn't say this. He only thought it, perhaps looked it also. Dolly was glad to see him and was so sorry her father and mother were away from home. Joe begged she wouldn't mention it on any account. Dolly hesitated to lead the way into the parlor, for there it was nearly dark, and at the same time she hesitated to stand talking in the workshop, which was yet light and open to the street. They got by some means, too, before the little forge, and Joe having her hand in his, which he had no right to have, for Dolly only gave it him to shake. It was so like standing before some homely altar being married that it was the most embarrassing state of things in the world. "I've come," said Joe, "to say goodbye. To say goodbye for I don't know how many years, perhaps forever. I'm going abroad." Now this was exactly what he should not have said. Here he was talking like a gentleman at large who was free to come and go and roam about the world at pleasure, when that gallant coachmaker had vowed but the night before that Miss Varden held him bound in adamantine chains, and had positively stated in so many words that she was killing him by inches, and that in a fortnight more or thereabouts he expected to make a decent end and leave the business to his mother. Dolly released her hand and said, "Indeed?" She remarked in the same breath that it was a fine night, and, in short, betrayed no more emotion than the forge itself. "I couldn't go," said Joe, "without coming to see you. I hadn't the heart to." Dolly was more sorry than she could tell that he should have taken so much trouble. It was such a long way, and he must have such a deal to do. And how was Mr. Willett, that dear old gentleman? "Is this all you say?" cried Joe. All? Good gracious, what did the man expect? She was obliged to take her apron in her hand and run her eyes along the hem from corner to corner to keep herself from laughing in his face. Not because his gaze confused her. Not at all. Joe had small experience in love affairs, and had no notion how different young ladies are at different times. He had expected to take Dolly up again at the very point where he'd left her after that delicious evening ride, and was no more prepared for such an alteration than to see the sun and moon change places. He had buoyed himself up all day with an indistinct idea that she would certainly say, "Don't go," or "Don't leave us," or "Why do you go?" or "Why do you leave us?" or would give him some little encouragement of that sort. He had even entertained the possibility of her bursting into tears, of her throwing herself into his arms, of her falling down in a fainting fit without previous word or sign. But any approach to such a line of conduct as this had been so far from his thoughts that he could only look at her in silent wonder. Dolly, in the meantime, turned to the corners of her apron and measured the sides and smoothed out the wrinkles, and was as silent as he. At last, after a long pause, Joe said goodbye. "Goodbye," said Dolly, with as pleasant a smile as if he were going into the next street and were coming back to supper. "Goodbye." "Come," said Joe, putting out both hands. "Dolly, dear Dolly, don't let us part like this. I love you dearly with all my heart and soul, with as much truth and earnestness as ever man loved woman in this world, I do believe. I am a poor fellow, as you know, poorer now than ever, for I've fled from home, not being able to bear it any longer, and must fight my own way without help. You are beautiful, admired, and loved by everybody. are well off and happy, and may you ever be so. Heaven forbid I should ever make you otherwise. But give me a word of comfort. Say something kind to me. I have no right to expect it of you, I know, but I ask it because I love you, and shall treasure the slightest word from you all through my life. Dolly, dearest, have you nothing to say to me? No, nothing. Dolly was a coquette by nature, and a spoilt child. She had no notion of being carried by storm in this way. The coachmaker would have been dissolved in tears, and would have knelt down, and called himself names, and clasped his hands, and beat his breast, and tugged wildly at his cravat, and done all kinds of poetry. Joe had no business to be going abroad. He had no right to be able to do it. If he was in adamantine chains, he couldn't. "I have said good-bye," said Dolly, "twice. Take your arm away directly, Mr. Joseph, or I'll call Miggs." "I'll not reproach you," answered Joe. "It's my fault, no doubt. I have thought sometimes that you didn't quite despise me, but I was a fool to think so. Every one must who has seen the life I have led. You most of all. God bless you." He was gone, actually gone. Dolly waited a little while, thinking he would return, peeped out at the window, looked up the street and down as well as the increasing darkness would allow, came in again, waited a little longer, went upstairs humming a tune, bolted herself in, laid her head down on her bed, and cried as if her heart would break. And yet such natures are made up of so many contradictions that if Joe Willett had come back that night, next day, next week, next month, the odds are 100 to 1 she would have treated him in the very same manner, and have wept for it afterwards with the very same distress. She had no sooner left the workshop than there cautiously peered out from behind the chimney of the forge a face which had already emerged from the same concealment twice or thrice unseen, and which, after satisfying itself that it was now alone, was followed by a leg, a shoulder, and so on by degrees, until the form of Mr. Tappertit stood confessed, with a brown paper cap stuck negligently on one side of its head, and its arms very much akimbo. "Have my ears deceived me," said the prentice, "or do I dream? Am I to thank thee, Fortune, or to cuss thee? Which?" He gravely descended from his elevation, took down his piece of looking-glass, planted it against the wall upon the usual bench, twisted his head round, and looked closely at his legs. "If they're a dream," said Sim, "let sculptors have such visions, and chisel 'em out when they wake. This is reality. Sleep has no such limbs as them. Tremble, Willett, and despair. She's mine! She's mine!" With these triumphant expressions, he seized the hammer and dealt a heavy blow at a vice, which in his mind's eye represented the sconce or head of Joseph Willett. That done, he burst into a peal of laughter, which startled Miss Miggs even in her distant kitchen, and dipping his head into a bowl of water, had recourse to a jack-towel inside the closet door, which served the double purpose of smothering his feelings and drying his face. Joe, disconsolate and downhearted, but full of courage too, on leaving the locksmith's house made the best of his way to the Crooked Billet, and there inquired for his friend the sergeant, who, expecting no man less, received him with open arms. In the course of 5 minutes after his arrival at that house of entertainment, he was enrolled among the gallant defenders of his native land, and within half an hour was regaled with a steaming supper of boiled tripe and onions, prepared, as his friend assured him more than once, at the express command of his most sacred majesty the king. To this meal, which tasted very savory after his long fasting, he did ample justice, and when he'd followed it up, or down, with a variety of loyal and patriotic toasts, he was conducted to a straw mattress in a loft over the stable, and locked in there for the night. The next morning he found that the obliging care of his martial friend had decorated his hat with sundry party-colored streamers, which made a very lively appearance, and in company with that officer and 3 other military gentlemen newly enrolled, who were under a cloud so dense that it only left 3 shoes, a boot, and a coat and a half visible among them, repaired to the riverside. Here they were joined by a corporal and 4 more heroes, of whom 2 were drunk and daring, and 2 sober and penitent, but each of whom, like Joe, had his dusty stick and bundle. The party embarked in a passage boat bound for Gravesend, whence they were to proceed on foot to Chatham. The wind was in their favour, and they soon left London behind them, a mere dark mist, a giant phantom in the air. This ends chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 32. Misfortunes, saith the adage, never come singly. There's little doubt that troubles are exceedingly gregarious in their nature, and flying in flocks are apt to perch capriciously, crowding on the heads of some poor wights until there is not an inch of room left on their unlucky crowns, and taking no more notice of others who offer as good resting places for the soles of their feet than if they had no existence. It may have happened that a flight of troubles brooding over London, and looking out for Joseph Willett, whom they couldn't find, darted down haphazard on the first young man that caught their fancy, and settled on him instead. However this may be, certain it is that on the very day of Joe's departure, they swarmed about the ears of Edward Chester, and did so buzz and flap their wings and persecute him, that he was most profoundly wretched. It was evening, and just 8 o'clock, when he and his father, having wine and dessert set before them, were left to themselves for the first time that day. They had dined together, but a 3rd person had been present during the meal, and until they met at table they had not seen each other since the previous night. Edward was reserved and silent. Mr. Chester was more than usually gay, but not caring, as it seemed, to open a conversation with one whose humour was so different, he vented the lightness of his spirit in smiles and sparkling looks, and made no effort to awaken his attention. So they remained for some time, the father lying on a sofa with his accustomed air of graceful negligence, the son seated opposite to him with downcast eyes, busy, it was plain, with painful and uneasy thoughts. "My dear Edward," said Mr. Chester at length, with a most engaging laugh, "do not extend your drowsy influence to the decanter. Suffer that to circulate. Let your spirits be never so stagnant." Edward begged his pardon, passed it, and relapsed into his former state. "You do wrong not to fill your glass," said Mr. Chester, holding up his own before the light. "Wine in moderation, not in excess, for that makes men ugly, has 1,000 pleasant influences. It brightens the eye, improves the voice, imparts a new vivacity to one's thoughts and conversation. You should try it, Ned." "Ah, father," cried his son, "if—" "My good fellow," interposed the parent hastily, as he set down his glass and raised his eyebrows with a startled and horrified expression, "for heaven's sake, don't call me by that obsolete and ancient name. Have some regard for delicacy. Am I grey or wrinkled? Do I go on crutches? Have I lost my teeth that you adopt such a mode of address? Good God, how very coarse!" "I was about to speak to you from my heart, sir," returned Edward, "in the confidence which should subsist between us, and you check me in the outset." "Now do, Ned, do not," said Mr. Chester, raising his delicate hand imploringly, "talk in that monstrous manner. About to speak from your heart. Don't you know that the heart is an ingenious part of our formation, the center of the blood vessels and all that sort of thing, which has no more to do with what you say or think than your knees have? How can you be so very vulgar and absurd? These anatomical allusions should be left to gentlemen of the medical profession. They are really not agreeable in society. You quite surprise me, Ned." "Well, there are no such things to wound or heal or have regard for. I know your creed, sir, and will say no more," returned his son. "There again," said Mr. Chester, sipping his wine, "you are wrong. I distinctly say there are such things. We know there are. The hearts of animals, of bullocks, sheep, and so forth, are cooked and devoured, as I am told, by the lower classes, with a vast deal of relish. Men are sometimes stabbed to the heart, shot to the heart. But as to speaking from the heart, or to the heart, or being warm-hearted, or cold-hearted, or broken-hearted, or being all heart, or having no heart, pah! These things are nonsense, Ned." "No doubt, sir," returned his son, seeing that he paused for him to speak. "No doubt." "There's Haredale's niece, your late flame," said Mr. Chester, as a careless illustration of his meaning. "No doubt in your mind she was all heart once. Now she has none at all. Yet she is the same person, Ned, exactly." "She's a changed person, sir," cried Edward, reddening, "and changed by vile means, I believe." "You have had a cool dismissal, have you?" said his father. "Poor Ned! I told you last night what would happen. May I ask you for the nutcrackers?" "She's been tampered with and most treacherously deceived," cried Edward, rising from his seat. "I never will believe that the knowledge of my real position, given her by myself, has worked this change. I know she is beset and tortured. But though our contract is at an end, and broken past all redemption, though I charge upon her want of firmness and want of truth, both to herself and me, I do not now and never will believe that any sordid motive or her own unbiased will has led her to this course. Never." "You make me blush," returned his father gaily, "for the folly of your nature, in which, but we never know ourselves, I devoutly hope there is no reflection of my own. With regard to the young lady herself, she's done what is very natural and proper, my dear fellow. What you yourself proposed, as I learned from Haredale, and what I predicted, with no great exercise of sagacity, she would do. She supposed you to be rich, or at least quite rich enough, and found you poor. Marriage is a civil contract. People marry to better their worldly condition and improve appearances. It is an affair of house and furniture, of liveries, servants, equipage, and so forth. The lady being poor, and you poor also, there is an end of the matter. You cannot enter upon these considerations and have no manner of business with the ceremony. I drink her health in this glass, and respect and honor her for her extreme good sense. It is a lesson to you. Fill yours, Ned." "It is a lesson," returned his son, "by which I hope I may never profit, and if years and experience impress it on—" "Don't say on the heart," interposed his father. "On men whom the world and its hypocrisy have spoiled," said Edward warmly. "Heaven keep me from its knowledge." "Come, sir," returned his father, raising himself a little on the sofa and looking straight towards him. "We have had enough of this. Remember, if you please, your interest, your duty, your moral obligations, your filial affections, and all that sort of thing, which it is so very delightful and charming to reflect upon, or you will repent it." "I shall never repent the preservation of my self-respect, sir," said Edward, Forgive me if I say that I will not sacrifice it at your bidding, and that I will not pursue the track which you would have me take, and to which the secret share you have had in this late separation tends." His father rose a little higher still, and looking at him as though curious to know if he were quite resolved in earnest, dropped gently down again and said in the calmest voice, eating his nuts meanwhile, "Edward, my father had a son, who, being a fool like you, and like you entertaining low and disobedient sentiments, he disinherited and cursed one morning after breakfast. The circumstance occurs to me with a singular clearness of recollection this evening. I remember eating muffins at the time with marmalade. He led a miserable life, the son, I mean, and died early. It was a happy release on all accounts. He degraded the family very much. It is a sad circumstance, Edward, when a father finds it necessary to resort to such strong measures." "It is," replied Edward, "and it is sad when a son, preferring him his love and duty in their best and truest sense, finds himself repelled at every turn and forced to disobey. Dear father," he added, more earnestly though in a gentler tone, "I have reflected many times on what occurred between us when we first discussed this subject. Let there be a confidence between us, not in terms but truth. Hear what I have to say." "As I anticipate what it is, and cannot fail to do so, Edward," returned his father coldly, "I decline. I couldn't possibly. I am sure it would put me out of temper, which is a state of mind I can't endure. If you intend to mar my plans for your establishment in life, and the preservation of that gentility and becoming pride which our family have so long sustained, if, in short, you are resolved to take your own course, you must take it, and my curse with it. I'm very sorry, but there's really no alternative." "The curse may pass your lips," said Edward, "but it will be but empty breath. I do not believe that any man on earth has greater power to call one down upon his fellow, least of all upon his own child, than he has to make one drop of rain or flake of snow fall from the clouds above us at his impious bidding. Beware, sir, what you do." "You are so very irreligious, so exceedingly undutiful, so horribly profane," rejoined his father, turning his face lazily towards him, and cracking another nut, "that I positively must interrupt you here. It is quite impossible we can continue to go on upon such terms as these. If you will do me the favor to ring the bell, the servant will show you to the door. Return to this roof no more, I beg you. Go, sir, since you have no moral sense remaining, and go to the devil at my express desire. Good day." Edward left the room without another word or look, and turned his back upon the house forever. The father's face was slightly flushed and heated, but his manner was quite unchanged as he rang the bell again and addressed the servant on his entrance. "Peake, if that gentleman who has just gone out—" "I beg your pardon, sir, Mr. Edward? Were there more than one dolt that you ask the question?" "If that gentleman should send here for his wardrobe, let him have it, do you hear? If he should call himself at any time, I'm not at home. You'll tell him so and shut the door." So it soon got whispered about that Mr. Chester was very unfortunate in his son, who had occasioned him great grief and sorrow. And the good people who heard this and told it again marveled the more at his equanimity and even temper, and said what an amiable nature that man must have, who, having undergone so much, could be so placid and so calm. And when Edward's name was spoken, society shook its head and laid its finger on its lip and sighed and looked very grave, and those who had sons about his age waxed wrathful and indignant, and hoped for virtue's sake that he was dead. And the world went on turning round as usual for 5 years. concerning which this narrative is silent. This ends chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 33. One wintry evening, early in the year of our Lord 1780, a keen north wind arose as it grew dark, and night came on with black and dismal looks. A bitter storm of sleet, sharp, dense, and icy cold, swept the wet streets and rattled on the trembling windows. Signboards, shaken past endurance in their creaking frames, fell crashing on the pavement. Old tottering chimneys reeled and staggered in the blast, and many a steeple rocked again that night as though the earth were troubled. It was not a time for those who could by any means get light and warmth to brave the fury of the weather. In coffee-houses of the better sort, guests crowded round the fire, forgot to be political, and told each other with a secret gladness that the blast grew fiercer every minute. Each humble tavern by the waterside had its group of uncouth figures round the hearth, who talked of vessels foundering at sea and all hands lost, related many a dismal tale of shipwreck and drowned men, and hoped that some they knew were safe, and shook their heads in doubt. In private dwellings, children clustered near the blaze, listening with timid pleasure to tales of ghosts and goblins, and tall figures clad in white standing by bedsides, and people who'd gone to sleep in old churches and, being overlooked, had found themselves alone there at the dead hour of the night, until they shuddered at the thought of the dark rooms upstairs, yet loved to hear the wind moan too, and hoped it would continue bravely. From time to time these happy indoor people stopped to listen, or one held up a finger and cried, "Hark!" And then, above the rumbling in the chimney and the fast pattering on the glass, was heard a wailing, rushing sound which shook the walls as though a giant's hand were on them, then a hoarse roar as if the sea had risen, then such a whirl and tumult that the air seemed mad, and then with a lengthened howl the waves of wind swept on and left a moment's interval of rest. Cheerily, though there were none abroad to see it, shone the maypole light that evening. Blessings on the red, deep, ruby, glowing red old curtain of the window, blending into one rich stream of brightness, fire and candle, meat, drink, and company, and gleaming like a jovial eye upon the bleak waste out of doors. Within, what carpet like its crunching sand, what music merry as its crackling logs, what perfume like its kitchen's dainty breath, what weather genial as its hearty warmth. Blessings on the old house, how sturdily it stood. How did the vexed wind chafe and roar about its stalwart roof? How did it pant and strive with its wide chimneys, which still poured forth from their hospitable throats great clouds of smoke, and puffed defiance in its face? How, above all, did it drive and rattle at the casement, emulous to extinguish that cheerful glow, which would not be put down and seemed the brighter for the conflict? The profusion, too, the rich and lavish bounty of that goodly tavern. It was not enough that one fire roared and sparkled on its spacious hearth. In the tiles which paved and compassed it, 500 flickering fires burnt brightly also. It was not enough that one red curtain shut the wild night out and shed its cheerful influence on the room. In every saucepan lid and candlestick and vessel of copper, brass, or tin that hung upon the walls were countless ruddy hangings, flashing and gleaming with every motion of the blaze, and offering, let the eye wander where it might, interminable vistas of the same rich color. the old oak wainscoting, the beams, the chairs, the seats reflected it in a deep, dull glimmer. There were fires and red curtains in the very eyes of the drinkers, in their buttons, in their liquor, in the pipes they smoked. Mr. Willett sat in what had been his accustomed place 5 years before, with his eyes on the eternal boiler, and had sat there since the clock struck 8, giving no other sign of life than breathing with a loud and constant snore, though he was wide awake, and from time to time putting his glass to his lips, or knocking the ashes out of his pipe and filling it anew. It was now 10:30. Mr. Cobb and Long Phil Parkes were his companions, as of old, and for 2 mortal hours and a half none of the company had pronounced one word. Whether people, by dint of sitting together in the same place, in the same relative positions, and doing exactly the same things for a great many years, acquire a sixth sense, or some unknown power of influencing each other which serves them in its stead, is a question for philosophy to settle. But certain it is that old John Willett, Mr. Parkes, and Mr. Cobb were one and all firmly of opinion that they were very jolly companions, rather choice spirits than otherwise, that they looked at each other every now and then as if there were a perpetual interchange of ideas going on among them, that no man considered himself or his neighbor by any means silent, and that each of them nodded occasionally when he caught the eye of another, as if he would say, "You have expressed yourself extremely well, sir, in relation to that sentiment, and I quite agree with you." The room was so very warm, the tobacco so very good, and the fire so very soothing, that Mr. Willett by degrees began to doze. But as he had perfectly acquired, by dint of long habit, the art of smoking in his sleep, and as his breathing was pretty much the same, awake or asleep, saving that in the latter case he sometimes experienced a slight difficulty in respiration, such as a carpenter meets with when he is planing and comes to a knot, neither of his companions was aware of the circumstance, until he met with one of these impediments and was obliged to try again.
"Johnny's dropped off," said Mr. Parkes in a whisper.
"Fast as a top," said Mr. Cobb. Neither of them said any more until Mr. Willett came to another knot, one of surpassing obduracy, which bade fair to throw him into convulsions, but which he got over at last without waking, by an effort quite superhuman.
"He sleeps uncommon hard," said Mr. Cobb.
Mr. Parkes, who was possibly a hard sleeper himself, replied with some disdain, "Not a bit of it," and directed his eyes towards a handbill pasted over the chimney-piece, which was decorated at the top with a woodcut representing a youth of tender years running away very fast with a bundle over his shoulder at the end of a stick, and, to carry out the idea, a finger-post and a milestone beside him. Mr. Cobb likewise turned his eyes in the same direction, and surveyed the placard as if that were the first time he'd ever beheld it. Now, this was a document which Mr. Willett had himself indited on the disappearance of his son Joseph, acquainting the nobility and gentry and the public in general with the circumstances of his having left his home, describing his dress and appearance, and offering a reward of £5 to any person or persons who would pack him up and return him safely to the Maypole at Cligwell, or lodge him in any of his Majesty's jails until such time as his father should come and claim him. In this advertisement Mr. Willett had obstinately persisted, despite the advice and entreaties of his friends, in describing his son as a young boy, and furthermore as being from 18 inches to a couple of feet shorter than he really was, 2 circumstances which perhaps accounted in some degree for its never having been productive of any other effect than the transmission to Cligwell at various times and at a vast expense of some 45 runaways, varying from 6 years old to 12. Mr. Cobb and Mr. Parkes looked mysteriously at this composition, at each other, and that old John. From the time he had pasted it up with his own hands, Mr. Willett had never by word or sign alluded to the subject or encouraged anyone else to do so. Nobody had the least notion what his thoughts or opinions were connected with it, whether he remembered it or forgot it, whether he had any idea that such an event had ever taken place. Therefore, even while he slept, no one ventured to refer to it in his presence, and for such sufficient reasons, these, his chosen friends, were silent now. Mr. Willett had got by this time into such a complication of knots that it was perfectly clear he must wake or die. He chose the former alternative and opened his eyes. "If he don't come in 5 minutes," said John, "I shall have supper without him." The antecedent of this pronoun had been mentioned for the last time at 8 o'clock. Messrs. Parkes and Cobb, being used to this style of conversation, replied without difficulty that, to be sure, Solomon was very late, and they wondered what had happened to detain him.
"He ain't blown away, I suppose," said Parkes. "It's enough to carry a man of his figure off his legs, and easy too. Do you hear it? It blows great guns indeed. There'll be many a crash in the forest tonight, I reckon, and many a broken branch upon the ground tomorrow."
"It won't break anything in the maypole, I take it, sir," returned old John. "Let it try. I give it leave. What's that?"
"The wind," cried Parkes. "It's howling like a Christian, and has been all night long."
"Did you ever, sir," asked John, after a minute's contemplation, "hear the wind say maypole?"
"Why, what man ever did?" said Parkes.
"Nor ahoy, perhaps?" added John.
"No, nor that neither."
"Very good, sir," said Mr. Willett, perfectly unmoved. "Then if that was the wind just now, and you'll want a little time without speaking, you'll hear it say both words very plain." Mr. Willett was right. After listening for a few moments, they could clearly hear above the roar and tumult out of doors this shout repeated, and that with a shrillness and energy which denoted that it came from some person in great distress or terror. They looked at each other, turned pale, and held their breath. No man stirred. It was in this emergency that Mr. Willett displayed something of that strength of mind and plenitude of mental resource which rendered him the admiration of all his friends and neighbors. After looking at Messrs. Parkes and Cobb for some time in silence, he clapped his 2 hands to his cheeks and sent forth a roar which made the glasses dance and rafters ring, a long-sustained, discordant bellow that rolled onward with the wind, and startling every echo made the night 100 times more boisterous. A deep, loud, dismal bray that sounded like a human gong. Then, with every vein in his head and face swollen with the great exertion, and his countenance suffused with a lively purple, he drew a little nearer to the fire, and turning his back upon it, said with dignity, "If that's any comfort to anybody, they're welcome to it. If it ain't, I'm sorry for 'em. If either of you 2 gentlemen likes to go out and see what's the matter, you can. I'm not curious myself." While he spoke, the cry drew nearer and nearer. Footsteps passed the window. The latch of a door was raised. It opened, was violently shut again, and Solomon Daisy, with a lighted lantern in his hand and the rain streaming from his disordered dress, dashed into the room. A more complete picture of terror than the little man presented it would be difficult to imagine. The perspiration stood in beads upon his face. His knees knocked together. His every limb trembled. The power of articulation was quite gone. And there he stood, panting for breath, gazing on them with such livid, ashy looks that they were infected with his fear, though ignorant of its occasion, and, reflecting his dismayed and horror-stricken visage, stared back again without venturing to question him, until old John Willett, in a fit of temporary insanity, made a dive at his cravat, and seizing him by that portion of his dress, shook him to and fro until his very teeth appeared to rattle in his head. "Tell us what's the matter, sir," said John, "or I'll kill you. Tell us what's the matter, sir, or in another second I'll have your head under the biler. How dare you look like that? Is anybody a following of you? What do you mean? Say something, or I'll be the death of you, I will." Mr. Willett, in his frenzy, was so near keeping his word to the very letter. Solomon Daisy's eyes already beginning to roll in an alarming manner, and certain guttural sounds, as of a choking man, to issue from his throat, that the two bystanders, recovering in some degree, plucked him off his victim by main force, and placed the little clerk of Cligwell in a chair. Directing a fearful gaze all round the room, he implored them in a faint voice to give him some drink, and above all to lock the house door and close and bar the shutters of the room without a moment's loss of time. The latter request did not tend to reassure his hearers, or to fill them with the most comfortable sensations. They complied with it, however, with the greatest expedition, and having handed him a bumper of brandy and water, nearly boiling hot, waited to hear what he might have to tell them. "Oh, Johnny," said Solomon, shaking him by the hand. "Oh, Parks. Oh, Tommy Cobb. Why did I leave this house tonight? On the 19th of March. Of all nights in the year, on the 19th of March. They all drew closer to the fire. Parks, who was nearest to the door, started and looked over his shoulder. Mr. Willett, with great indignation, inquired what the devil he meant by that, and then said, "God forgive me," and glanced over his own shoulder, and came a little nearer. "When I left here tonight," said Solomon Daisy, "I little thought what day of the month it was. I've never gone alone into the church after dark on this day for 27 years. I've heard it said that as we keep our birthdays when we are alive, so the ghosts of dead people who are not easy in their graves keep the day they died upon. How the wind roars!" Nobody spoke. All eyes were fastened on Solomon. "I might have known," he said, "what night it was by the foul weather. There's no such night in the whole year round as this is always. I never sleep quietly in my bed on the 19th of March. "Go on," said Tom Cobb, in a low voice. "Nor I neither." Solomon Daisy raised his glass to his lips, put it down upon the floor with such a trembling hand that the spoon tinkled in it like a little bell, and continued thus. "Have I ever said that we are always brought back to this subject in some strange way when the 19th of this month comes round? Do you suppose it was by accident I forgot to wind up the church clock? I never forgot it at any other time, though it's such a clumsy thing that it has to be wound up every day. Why should it escape my memory on this day of all others? I made as much haste down there as I could when I went from here, but I had to go home first for the keys, and the wind and rain being dead against me all the way, it was pretty well as much as I could do at times to keep my legs. I got there at last, opened the church door, and went in. I had not met a soul all the way, and you may judge whether it was dull or not. Neither of you would bear me company. If you could have known what was to come, you'd have been in the right. The wind was so strong that it was as much as I could do to shut the church door by putting my whole weight against it, and even as it was, it burst wide open twice with such strength that any of you would have sworn, if you'd been leaning against it as I was, that somebody was pushing on the other side. However, I got the key turned, went into the belfry and wound up the clock, which was very near run down and would have stood stock still in half an hour. As I took up my lantern again to leave the church,
It came upon me all at once that this was the 19th of March. It came upon me with a kind of shock, as if a hand had struck the thought upon my forehead. At the very same moment, I heard a voice outside the tower, rising from among the graves. Here, old John precipitately interrupted the speaker, and begged that if Mr. Parks, who was seated opposite to him and was staring directly over his head, saw anything, he would have the goodness to mention it. Mr. Parks apologized, and remarked that he was only listening, to which Mr. Willett angrily retorted that his listening with that kind of expression in his face was not agreeable, and that if he couldn't look like other people, he'd better put his pocket handkerchief over his head. Mr. Parks, with great submission, pledged himself to do so, if again required, and John Willett, turning to Solomon, desired him to proceed. After waiting until a violent gust of wind and rain, which seemed to shake even that sturdy house to its foundation, had passed away, the little man complied. "Never tell me that it was my fancy, or that it was any other sound which I mistook for that I tell you of. I heard the wind whistle through the arches of a church. I heard the steeple strain and creak. I heard the rain as it came driving against the walls. I felt the bells shake. I saw the rope sway to and fro. And I heard that voice." "What did it say?" asked Tom Cobb. "I don't know what. I don't know that it spoke. It gave a kind of cry, as any one of us might do if something dreadful followed us in a dream and came upon us unawares. And then it died off, seeming to pass quite round the church."
"I don't see much in that," said John, drawing a long breath and looking round him like a man who felt relieved.
"Perhaps not," returned his friend, "but that's not all."
"What more do you mean to say, sir, is to come?" asked John, pausing in the act of wiping his face upon his apron. "What are you a-going to tell us of next?"
"What I saw."
"Saw?" echoed all three, bending forward.
"When I opened the church door to come out," said the little man, with an expression of face which bore ample testimony to the sincerity of his conviction. "When I opened the church door to come out, which I did suddenly, for I wanted to get it shut again before another gust of wind came up, there crossed me, so close that by stretching out my finger I could have touched it, something in the likeness of a man. It was bareheaded to the storm. It turned its face without stopping and fixed its eyes on mine. It was a ghost, a spirit."
"Whose?"
they all three cried together. In the excess of his emotion, for he fell back trembling in his chair and waved his hand as if entreating them to question him no further, his answer was lost on all but old John Willett, who happened to be seated close beside him. "Who?" cried Parks and Tom Cobb, looking eagerly by turns at Solomon Daisy and at Mr. Willett. "Who was it?"
"Gentlemen," said Mr. Willett after a long pause, "you needn't ask. The likeness of a murdered man. This is the 19th of March."
A profound silence ensued.
"If you'll take my advice," said John, "we'd better, one and all, keep this a secret. Such tales would not be liked at the Warren. Let us keep it to ourselves for the present time, at all events, or we may get into trouble, and Solomon may lose his place. Whether it was really as he says, or whether it wasn't, is no matter. Right or wrong, nobody would believe him. As to the probabilities, I don't myself think," said Mr. Willett, eyeing the corners of the room in a manner which showed that, like some other philosophers, he was not quite easy in his theory, "that a ghost as had been a man of sense in his lifetime would be out a-walking in such weather. I only know that I wouldn't if I was one."
But this heretical doctrine was strongly opposed by the other three,
who quoted a great many precedents to show that bad weather was the very time for such appearances, and Mr. Parks, who had had a ghost in his family by the mother's side, argued the matter with so much ingenuity and force of illustration that John was only saved from having to retract his opinion by the opportune appearance of supper, to which they applied themselves with a dreadful relish. Even Solomon Daisy himself, by dint of the elevating influences of fire, lights, brandy, and good company, so far recovered as to handle his knife and fork in a highly creditable manner, and to display a capacity both of eating and drinking such as banished all fear of his having sustained any lasting injury from his fright. Supper done, they crowded round the fire again, and, as is common on such occasions, propounded all manner of leading questions calculated to surround the story with new horrors and surprises. But Solomon Daisy, notwithstanding these temptations, adhered so steadily to his original account, and repeated it so often, with such slight variations, and with such solemn asseverations of its truth and reality, that his hearers were, with good reason, more astonished than at first. As he took John Willet's view of the matter in regard to the propriety of not bruiting the tale abroad, unless the spirit should appear to him again, in which case it would be necessary to take immediate counsel with the clergyman, it was solemnly resolved that it should be hushed up and kept quiet. And as most men like to have a secret to tell which may exalt their own importance, they arrived at this conclusion with perfect unanimity. As it was by this time growing late, and was long past their usual hour of separating, the cronies parted for the night. Solomon Daisy, with a fresh candle in his lantern, repaired homewards under the escort of Long Phil Parks and Mr. Cobb, who were rather more nervous than himself. Mr. Willett, after seeing them to the door, returned to collect his thoughts with the assistance of the boiler, and to listen to the storm of wind and rain, which had not yet abated one jot of its fury. This ends chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 34. Before old John had looked at the boiler quite 20 minutes, he got his ideas into a focus and brought them to bear upon Solomon Daisy's story. The more he thought of it, the more impressed he became with a sense of his own wisdom and a desire that Mr. Haredale should be impressed with it likewise. At length, to the end that he might sustain a principal and important character in the affair, and might have the start of Solomon and his two friends, through whose means he knew the adventure, with the variety of exaggerations, would be known to at least a score of people, and most likely to Mr. Haredale himself by breakfast time tomorrow, he determined to repair to the warren before going to bed. "He's my landlord," thought John, as he took a candle in his hand, and setting it down in a corner out of the wind's way, opened the casement in the rear of the house, looking towards the stables. "We haven't met of late years so often as we used to do. Changes are taking place in the family. It's desirable that I should stand as well with them in point of dignity as possible. The whispering about this here tale will anger him. It's good to have confidences with a gentleman of his nature, and set oneself right besides. Hello there! Hugh! Hugh, hello! When he'd repeated this shout a dozen times, and startled every pigeon from its slumbers, a door in one of the ruinous old buildings opened, and a rough voice demanded what was amiss now that a man couldn't even have his sleep in quiet. "What? Haven't you sleep enough, Growler, that you're not to be knocked up for once?" said John. "No," replied the voice, as the speaker yawned and shook himself. "Not half enough. I don't know how you can sleep, with the wind a-bellowsing and roaring about you, making the tiles fly like a pack of cards, said John. But no matter for that. Wrap yourself up in something or another and come here, for you must go as far as the warren with me, and look sharp about it. Hugh, with much low growling and muttering, went back into his lair, and presently reappeared, carrying a lantern and a cudgel, and enveloped from head to foot in an old, frowsy, slouching horsecloth. Mr. Willett received this figure at the back door, and ushered him into the bar, while he wrapped himself in sundry greatcoats and capes, and so tied and knotted his face in shawls and handkerchiefs, that how he breathed was a mystery. "You don't take a man out of doors at near midnight in such weather without putting some heart into him, do you, master?" said Hugh. "Yes, I do, sir," returned Mr. Willett. "I put the heart, as you call it, into him when he's brought me safe home again, and his standing steady on his legs ain't of so much consequence. So hold that light up, if you please, and go on a step or two before, to show the way." Hugh obeyed, with a very indifferent grace and a longing glance at the bottles. Old John, laying strict injunctions on his cook to keep the doors locked in his absence, and to open to nobody but himself on pain of dismissal, followed him into the blustering darkness out of doors. The way was wet and dismal, and the night so black that if Mr. Willett had been his own pilot, he would have walked into a deep horse pond within a few 100 yards of his own house, and would certainly have terminated his career in that ignoble sphere of action. But Hugh, who had a sight as keen as any hawk's, and apart from that endowment could have found his way blindfolded to any place within a dozen miles, dragged old John along, quite deaf to his remonstrances, and took his own course without the slightest reference to or notice of his master. So they made head against the wind as they best could, Hugh crushing the wet grass beneath his heavy tread, and stalking on after his ordinary savage fashion, John Willett following at arm's length, picking his steps, and looking about him, now for bogs and ditches, and now for such stray ghosts as might be wandering abroad, with looks of as much dismay and uneasiness as his immovable face was capable of expressing. At length they stood upon the broad gravel walk before the Warren house. The building was profoundly dark, and none were moving near it save themselves. From one solitary turret chamber, however, there shone a ray of light, and towards this speck of comfort in the cold, cheerless, silent scene, Mr. Willett bade his pilot lead him. "The old room," said John, looking timidly upward. "Mr. Reuben's own apartment. God be with us. I wonder his brother likes to sit there so late at night, on this night, too." "Why, where else should he sit?" asked Hugh, holding the lantern to his breast to keep the candle from the wind, while he trimmed it with his fingers. "It's snug enough, ain't it?" "Snug," said John indignantly. "You have a comfortable idea of snugness, you have, sir. Do you know what was done in that room, you ruffian?" "Why, what is it the worse for that?" cried Hugh, looking into John's fat face. "Does it keep out the rain and snow and wind the less for that? Is it less warm or dry because a man was killed there? Ha, ha, ha! Never believe it, master. One man's no such matter as that comes to." Mr. Willett fixed his dull eyes on his follower, and began, by a species of inspiration, to think it just barely possible that he was something of a dangerous character, and that it might be advisable to get rid of him one of these days. He was too prudent to say anything, with the journey home before him, and therefore turned to the iron gate before which this brief dialogue had passed, and pulled the handle of the bell that hung beside it. The turret in which the light appeared being at one corner of the building, and only divided from the path by one of the garden walks upon which this gate opened, Mr. Haredale threw up the window directly, and demanded who was there. "Begging pardon, sir," said John,
I knew you sat up late and made bold to come round, having a word to say to you.
Willett, is it not?
Of the Maypole, at your service, sir.
Mr. Haredale closed the window and withdrew. He presently appeared at a door in the bottom of a turret, and coming across the garden walk, unlocked the gate and let them in. You are a late visitor, Willett. What's the matter?
Nothing to speak of, sir, said John. An idle tale. I thought you ought to know of nothing more.
Let your man go forward with the lantern and give me your hand. The stairs are crooked and narrow. Gently with your light, friend. You swing it like a censer. Hugh, who had already reached the turret, held it more steadily and ascended first, turning round from time to shed his light downward on the steps. Mr. Haredale, following next, eyed his lowering face with no great favour, and Hugh, looking down on him, returned his glances with interest as they climbed the winding stairs. It terminated in a little anteroom adjoining that from which they had seen the light. Mr. Haredale entered first and led the way through it into the latter chamber, where he seated himself at a writing table from which he had risen when they had rung the bell. Come in, he said, beckoning to old John, who remained bowing at the door. Not you, friend, he added hastily to Hugh, who entered also. Willett, why do you bring that fellow here?
Why, sir, returned John,
elevating his eyebrows and lowering his voice to the tone in which the question had been asked him.
He's a good guard, you see.
Don't be too sure of that, said Mr. Haredale, looking towards him as he spoke. I doubt it. He has an evil eye.
There's no imagination in his eye, returned Mr. Willett,
glancing over his shoulder at the organ in question.
Certainly.
There's no good there, be assured, said Mr. Haredale. Wait in that little room, friend, and close the door between us. Hugh shrugged his shoulder, and with a disdainful look which showed either that he had overheard or that he guessed the purport of their whispering, did as he was told. When he was shut out, Mr. Haredale turned to John and bade him go on with what he had to say, but not to speak too loud, for there were quick ears yonder. Thus cautioned, Mr. Willett, in an oily whisper, recited all that he had heard and said that night, laying particular stress upon his own sagacity, upon his great regard for the family, and upon his solicitude for their peace of mind and happiness. The story moved his auditor much more than he had expected. Mr. Haredale often changed his attitude, rose and paced the room, returned again, desired him to repeat as nearly as he could the very words that Solomon had used, and gave so many other signs of being disturbed and ill at ease that even Mr. Willett was surprised. You did quite right, he said, at the end of a long conversation, to bid them keep this story secret. It is a foolish fancy on the part of this weak-brained man, bred in his fears and superstition. But Miss Haredale, though she would know it to be so, would be disturbed by it if it reached her ears. It is too nearly connected with a subject very painful to us all to be heard with indifference. You are most prudent, and have laid me under a great obligation. I thank you very much. This was equal to John's most sanguine expectations, but he would have preferred Mr. Haredale's looking at him when he spoke, as if he really did thank him, to his walking up and down, speaking by fits and starts, often stopping with his eyes fixed on the ground, moving hurriedly on again like one distracted, and seeming almost unconscious of what he said or did. This, however, was his manner, and it was so embarrassing to John that he sat quite passive for a long time, not knowing what to do. At length he rose. Mr. Haredale stared at him for a moment, as though he'd quite forgotten his being present, then shook hands with him and opened the door. Hugh, who was, or feigned to be, fast asleep on the antechamber floor, sprang up on their entrance, and throwing his cloak about him, grasped his stick and lantern and prepared to descend the stairs. "Stay," said Mr. Haredale. "Will this man drink?" Drink? He'd drink the Thames up if it was strong enough, sir, replied John Willett. He'll have something when he gets home. He's better without it now, sir. Nay, half the distance is done, said Hugh. What a hard master you are! I shall go home the better for one glassful, halfway. Come. As John made no reply, Mr. Haredale brought out a glass of liquor and gave it to Hugh, who, as he took it in his hand, threw part of it upon the floor. What do you mean by splashing your drink about a gentleman's house, sir? Said John. I'm drinking a toast, Hugh rejoined, holding the glass above his head and fixing his eyes on Mr. Haredale's face. A toast to this house and its master. With that he muttered something to himself and drank the rest, and setting down the glass, preceded them without another word. John was a great deal scandalized by this observance, but seeing that Mr. Haredale took little heed of what Hugh said or did, and that his thoughts were otherwise employed, he offered no apology, and went in silence down the stairs, across the walk, and through the garden gate. They stopped upon the outer side for Hugh to hold the light, while Mr. Haredale locked it on the inner, and then John saw with wonder, as he often afterwards related, that he was very pale, and that his face had changed so much and grown so haggard since their entrance that he almost seemed another man. They were in the open road again, and John Willett was walking on behind his escort as he'd come, thinking very steadily of what he'd just now seen, when Hugh drew him suddenly aside, and almost at the same instant 3 horsemen swept past. The nearest brushed his shoulder even then, who, checking their steeds as suddenly as they could, stood still and waited for their coming up. This ends chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 35. When John Willett saw that the horsemen wheeled smartly round and drew up 3 abreast in the narrow road, waiting for him and his man to join them, it occurred to him with unusual precipitation that they must be highwaymen, and had Hugh been armed with a blunderbuss in place of his stout cudgel, he would certainly have ordered him to fire it off at a venture, and would, while the word of command was obeyed, have consulted his own personal safety in immediate flight. Under the circumstances of disadvantage, however, in which he and his guard were placed, he deemed it prudent to adopt a different style of generalship, and therefore whispered his attendant to address them in the most peaceable and courteous terms. By way of acting up to the spirit and letter of this instruction, Hugh stepped forward and, flourishing his staff before the very eyes of the rider nearest to him, demanded roughly what he and his fellows meant by so nearly galloping over them, and why they scoured the king's highway at that late hour of night. The man whom he addressed was beginning an angry reply in the same strain, when he was checked by the horseman in the centre, who, interposing with an air of authority, inquired in a somewhat loud but not harsh or unpleasant voice, "Pray, is this the London road?" "If you follow it right, it is," replied Hugh roughly. "Nay, brother," said the same person, "you're but a churlish Englishman, if Englishman you be, which I should much doubt but for your tongue. Your companion, I am sure, will answer me more civilly. How say you, friend?" "I say it is the London road, sir," answered John, "and I wish," he added in a subdued voice as he turned to Hugh, "that you was in any other road, you vagabond. Are you tired of your life, sir, that you go a-trying to provoke 3 great neck-or-nothing chaps that could keep on running over us backwards and forwards till we was dead, and then take our bodies up behind 'em and drown us 10 miles off?" "How far is it to London?" inquired the same speaker. "Why, from here, sir, answered John persuasively. "It's 13 very easy mile." The adjective was thrown in as an inducement to the travellers to ride away with all speed. But instead of having the desired effect, it elicited from the same person the remark, 13 miles? That's a long distance," which was followed by a short pause of indecision. "Pray," said the gentleman, "are there any inns hereabouts?" At the word inns, John plucked up his spirit in a surprising manner. His fears rolled off like smoke. All the landlord stirred within him. "There are no inns," rejoined Mr. Willett, with a strong emphasis on the plural number. "But there's a inn. One inn, the Maypole Inn. That's a inn indeed. You won't see the like of that inn often." "You keep it, perhaps?" said the horseman, smiling. "I do, sir," replied John, greatly wondering how he had found this out. "And how far is the Maypole from here?" "About a mile." John was going to add that it was the easiest mile in all the world, when the third rider, who had hitherto kept a little in the rear, suddenly interposed.
"And have you one excellent bed, landlord, A bed that you can recommend, a bed that you are sure is well aired, a bed that's been slept in by some perfectly respectable and unexceptionable person?"
"We don't take in no tag-rag and bobtail at our house, sir," answered John. "And as to the bed itself—" "Say, as to 3 beds," interposed the gentleman who'd spoken before, "for we shall want 3 if we stay, though my friend only speaks of 1.
"No, no, my lord, you are too good, you are too kind, but your life is of far too much importance to the nation in these portentous times to be placed upon a level with one so useless and so poor as mine. A great cause, my lord, a mighty cause, depends on you. You are its leader and its champion, its advanced guard and its van. It is the cause of our altars and our homes, our country and our faith. Let me sleep on a chair, the carpet, anywhere. No one will repine if I take cold or fever. Let John Gruby pass the night beneath the open sky. No one will repine for him. But 40,000 men of this our island in the wave, exclusive of women and children, rivet their eyes and thoughts on Lord George Gordon, and every day from the rising up of the sun to the going down of the same, pray for his health and vigour."
"My lord," said the speaker, rising in his stirrups, "it is a glorious cause, and must not be forgotten.
My lord, it is a mighty cause, and must not be endangered. My lord, it is a holy cause, and must not be deserted."
"It is a holy cause," exclaimed his lordship, lifting up his hat with great solemnity. "Amen."
"John Gruby," said the long-winded gentleman in a tone of mild reproof, "his lordship said Amen." "I heard my lord, sir," said the man, sitting like a statue on his horse. "And do not you say Amen likewise?"
To which John Gruby made no reply at all, but sat looking straight before him.
"You surprise me, Gruby," said the gentleman. "At a crisis like the present, when Queen Elizabeth, that maiden monarch, weeps within her tomb, and Bloody Mary, with a brow of gloom and shadow, stalks triumphant." "Oh, sir," cried the man gruffly, "where's the use of talking of Bloody Mary under such circumstances as the present, when my lord's wet through and tired with hard riding? Let's either go on to London, sir, or put up at once, or that unfortunate Bloody Mary will have more to answer for, and she's done a deal more harm in her grave than she ever did in her lifetime, I believe."
By this time Mr. Willett, who never heard so many words spoken together at one time, or delivered with such volubility and emphasis as by the long-winded gentleman, and whose brain, being wholly unable to sustain or compass them, had quite given itself up for lost, recovered so far as to observe that there was ample accommodation at the Maypole for all the party. Good beds, neat wines, excellent entertainment for man and beast, private rooms for large and small parties, dinner dressed upon the shortest notice, choice stabling, and a lock-up coach-house. And, in short, to run over such recommendatory scraps of language as were painted up on various portions of the building, and which in the course of some 40 years he'd learnt to repeat with tolerable correctness. He was considering whether it was at all possible to insert any novel sentences to the same purpose, when the gentleman who'd spoken first, turning to him of the long wind, exclaimed, "What say you, Gashford? Shall we tarry at this house he speaks of, or press forward? You shall decide."
"I would submit, my lord, then,"
returned the person he appealed to in a silky tone,
"that your health and spirits, so important under Providence to our great cause, our pure and truthful cause."
Here his lordship pulled off his hat again, though it was raining hard, "require refreshment and repose." "Go on before, landlord, and show the way," said Lord George Gordon. "We will follow at a foot-pace."
"If you'll give me leave, my lord," said John Gruby in a low voice, "I'll change my proper place and ride before you. The looks of a landlord's friend are not over honest, and it may be as well to be cautious with him."
"John Gruby is quite right," interposed Mr. Gashford, falling back hastily. "My lord, a life so precious as yours must not be put in peril. Go forward, John, by all means. If you have any reason to suspect the fellow, blow his brains out."
John made no answer, but looking straight before him, as his custom seemed to be when the secretary spoke, bade Hugh push on, and followed close behind him. Then came his lordship, with Mr. Willett at his bridle rein, and last of all his lordship's secretary, for that, it seemed, was Gashford's office. Hugh strode briskly on, often looking back at the servant, whose horse was close upon his heels, and glancing with a leer at his holster case of pistols, by which he seemed to set great store. He was a square-built, strong-made, bull-necked fellow, of a true English breed, and as Hugh measured him with his eye, he measured Hugh, regarding him meanwhile with a look of bluff disdain. He was much older than the Maypole man, being to all appearance 45, but was one of those self-possessed, hard-headed, imperturbable fellows who, if they are ever beaten at fisticuffs or other kind of warfare, never know it, and go on coolly till they win. "If I led you wrong now," said Hugh tauntingly, you'd shoot me through the head, I suppose." John Gruby took no more notice of this remark than if he'd been deaf and Hugh dumb, but kept riding on quite comfortably with his eyes fixed on the horizon. "Did you ever try a fall with a man when you were young, master?" said Hugh. "Can you make any play at single-stick?" John Gruby looked at him sideways with the same contented air, but deigned not a word in answer. "Like this?" said Hugh, giving his cudgel one of those skilful flourishes in which the rustic of that time delighted. "Whoop!" "Or that," returned John Gruby, beating down his guard with his whip, and striking him on the head with its butt end.
"Yes, I played a little once. You wear your hair too long. I should have cracked your crown if it had been a little shorter."
It was a pretty smart, loud-sounding rap as it was, and evidently astonished Hugh, who for the moment seemed disposed to drag his new acquaintance from his saddle. But his face betokening neither malice, triumph, rage, nor any lingering idea that he'd given him offence, his eyes gazing steadily in the old direction, and his manner being as careless and composed as if he'd merely brushed away a fly, Hugh was so puzzled and so disposed to look upon him as a customer of almost supernatural toughness that he merely laughed and cried, "Well done!" then, sheering off a little, led the way in silence. Before the lapse of many minutes, the party halted at the Maypole door. Lord George and his secretary, quickly dismounting, gave their horses to their servant, who, under the guidance of Hugh, repaired to the stables. Right glad to escape from the inclemency of the night, they followed Mr. Willett into the common room, and stood warming themselves and drying their clothes before the cheerful fire, while he busied himself with such orders and preparations as his guest's high quality required. As he bustled in and out of the room, intent on these arrangements, he had an opportunity of observing the two travellers, of whom as yet he knew nothing but the voice. The lord, the great personage who did the Maypole so much honour, was about the middle height, of a slender make and sallow complexion, with an aquiline nose and long hair of a reddish brown, combed perfectly straight and smooth about his ears, and slightly powdered, but without the faintest vestige of a curl. He was attired under his great coat in a full suit of black, quite free from any ornament, and of the most precise and sober cut. The gravity of his dress, together with a certain lankness of cheek and stiffness of deportment, added nearly 10 years to his age, but his figure was that of one not yet past 30. As he stood musing in the red glow of the fire, it was striking to observe his very bright large eye, which betrayed a restlessness of thought and purpose, singularly at variance with the studied composure and sobriety of his mien, and with his quaint and sad apparel. It had nothing harsh or cruel in its expression, neither had his face, which was thin and mild, and wore an air of melancholy, but it was suggestive of an indefinable uneasiness, which infected those who looked upon him, and filled them with a kind of pity for the man, though why it did so, they would have had some trouble to explain. Gashford, the secretary, was taller, angularly made, high-shouldered, bony, and ungraceful. His dress, in imitation of his superior, was demure and staid in the extreme, his manner formal and constrained. This gentleman had an overhanging brow, great hands and feet and ears, and a pair of eyes that seemed to have made an unnatural retreat into his head, and to have dug themselves a cave to hide in. His manner was smooth and humble, but very sly and slinking. He wore the aspect of a man who was always lying in wait for something that wouldn't come to pass. But he looked patient, very patient, and fawned like a spaniel dog. Even now, while he warmed and rubbed his hands before the blaze, he had the air of one who only presumed to enjoy it in his degree as a commoner, and though he knew his lord was not regarding him, he looked into his face from time to time, and with a meek and deferential manner, smiled as if for practice. Such were the guests whom old John Willett, with a fixed and leaden eye, surveyed 100 times, and to whom he now advanced with a state candlestick in each hand, beseeching them to follow him into a worthier chamber. "For my lord," said John, "it is odd enough, but certain people seem to have as great a pleasure in pronouncing titles as their owners have in wearing them. This room, my lord, isn't at all the sort of place for your lordship, and I have to beg your lordship's pardon for keeping you here, my lord. 1 minute." With this address, John ushered them upstairs into the state apartment, which, like many other things of state, was cold and comfortless. Their own footsteps, reverberating through the spacious room, struck upon their hearing with a hollow sound, and its damp and chilly atmosphere was rendered doubly cheerless by contrast with the homely warmth they had deserted. It was of no use, however, to propose a return to the place they quitted, for the preparations went on so briskly that there was no time to stop them. John, with the tall candlesticks in his hands, bowed them up to the fireplace. Hugh, striding in with a lighted brand and pile of firewood, cast it down upon the hearth and set it in a blaze. John Gruby, who had a great blue cockade in his hat, which he appeared to despise mightily, brought in the portmanteau he carried on his horse, and placed it on the floor, and presently all three were busily engaged in drawing out the screen, laying the cloth, inspecting the beds, lighting fires in the bedrooms, expediting the supper, and making everything as cozy and as snug as might be on so short a notice. In less than an hour's time, supper had been served, and ate, and cleared away, and Lord George and his secretary, with slippered feet and legs stretched out before the fire, sat over some hot mulled wine together.
"So ends, my lord," said Gashford, filling his glass with great complacency, "the blessed work of a most blessed day."
"And of a blessed yesterday," said his lordship, raising his head.
"Ah," and here the secretary clasped his hands, "a blessed yesterday indeed. The Protestants of Suffolk are godly men and true. Though others of our countrymen have lost their way in darkness, even as we, my lord, did lose our way tonight, theirs is the light and glory."
"Did I move them, Gashford?" said Lord George.
"Move them, my lord, move them. They cried to be led on against the papists. They vowed a dreadful vengeance on their heads. They roared like men possessed."
"But not by devils," said his lord.
"By devils, my lord? By angels?"
"Yes, oh, surely, by angels, no doubt," said Lord George, thrusting his hands into his pockets, taking them out again to bite his nails, and looking uncomfortably at the fire. "Of course, by angels. Eh, Gashford?"
"You do not doubt it, my lord," said the secretary.
"No, no," returned his lord. "No, why should I? I supposed it would be decidedly irreligious to doubt it. Wouldn't it, Gashford? Though there certainly were," he added, without waiting for an answer, "some plaguy ill-looking characters among them."
"When you warmed," said the secretary, looking sharply at the other's downcast eyes,
which brightened slowly as he spoke,
"when you warmed into that noble outbreak, when you told them that you were never of the lukewarm or the timid tribe, and bade them take heed that they were prepared to follow one who would lead them on, though to the very death, when you spoke of 120,000 men across the Scottish border who would take their own redress at any time if it were not conceded, when you cried, 'Perish the Pope and all his base adherents! The penal laws against them shall never be repealed while Englishmen have hearts and hands,' and waved your own and touched your sword, and when they cried, 'No popery,' you cried, 'No, not even if we wade in blood,' and they threw up their hats and cried, 'Hurrah! Not even if we wade in blood, no popery, Lord George, down with the papists, vengeance on their heads.'
When this was said and done, and a word from you, my lord, could raise or still the tumult,
then I felt what greatness was indeed, and thought, when was there ever power like this of Lord George Gordon's?"
"It's a great power. You're right. It is a great power," he cried with sparkling eyes. "But, dear Gashford, did I really say all that?"
"And how much more?" cried the secretary, looking upwards. "How much more?"
"And I told them what you say about the 140,000 men in Scotland, did I?" he asked with evident delight. "That was bold."
"Cause is boldness. Truth is always bold."
"Certainly. So is religion. She's bold, Gashford?"
"The true religion is, my lord."
"And that's ours," he rejoined, moving uneasily in his seat, and biting his nails as though he would pare them to the quick. "There can be no doubt of ours being the true one. You feel as certain of that as I do, Gashford, don't you?"
"Does my lord ask me?" whined Gashford,
drawing his chair nearer with an injured air, and laying his broad flat hand upon the table. "Me," he repeated, bending the dark hollows of his eyes upon him with an unwholesome smile.
who, stricken by the magic of his eloquence in Scotland but a year ago, abjured the errors of the Romish Church and clung to him as one whose timely hand had plucked me from a pit?
True. No, I didn't mean it, replied the other, shaking him by the hand, rising from his seat and pacing restlessly about the room. It's a proud thing to lead the people, Gashford, he added as he made a sudden halt. By force of reason, too, returned the pliant secretary. Aye, to be sure. They may cough and jeer and groan in Parliament and call me fool and madman. But which of them can raise this human sea and make it swell and roar at pleasure? Not one.
Not one, repeated Gashford.
Which of them can say for his honesty what I can say for mine? Which of them has refused a minister's bribe of £1,000 a year to resign his seat in favour of another? Not one.
Not one, repeated Gashford again, taking the lion's share of the mulled wine between whiles.
And as we are honest, true, and in a sacred cause, Gashford, said Lord George with a heightened colour and in a louder voice, as he laid his fevered hand upon his shoulder, and are the only men who regard the mass of people out of doors, or are regarded by them, we will uphold them to the last, and will raise a cry against these un-English papists which shall re-echo through the country, and roll with a noise like thunder. I will be worthy of the motto on my coat of arms, called and chosen and faithful.
Called, said the secretary, by heaven.
I am.
Chosen by the people.
Yes.
Faithful to both.
To the block. It would be difficult to convey an adequate idea of the excited manner in which he gave these answers to the secretary's promptings, of the rapidity of his utterance or the violence of his tone and gesture, in which, struggling through his Puritan's demeanour, was something wild and ungovernable which broke through all restraint. For some minutes he walked rapidly up and down the room. Then, stopping suddenly, exclaimed, "Gashford, you moved them yesterday too. Oh, yes, you did."
"I shone with the reflected light, my lord," replied the humble secretary, laying his hand upon his heart. "I did my best."
"You did well," said his master, "and are a great and worthy instrument. If you will ring for John Gruby to carry the portmanteau into my room, and will wait here while I undress, we will dispose of business as usual if you are not too tired." "Too tired, my lord." "But this is his consideration, Christian from head to foot." With which soliloquy the secretary tilted the jug and looked very hard into the mulled wine to see how much remained. John Willett and John Gruby appeared together, the one bearing the great candlesticks, and the other the portmanteau, showed the deluded lord into his chamber, and left the secretary alone, to yawn and shake himself, and finally to fall asleep before the fire.
"Now, Mr. Gashford, sir," said John Gruby in his ear, after what appeared to him a moment of unconsciousness, "my lord's abed." "Oh, very good, John," was his mild reply. "Thank you, John. Nobody need sit up. I know my room." "I hope you're not a-going to trouble your head tonight, or my lord's head neither, with anything more about Bloody Mary," said John. "I wish the blessed old creature had never been born." "I said you might go to bed, John," returned the secretary. "You didn't hear me, I think." "Between Bloody Marys and blue cockades and glorious Queen Besses and no poperies and Protestant associations and making of speeches," pursued John Gruby, looking as usual a long way off and taking no notice of this hint, "my lord's half off his head. When we go out of doors, such a set of ragamuffins come a-shouting after us, 'Gordon forever!' that I'm ashamed of myself and don't know where to look. When we're indoors, they come a-roaring and screaming about the house like so many devils,
and my lord, instead of ordering them to be drove away, goes out into the balcony and demeans himself by making speeches to 'em, and calls 'em men of England and fellow countrymen, as if he was fond of 'em and thanked 'em for coming. I can't make it out, but they're all mixed up somehow or another with that unfortunate Bloody Mary, and call her name out till they're hoarse. They're all Protestants too, every man and boy among 'em, and Protestants are very fond of spoons, I find, and silver plate in general, whenever area gates is left open accidentally. I wish that was the worst of it, and that no more harm might be to come. But if you don't stop these ugly customers in time, Mr. Gashford, and I know you're the man that blows the fire, you'll find 'em grow a little bit too strong for you. One of these evenings, when the weather gets warmer and Protestants are thirsty, they'll be pulling London down, and I never heard that Bloody Mary went as far as that."
Gashford had vanished long ago, and these remarks had been bestowed on empty air. Not at all discomposed by the discovery, John Gruby fixed his hat on, wrong side foremost that he might be unconscious of the shadow of the obnoxious cockade, and withdrew to bed, shaking his head in a very gloomy and prophetic manner until he reached his chamber. This ends chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 36. Gashford, with a smiling face, but still with looks of profound deference and humility, betook himself towards his master's room, smoothing his hair down as he went and humming a psalm tune. As he approached Lord George's door, he cleared his throat and hummed more vigorously. There was a remarkable contrast between this man's occupation at the moment and the expression of his countenance, which was singularly repulsive and malicious. His beetling brow almost obscured his eyes, his lip was curled contemptuously, his very shoulders seemed to sneer in stealthy whisperings with his great flapped ears. "Hush!" he muttered softly, as he peeped in at the chamber door. "He seems to be asleep. Pray heaven he is. Too much watching, too much care, too much thought. Ah, Lord preserve him for a martyr. He's a saint, if ever saint drew breath on this bad earth." Placing his light upon a table, he walked on tiptoe to the fire, and sitting in a chair before it with his back towards the bed, went on communing with himself like one who thought aloud. The saviour of his country and his country's religion, the friend of his poor countrymen, the enemy of the proud and harsh, beloved of the rejected and oppressed, adored by 40,000 bold and loyal English hearts. What happy slumbers his should be! And here he sighed and warmed his hands, and shook his head as men do when their hearts are full, and heaved another sigh, and warmed his hands again. "Why, Gashford," said Lord George, who was lying broad awake upon his side, and had been staring at him from his entrance. My lord," said Gashford, starting and looking round as though in great surprise. "I have disturbed you." "I have not been sleeping." "Not sleeping," he repeated, with assumed confusion. "What can I say for having in your presence given utterance to thoughts? But they were sincere, exclaimed the secretary, drawing his sleeve in a hasty way across his eyes. "And why should I regret you having heard them?" "Gashford," said the poor lord, stretching out his hand with manifest emotion, "do not regret it. You love me well, I know, too well. I don't deserve such homage." Gashford made no reply, but grasped the hand and pressed it to his lips. Then rising and taking from a trunk a little desk, he placed it on a table near the fire, unlocked it with a key he carried in his pocket, sat down before it, took out a pen, and before dipping it in the inkstand, sucked it, to compose the fashion of his mouth, perhaps, on which a smile was hovering yet. "How do our numbers stand since last enrolling night?" inquired Lord George. "Are we really 40,000 strong, or do we still speak in round numbers when we take the association at that amount?"
"Our total now exceeds that number by 103, Gashford replied,
casting his eyes upon his papers. "The funds?"
"Not very improving, but there's some manna in the wilderness, my lord." On Friday night the widow's mites dropped in. 40 scavengers, 3 and 4pence. An aged pew-opener of St. Martin's Church, 6pence. A bell-ringer of the established church, 6pence. A Protestant infant newly born, 1 halfpenny. The United Link boys, 3 shillings, 1 bad. The anti-popish prisoners in Newgate, 5 and 4pence. A friend in Bedlam, half a crown. Dennis the hangman, 1 shilling.
"That Dennis," said his lordship, "is an earnest man. I marked him in the crowd in Welbeck Street last Friday."
"A good man," rejoined the secretary, "a staunch, sincere, and truly zealous man."
"He should be encouraged," said Lord George. "Make a note of Dennis. I'll talk with him." Gashford obeyed, and went on reading from his list.
"The Friends of Reason, half a guinea. The Friends of Liberty, half a guinea. The Friends of Peace, half a guinea. The Friends of Charity, half a guinea. The Friends of Mercy, half a guinea. The Associated Rememberers of Bloody Mary, half a guinea. The United Bulldogs, half a guinea."
"The United Bulldogs," said Lord George, biting his nails most horribly, "are a new society, are they not?"
"Formerly the Prentice Knights, my lord. The indentures of the old members expiring by degrees, they changed their name, it seems, though they still have prentices among them, as well as workmen."
"What is their president's name?" inquired Lord George.
"President," said Gashford, reading, "Mr. Simon Tappertit."
"I remember him, the little man who sometimes brings an elderly sister to our meetings, and sometimes another female too, who is conscientious, I have no doubt, but not well favoured."
"The very same, my lord."
"Tappertit is an earnest man," said Lord George thoughtfully. "Eh, Gashford?"
"One of the foremost among them all, my lord. He snuffs the battle from afar like the war horse. He throws his hat up in the street as if he were inspired, and makes most stirring speeches from the shoulders of his friends."
"Make a note of Tappertit," said Lord George Gordon. "We may advance him to a place of trust."
"That,"
rejoined the secretary, doing as he was told, "is all.
Except Mrs. Varden's box, 14th time of opening, 7 shillings and 6pence in silver and copper, and half a guinea in gold, and Miggs, being the saving of a quarter's wages, 1 and 3pence.
"Miggs," said Lord George. "Is that a man?"
"The name is entered on the list as a woman," replied the secretary. "I think she is the tall, spare female of whom you spoke just now, my lord, as not being well favoured, who sometimes comes to hear the speeches, along with Tappertit and Mrs. Varden."
"Mrs. Varden is the elderly lady, then, is she?" The secretary nodded and rubbed the bridge of his nose with the feather of his pen. "She's a zealous sister," said Lord George. "Her collection goes on prosperously, and is pursued with fervour. Has her husband joined?"
"A malignant," returned the secretary, folding up his papers. "Unworthy such a wife. He remains in outer darkness and steadily refuses."
consequences be upon his own head. Gashford,
My lord?
you don't think," he turned restlessly in his bed as he spoke, "these people will desert me when the hour arrives? I've spoken boldly for them, ventured much, suppressed nothing. They'll not fall off, will they?"
No fear of that, my lord, said Gashford with a meaning look, which was rather the involuntary expression of his own thoughts than intended as any confirmation of his words, for the other's face was turned away. "Be sure there's no fear of that."
"No," he said, with a more restless motion than before, "of their... But they can sustain no harm from leaguing for this purpose. Right is on our side, though might may be against us. You feel as sure of that as I. Honestly, you do." The secretary was beginning with, "You do not doubt," when the other interrupted him and impatiently rejoined, "Doubt? No, who says I doubt? If I doubted, should I cast away relatives, friends, everything for this unhappy country's sake? This unhappy country," he cried, springing up in bed after repeating the phrase "unhappy country's sake" to himself at least a dozen times. "Forsaken of God and man, delivered over to a dangerous confederacy of popish powers, the prey of corruption, idolatry, and despotism. Who says I doubt? Am I called and chosen and faithful? Tell me, am I or am I not?"
"To God, the country, and yourself," cried Gashford.
"I am. I will be. I say again, I will be to the block. Who says as much? Do you? Does any man alive?" The secretary drooped his head, with an expression of perfect acquiescence in anything that had been said or might be, and Lord George, gradually sinking down upon his pillow, fell asleep. Although there was something very ludicrous in his vehement manner, taken in conjunction with his meagre aspect and ungraceful presence, it would scarcely have provoked a smile in any man of kindly feeling, or even if it had, he would have felt sorry and almost angry with himself next moment for yielding to the impulse. This lord was sincere in his violence and in his wavering. A nature prone to false enthusiasm and the vanity of being a leader were the worst qualities apparent in his composition. All the rest was weakness, sheer weakness, and it is the unhappy lot of thoroughly weak men that their very sympathies, affections, confidences, all the qualities which in better constituted minds are virtues, dwindle into foibles or turn into downright vices. Gashford, with many a sly look towards the bed, sat chuckling at his master's folly, until his deep and heavy breathing warned him that he might retire. Locking his desk and replacing it within the trunk, but not before he'd taken from a secret lining 2 printed handbills, he cautiously withdrew, looking back as he went at the pale face of a slumbering man, above whose head the dusty plumes that crowned the maypole couch waved drearily and sadly, as though it were a bier. Stopping on the staircase to listen that all was quiet, and to take off his shoes lest his footsteps should alarm any light sleeper who might be near at hand, he descended to the ground floor and thrust one of his bills beneath the great door of the house. That done, he crept softly back to his own chamber, and from the window let another fall, carefully wrapped round a stone to save it from the wind, into the yard below. They were addressed on the back, "To every Protestant into whose hands this shall come," and bore within what follows: "Men and brethren, whoever shall find this letter will take it as a warning to join without delay the friends of Lord George Gordon. There are great events at hand, and the times are dangerous and troubled. Read this carefully, keep it clean, and drop it somewhere else. For king and country, Union.
More seed, said Gashford as he closed the window. When will the harvest come?
This ends chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 37. To surround anything, however monstrous or ridiculous, with an air of mystery, is to invest it with a secret charm and power of attraction which to the crowd is irresistible. False priests, false prophets, false doctors, false patriots, false prodigies of every kind, failing their proceedings in mystery, have always addressed themselves at an immense advantage to the popular credulity, and have been perhaps more indebted to that resource in gaining and keeping for a time the upper hand of truth and common sense than to any half-dozen items in the whole catalogue of imposture. Curiosity is, and has been from the creation of the world, a master passion. To awaken it, to gratify it by slight degrees, and yet leave something always in suspense, is to establish the surest hold that can be had in wrong on the unthinking portion of mankind. If a man had stood on London Bridge, calling till he was hoarse upon the passers-by to join with Lord George Gordon, although for an object which no man understood, and which in that very incident had a charm of its own, the probability is that he might have influenced a score of people in a month. If all zealous Protestants had been publicly urged to join an association for the avowed purpose of singing a hymn or two occasionally, and hearing some indifferent speeches made, and ultimately of petitioning Parliament not to pass an act for abolishing the penal laws against Roman Catholic priests, the penalty of perpetual imprisonment denounced against those who educated children in that persuasion, and the disqualification of all members of the Romish Church to inherit real property in the United Kingdom by right of purchase or descent, matters so far removed from the business and bosoms of the mass, might perhaps have called together 100 people. But when vague rumors got abroad that in this Protestant association a secret power was mustering against the government for undefined and mighty purposes, when the air was filled with whispers of a confederacy among the popish powers to degrade and enslave England, establish an inquisition in London, and turn the pens of Smithfield Market into stakes and cauldrons, when terrors and alarms which no man understood were perpetually broached, both in and out of Parliament, by one enthusiast who did not understand himself, and bygone bugbears which had lain quietly in their graves for centuries were raised again to haunt the ignorant and credulous. When all this was done, as it were, in the dark, and secret invitations to join the great Protestant association in defense of religion, life, and liberty were dropped in the public ways, thrust under the house doors, tossed in at windows, and pressed into the hands of those who trod the streets by night, when they glared from every wall and shone on every post and pillar, so that stocks and stones appeared infected with a common fear, urging all men to join together blindfold in resistance of they knew not what, they knew not why. Then the mania spread indeed, and the body, still increasing every day, grew 40,000 strong. So said, at least in this month of March 1780, Lord George Gordon, the association's president. Whether it was the fact or otherwise, few men knew or cared to ascertain. It had never made any public demonstration, had scarcely ever been heard of, save through him, had never been seen, and was supposed by many to be the mere creature of his disordered brain. He was accustomed to talk largely about numbers of men, stimulated, as it was inferred, by certain successful disturbances arising out of the same subject, which had occurred in Scotland in the previous year, was looked upon as a crack-brained member of the lower house, who attacked all parties and sided with none, and was very little regarded. It was known that there was discontent abroad. There always is. He'd been accustomed to address the people by placard, speech, and pamphlet. Upon other occasions, nothing had come in England of his past exertions, and nothing was apprehended from his present. Just as he has come upon the reader, he'd come from time to time upon the public, and been forgotten in a day. As suddenly as he appears in these pages, after a blank of 5 long years, did he and his proceedings begin to force themselves, about this period, upon the notice of thousands of people who had mingled in active life during the whole interval, and who, without being deaf or blind to passing events, had scarcely ever thought of him before.
"My lord,"
said Gashford in his ear, as he drew the curtains of his bed betimes.
"My lord."
"Yes, who's that? What is it?"
"The clock has struck 9,
returned the secretary, with meekly folded hands.
"You have slept well? I hope you've slept well. If my prayers are heard, you are refreshed indeed."
"To say the truth, I have slept so soundly," said Lord George, rubbing his eyes and looking round him, "that I don't remember quite. What place is this?"
"My lord," cried Gashford with a smile.
"Oh," returned his superior. "Yes, you're not a Jew, then?"
"A Jew!" exclaimed the pious secretary, recoiling.
"I dreamed that we were Jews, Gashford. You and I, both of us. Jews with long beards."
"Heaven forbid, my lord! We might as well be papists."
"I suppose we might," returned the other very quickly. "Eh? You really think so, Gashford?"
"Surely I do,"
the secretary cried, with looks of great surprise.
"Humph!"
he muttered. "Yes, that seems reasonable."
"I hope, my lord," the secretary began.
"Hope," he echoed, interrupting him. "Why do you say you hope? There's no harm in thinking of such things."
"Not in dreams," returned the secretary.
"In dreams? No, nor waking either."
"Called and chosen and faithful," said Gashford,
taking up Lord George's watch, which lay upon a chair, and seeming to read the inscription on the seal abstractedly. It was the slightest action possible, not obtruded on his notice, and apparently the result of a moment's absence of mind, not worth remark. But as the words were uttered, Lord George, who had been going on impetuously, stopped short, reddened, and was silent. Apparently quite unconscious of this change in his demeanor, the wily secretary stepped a little apart, under pretense of pulling up the window blind, and returning when the other had time to recover, said, "The holy cause goes bravely on, my lord. I was not idle even last night. I dropped 2 of the handbills before I went to bed, and both are gone this morning. Nobody in the house has mentioned the circumstance of finding them, though I have been downstairs full half an hour. 1 or 2 recruits will be their first fruit, I predict, and who shall say how many more, with heaven's blessing on your inspired exertions?" "It was a famous device in the beginning," replied Lord George, "an excellent device, and did good service in Scotland. It was quite worthy of you. You remind me not to be a sluggard, Gashford, when the vineyard is menaced with destruction, and may be trodden down by papist feet. Let the horses be saddled in half an hour. We must be up and doing." He said this with a heightened color, and in a tone of such enthusiasm that the secretary deemed all further prompting needless, and withdrew.
"Dreamed he was a Jew," he said thoughtfully, as he closed the bedroom door. "He may come to that before he dies. It's like enough. Well, after a time, and provided I lost nothing by it, I don't see why that religion shouldn't suit me as well as any other. There are rich men among the Jews. Shaving is very troublesome. Yes, it would suit me well enough. For the present, though, we must be Christian to the core. Our prophetic motto will suit all creeds in their turn. That's a comfort." Reflecting on this source of consolation, he reached the sitting-room and rang the bell for breakfast. Lord George was quickly dressed, for his plain toilet was easily made, and as he was no less frugal in his repasts than in his Puritan attire, his share of the meal was soon dispatched. The secretary, however, more devoted to the good things of this world, or more intent on sustaining his strength and spirits for the sake of the Protestant cause, ate and drank to the last minute, and required indeed some 3 or 4 reminders from John Gruby before he could resolve to tear himself away from Mr. Willet's plentiful providing. At length he came downstairs, wiping his greasy mouth, and having paid John Willet's bill, climbed into his saddle. Lord George, who'd been walking up and down before the house, talking to himself with earnest gestures, mounted his horse, and returning old John Willet's stately bow, as well as the parting salutation of a dozen idlers, whom the rumor of a live lord being about to leave the Maypole had gathered round the porch, they rode away, with stout John Gruby in the rear. If Lord George Gordon had appeared in the eyes of Mr. Willet overnight, a nobleman of somewhat quaint and odd exterior, the impression was confirmed this morning, and increased 100-fold. Sitting bolt upright upon his bony steed, with his long straight hair dangling about his face and fluttering in the wind, his limbs all angular and rigid, his elbows stuck out on either side ungracefully, and his whole frame jogged and shaken at every motion of his horse's feet, a more grotesque or more ungainly figure can hardly be conceived. In lieu of whip, he carried in his hand a great gold-headed cane, as large as any footman carries in these days, and his various modes of holding this unwieldy weapon, now upright before his face like the sabre of a horse-soldier, now over his shoulder like a musket, now between his finger and thumb, but always in some uncouth and awkward fashion, contributed in no small degree to the absurdity of his appearance. Stiff, lank, and solemn, dressed in an unusual manner and ostentatiously exhibiting, whether by design or accident, all his peculiarities of carriage, gesture, and conduct, all the qualities, natural and artificial, in which he differed from other men, he might have moved the sternest looker-on to laughter, and fully provoked the smiles and whispered jests which greeted his departure from the Maypole Inn. Quite unconscious, however, of the effect he produced, he trotted on beside his secretary, talking to himself nearly all the way until they came within a mile or 2 of London, when now and then some passenger went by who knew him by sight and pointed him out to someone else, and perhaps stood looking after him, or cried in jest or earnest as it might be, "Hurrah, Geordie! No popery!" at which he would gravely pull off his hat and bow. When they reached the town and rode along the streets, these notices became more frequent. Some laughed, some hissed, some turned their heads and smiled, some wondered who he was, some ran along the pavement by his side and cheered. When this happened, in a crush of carts and chairs and coaches, he would make a dead stop, and pulling off his hat, cry, "Gentlemen, no popery!" to which the gentlemen would respond with lusty voices, and with 3 times 3. And then on he would go again, with a score or so of the raggedest following at his horse's heels, and shouting till their throats were parched. The old ladies, too. There were a great many old ladies in the streets, and these all knew him. Some of them, not those of the highest rank, but such as sold fruit from baskets and carried burdens, clapped their shriveled hands, and raised the wheezing, piping, shrill, "Hurrah, my lord!" Others waved their hands or handkerchiefs,
or shook their fans or parasols, or threw up windows and called in haste to those within to come and see. All these marks of popular esteem he received with profound gravity and respect, bowing very low, and so frequently that his hat was more off his head than on, and looking up at the houses as he passed along, with the air of one who was making a public entry and yet was not puffed up or proud. So they rode, to the deep and unspeakable disgust of John Gruby, the whole length of Whitechapel, Leadenhall Street, and Cheapside, and into St. Paul's churchyard. Arriving close to the cathedral, he halted, spoke to Gashford, and looking upward at its lofty dome, shook his head as though he said, "The church in danger." Then, to be sure, the bystanders stretched their throats indeed, and he went on again with mighty acclamations from the mob, and lower bows than ever. So along the Strand, up Swallow Street, into the Oxford Road, and thence to his house in Welbeck Street, near Cavendish Square, whither he was attended by a few dozen idlers, of whom he took leave on the steps with this brief parting: "Gentlemen, no popery. Good day. God bless you." This being rather a shorter address than they expected, was received with some displeasure, and cries of "A speech! A speech!" which might have been complied with, but the John Gruby, making a mad charge upon them with all 3 horses on his way to the stables, caused them to disperse into the adjoining fields, where they presently fell to pitch and toss, chuck-farthing, ard, or even dog-fighting, and other Protestant recreations. In the afternoon Lord George came forth again, dressed in a black velvet coat, and trousers and waistcoat of the Gordon plaid, all of the same Quaker cut, and in this costume, which made him look a dozen times more strange and singular than before, went down on foot to Westminster. Gashford, meanwhile, bestirred himself in business matters, with which he was still engaged when, shortly after dusk, John Gruby entered and announced a visitor.
"Let him come in," said Gashford.
"Here, come in," growled John to somebody without.
"You're a Protestant, aren't you?"
"I should think so," replied a deep, gruff voice.
"You've the looks of it," said John Gruby. "I'd have known you for one anywhere."
With which remark he gave the visitor admission, retired, and shut the door. The man who now confronted Gashford was a squat, thick-set personage with a low, retreating forehead, a coarse shock head of hair, and eyes so small and near together that his broken nose alone seemed to prevent their meeting and fusing into one of the usual size. A dingy handkerchief twisted like a cord about his neck left its great veins exposed to view, and they were swollen and starting, as though with gulping down strong passions, malice, and ill will. His dress was of threadbare velveteen, a faded, rusty, whitened black, like the ashes of a pipe or a coal fire after a day's extinction, discolored with the soils of many a stale debauch, and reeking yet with pot-house odors. In lieu of buckles at his knees, he wore unequal loops of pack-thread, and in his grimy hands he held a knotted stick, the knob of which was carved into a rough likeness of his own vile face. Such was the visitor who doffed his 3-cornered hat in Gashford's presence, and waited, leering, for his notice.
"Ah, Dennis," cried the secretary. "Sit down."
"I see my lord down yonder," cried the man, with a jerk of his thumb towards the quarter that he spoke of. "And he says to me, says my lord, 'If you've nothing to do, Dennis, go up to my house and talk with Mr. Gashford.' Of course, I'd nothing to do, you know. These aren't my working hours. Ha ha! I was a-taking the air when I see my lord, that's what I was doing. I takes the air by night, as the Howells does, Muster Gashford."
"And sometimes in the daytime, eh?" said the secretary. "When you go out in state, you know."
"Ha ha!" roared the fellow, smiting his leg. For a gentleman as'll say a pleasant thing in a pleasant way, give me Muster Gashford agin all London and Westminster. My lord ain't a bad un at that, but he's a fool to you. To be sure, when I go out in state.
And have your carriage, said the secretary, and your chaplain, eh, and all the rest of it?
You'll be the death of me, cried Dennis, with another roar. You will. But what's in the wind now, Muster Gashford? He asked hoarsely, eh? Are we to be under orders to pull down one of them popish chapels, or what?
Hush,
said the secretary, suffering the faintest smile to play upon his face.
Hush. God bless me, Dennis. We associate, you know, for strictly peaceable and lawful purposes.
I know, bless you, returned the man, thrusting his tongue into his cheek. I entered a purpose, didn't I?
No doubt, said Gashford,
smiling as before. And when he said so, Dennis roared again and smote his leg still harder, and falling into fits of laughter, wiped his eyes with the corner of his neckerchief and cried, Muster Gashford again, all England hollow.
Lord George and I were talking of you last night, said Gashford, after a pause. He says you are a very earnest fellow.
So I am, returned the hangman.
And that you truly hate the papists.
So I do, and he confirmed it with a good round oath. Looky here, Muster Gashford, said the fellow, laying his hat and stick upon the floor and slowly beating the palm of one hand with the fingers of the other. Observe, I'm a constitutional officer that works for my living and does my work creditable. Do I or do I not?
Unquestionably.
Very good. Stop a minute. My work is sound, Protestant, constitutional, English work. Is it or is it not?
No man alive can doubt it.
Nor dead neither. Parliament says this here. Says Parliament, if any man, woman, or child does anything which goes again a certain number of our acts. How many hanging laws may there be at this present time, Muster Gashford? 50?
I don't exactly know how many, replied Gashford, leaning back in his chair and yawning.
A great number, though. Well, say 50. Parliament says if any man, woman, or child does anything again any one of them 50 acts, that man, woman, or child shall be worked off by Dennis. George III steps in when they number very strong at the end of the sessions and says, These are too many for Dennis. I'll have half for myself, and Dennis shall have half for himself. And sometimes he throws me in one over that I don't expect, as he did 3 years ago when I got Mary Jones, a young woman of 19 who come up to Tyburn with an infant at her breast, and was worked off for taking a piece of cloth off the counter of a shop in Ludgate Hill, and putting it down again when the shopman see her, and who's never done any harm before, and only tried to do that in consequence of her husband having been pressed 3 weeks previous, and she being left to beg with 2 young children, as was proved upon the trial. Well, that being the law and the practice of England is the glory of England, ain't it, Muster Gashford?
Certainly, said the secretary.
And in times to come, pursued the hangman, if our grandsons should think of their grandfathers' times and find these things altered, they'll say, Those were days indeed, and we've been going downhill ever since. Won't they, Muster Gashford?
I have no doubt they will, said the secretary.
Well then, look here, said the hangman. If these papists gets into power and begins to boil and roast instead of hang, what becomes of my work? If they touch my work that's a part of so many laws, what becomes of the laws in general? What becomes of the religion? What becomes of the country? Did you ever go to church, Muster Gashford?
Ever, replied the secretary with some indignation.
Of course. Well, said the ruffian, I've been once. Twice, counting the time I was christened. and when I heard the Parliament prayed for, and thought how many new hanging laws they made every sessions, I considered that I was prayed for. Now mind, Master Gashford, said the fellow, taking up his stick and shaking it with a ferocious air, I mustn't have my Protestant work touched, nor this here Protestant state of things altered in no degree if I can help it. I mustn't have no papists interfering with me unless they come to be worked off in course of law. I mustn't have no biling, no roasting, no frying, nothing but hanging. My lord may well call me an earnest fellow, in support of the great Protestant principle of having plenty of that, I'll, and here he beat his club upon the ground, burn, fight, kill, do anything you bid me, so that it's bold and devilish, though the end of it was that I got hung myself. There, Master Gashford. He appropriately followed up this frequent prostitution of a noble word to the vilest purposes, by pouring out in a kind of ecstasy at least a score of most tremendous oaths, then wiped his heated face upon his neckerchief and cried, No popery! I'm a religious man, by God! Gashford had leant back in his chair, regarding him with eyes so sunken and so shadowed by his heavy brows, that for aught the hangman saw of them, he might have been stone blind. He remained smiling in silence for a short time longer, and then said, slowly and distinctly,
You are indeed an earnest fellow, Dennis, a most valuable fellow, the staunchest man I know of in our ranks. But you must calm yourself. You must be peaceful, lawful, mild as any lamb. I am sure you will be, though.
Aye, we shall see, Master Gashford, we shall see. You won't have to complain of me, returned the other, shaking his head.
I am sure I shall not, said the secretary,
in the same mild tone, and with the same emphasis.
We shall have, we think, about next month or May, when this papist relief bill comes before the House, to convene our whole body for the first time. My lord has thoughts of our walking in procession through the streets, just an innocent display of strength, and accompanying our petition down to the door of the House of Commons.
The sooner the better, said Dennis, with another oath.
We shall have to draw up in divisions, our numbers being so large, and I believe I may venture to say, resumed Gashford, affecting not to hear the interruption, though I have no direct instructions to that effect, that Lord George has thought of you as an excellent leader for one of these parties. I have no doubt you would be an admirable one.
Try me, said the fellow, with an ugly wink.
You would be cool, I know, pursued the secretary,
still smiling and still managing his eyes so that he could watch him closely and really not be seen in turn.
Obedient to orders and perfectly temperate. You would lead your party into no danger, I am certain.
I'd lead 'em, Master Gashford. The hangman was beginning in a reckless way, when Gashford started forward, laid his finger on his lips, and feigned to write, just as the door was opened by John Gruby.
"Oh," said John, looking in, "here's another Protestant."
"Some other room, John," cried Gashford in his blandest voice. "I'm engaged just now."
But John had brought this new visitor to the door, and he walked in unbidden as the words were uttered, giving to view the form and features, rough attire, and reckless air of Hugh. This ends chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 38. The secretary put his hand before his eyes to shade them from the glare of the lamp, and for some moments looked at Hugh with a frowning brow, as if he remembered to have seen him lately, but could not call to mind where or on what occasion. His uncertainty was very brief, for before Hugh had spoken a word, he said, as his countenance cleared up,
I recollect. It's quite right. John, you needn't wait. Don't go, Dennis."
"Your servant, master," said Hugh, as Gruby disappeared.
"Yours, friend,"
returned the secretary in his smoothest manner.
"What brings you here? We left nothing behind us, I hope."
Hugh gave a short laugh, and thrusting his hand into his breast, produced one of the handbills, soiled and dirty from lying out of doors all night, which he laid upon the secretary's desk after flattening it upon his knee, and smoothing out the wrinkles with his heavy palm. "Nothing but that, master. It fell into good hands, you see."
"What is this?" said
Gashford, turning it over with an air of perfectly natural surprise.
"Where did you get it from, my good fellow? What does it mean? I don't understand this at all."
A little disconcerted by this reception, Hugh looked from the secretary to Dennis, who'd risen and was standing at the table, too, observing the stranger by stealth, and seeming to derive the utmost satisfaction from his manners and appearance. Considering himself silently appealed to by this action, Mr. Dennis shook his head thrice, as if to say of Gashford,
"No, he don't know anything at all about it. I know he don't. I'll take my oath he don't."
And hiding his profile from Hugh with one long end of his frowsy neckerchief, nodded and chuckled behind this screen in extreme approval of the secretary's proceedings. "It tells the man that finds it to come here, don't it?" asked Hugh. "I'm no scholar myself, but I showed it to a friend, and he said it did."
"It certainly does," said Gashford,
opening his eyes to their utmost width.
"Really, this is the most remarkable circumstance I have ever known. How did you come by this piece of paper, my good friend?"
"Muster Gashford," wheezed the hangman under his breath. "Again all Newgate."
Whether Hugh heard him, or saw by his manner that he was being played upon, or perceived the secretary's drift of himself, he came in his blunt way to the point at once. "Here," he said, stretching out his hand and taking it back. "Never mind the bill, or what it says, or what it don't say. You don't know anything about it, master. No more do I. No more does he," glancing at Dennis. "None of us know what it means, or where it comes from. There's an end of that. Now I want to make one against the Catholics. I'm a no-popery man, and ready to be sworn in. That's what I've come here for."
"Put him down on the roll, Muster Gashford," said Dennis approvingly. "That's the way to go to work. Right to the end at once, and no palaver."
"What's the use of shooting wide of the mark, old boy?" cried Hugh.
"My sentiments all over," rejoined the hangman. "This is the sort of chap for my division, Muster Gashford. Down with him, sir. Put him on the roll. I'd stand godfather to him if he was to be christened in a bonfire made of the ruins of the Bank of England."
With these and other expressions of confidence of a like flattering kind, Mr. Dennis gave him a hearty slap on the back, which Hugh was not slow to return.
"No popery, brother,"
cried the hangman. "No property, brother," responded Hugh.
Popery, said the secretary with his usual mildness.
"It's all the same," cried Dennis. "It's all right. Down with the Muster Gashford. Down with everybody. Down with everything. Hurrah for the Protestant religion. That's the time of day, Muster Gashford."
The secretary regarded them both with a very favourable expression of countenance, while they gave loose to these and other demonstrations of their patriotic purpose, and was about to make some remark aloud, when Dennis, stepping up to him, and shading his mouth with his hand, said in a hoarse whisper, as he nudged him with his elbow,
"Don't split upon a constitutional officer's profession, Muster Gashford. There are popular prejudices, you know, and he mightn't like it. Wait till he comes to be more intimate with me. He's a fine-built chap, ain't he?"
"A powerful fellow, indeed."
"Did you ever, Muster Gashford," whispered Dennis,
with a horrible kind of admiration, such as that with which a cannibal might regard his intimate friend when hungry.
"Did you ever,"
and here he drew still closer to his ear and fenced his mouth with both his open hands,
"see such a throat as his? Do but cast your eyes upon it. There's a neck for stretching, Muster Gashford."
The secretary assented to this proposition with the best grace he could assume. It's difficult to feign a true professional relish, which is eccentric sometimes, and after asking the candidate a few unimportant questions, proceeded to enroll him a member of the Great Protestant Association of England. If anything could have exceeded Mr. Dennis's joy on the happy conclusion of this ceremony, it would have been the rapture with which he received the announcement that the new member could neither read nor write, those two arts being, as Mr. Dennis swore, the greatest possible curse a civilized community could know, and militating more against the professional emoluments and usefulness of the great constitutional office he had the honor to hold than any adverse circumstances that could present themselves to his imagination. The enrollment being completed, and you having been informed by Gashford, in his peculiar manner, of the peaceful and strictly lawful objects contemplated by the body to which he now belonged, during which recital Mr. Dennis nudged him very much with his elbow and made divers remarkable faces, the secretary gave them both to understand that he desired to be alone. Therefore they took their leaves without delay and came out of the house together.
"Are you walking, brother?" said Dennis.
"Aye," returned Hugh, "where you will."
"That's social," said his new friend. "Which way shall we take? Shall we go and have a look at doors that we shall make a pretty good clattering at before long? Eh, brother?"
Hugh answering in the affirmative, they went slowly down to Westminster, where both Houses of Parliament were then sitting. Mingling in the crowd of carriages, horses, servants, chairmen, link boys, porters, and idlers of all kind, they lounged about, while Hugh's new friend pointed out to him significantly the weak parts of the building, how easy it was to get into the lobby, and so to the very door of the House of Commons, and how plainly, when they marched down there in grand array, their roars and shouts would be heard by the members inside, with a great deal more to the same purpose, all of which Hugh received with manifest delight. He told him, too, who some of the lords and commons were, by name as they came in and out, whether they were friendly to the papists or otherwise, and bade him take notice of their liveries and equipages, that he might be sure of them in case of need. Sometimes he drew him close to the windows of a passing carriage, that he might see its master's face by the light of the lamps, and, both in respect of people and localities, he showed so much acquaintance with everything around, that it was plain he had often studied there before, as indeed, when they grew a little more confidential, he confessed he had. Perhaps the most striking part of all this was the number of people, never in groups of more than 2 or 3 together, who seemed to be skulking about the crowd for the same purpose. To the greater part of these a slight nod or a look from Hugh's companion was sufficient greeting, but now and then some man would come and stand beside him in the throng, and without turning his head or appearing to communicate with him, would say a word or two in a low voice, which he would answer in the same cautious manner. Then they would part like strangers. Some of these men often reappeared again unexpectedly in the crowd close to Hugh, and as they passed by, pressed his hand, or looked him sternly in the face, but they never spoke to him, nor he to them, not a word. It was remarkable, too, that whenever they happened to stand where there was any press of people, and you chanced to be looking downward, he was sure to see an arm stretched out, under his own perhaps, or perhaps across him,
which thrust some paper into the hand or pocket of a bystander, and was so suddenly withdrawn that it was impossible to tell from whom it came. Nor could he see in any face, on glancing quickly round, the least confusion or surprise. They often trod upon a paper like the one he carried in his breast, but his companion whispered him not to touch it or to take it up, not even to look towards it. So there they let them lie and passed on. When they had paraded the street and all the avenues of the building in this manner for near 2 hours, they turned away, and his friend asked him what he thought of what he'd seen, and whether he was prepared for a good hot piece of work if it should come to that. "The hotter the better," said Hugh. "I'm prepared for anything." "So am I," said his friend, "and so are many of us," and they shook hands upon it with a great oath, and with many terrible imprecations on the papists. As they were thirsty by this time, Dennis proposed that they should repair together to the Boot, where there was good company and strong liquor. Hugh yielding a ready assent, they bent their steps that way with no loss of time. This Boot was a lone house of public entertainment, situated in the fields at the back of the Foundling Hospital, a very solitary spot at that period, and quite deserted after dark. The tavern stood at some distance from any high road, and was approachable only by a dark and narrow lane, so that Hugh was much surprised to find several people drinking there, and great merriment going on. He was still more surprised to find among them almost every face that had caught his attention in the crowd, but his companion having whispered him outside the door that it was not considered good manners at the Boot to appear at all curious about the company, he kept his own counsel, and made no show of recognition. Before putting his lips to the liquor which was brought for them, Dennis drank in a loud voice the health of Lord George Gordon, President of the Great Protestant Association, which toast Hugh pledged likewise, with corresponding enthusiasm. A fiddler who was present, and who appeared to act as the appointed minstrel of the company, forthwith struck up a Scotch reel, and that in tones so invigorating that Hugh and his friend, who'd both been drinking before, rose from their seats as by previous concert, and to the great admiration of the assembled guests, performed an extemporaneous no-popery dance. This ends chapter 38.
Chapter 39 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 39. The applause which the performance of Hugh and his new friend elicited from the company at the Boot had not yet subsided, and the two dancers were still panting from their exertions, which had been of a rather extreme and violent character, when the party was reinforced by the arrival of some more guests, who, being a detachment of the United Bulldogs, were received with very flattering marks of distinction and respect. The leader of this small party, for, including himself, they were but 3 in number, was our old acquaintance, Mr. Tappertit, who seemed, physically speaking, to have grown smaller with years, particularly as to his legs, which were stupendously little, but who, in a moral point of view, and in personal dignity and self-esteem, had swelled into a giant. Nor was it by any means difficult for the most unobservant person to detect this state of feeling in the quondam prentice, for it not only proclaimed itself impressively and beyond mistake in his majestic walk and kindling eye, but found a striking means of revelation in his turned-up nose, which scouted all things of earth with deep disdain, and sought communion with its kindred skies. Mr. Tappertit, as chief or captain of the Bulldogs, was attended by his 2 lieutenants, one the tall comrade of his younger life, the other a prentice knight in days of yore. Mark Gilbert, bound in the olden time to Thomas Curzon of the Golden Fleece. These gentlemen, like himself, were now emancipated from their prentice thraldom and served as journeymen, but they were, in humble emulation of his great example, bold and daring spirits, and aspired to a distinguished state in great political events. Hence their connection with the Protestant Association of England, sanctioned by the name of Lord George Gordon, and hence their present visit to the Boot. "Gentlemen," said Mr. Tappertit, taking off his hat, as a great general might in addressing his troops, "well met. My lord does me and you the honour to send his compliments per self." "You've seen my lord too, have you?" said Dennis. "I see him this afternoon." "My duty called me to the lobby when our shop shut up, and I saw him there, sir," Mr. Tappertit replied, as he and his lieutenants took their seats. "How do you do?" "Lively, master, lively," said the fellow. "Here's a new brother regularly put down in black and white by Muster Gashford, in credit to the cause, one of the stick-at-nothing sort, one arter my own heart. Do you see him? Has he got the looks of a man that'll do, do you think?" he cried, as he slapped Hugh on the back. "Looks or no looks," said Hugh, with a drunken flourish of his arm, "I'm the man you want. I hate the Papists, every one of 'em. They hate me, and I hate them. They do me all the harm they can, and I'll do them all the harm I can. Hurrah!" "Was there ever," said Dennis, looking round the room, when the echo of his boisterous voice had died away, "was there ever such a game boy? Why, I mean to say, brothers, that if Muster Gashford had gone 100 mile and got together 50 men of the common run, they wouldn't have been worth this one." The greater part of the company implicitly subscribed to this opinion, and testified their faith in Hugh by nods and looks of great significance. Mr. Tappertit sat and contemplated him for a long time in silence, as if he suspended his judgment, then drew a little nearer to him, and eyed him over more carefully, then went close up to him, and took him apart into a dark corner. "I say," he began, with a thoughtful brow, "haven't I seen you before?" "It's like you may," said Hugh, in his careless way. "I don't know. Shouldn't wonder." "No, but it's very easily settled," returned Sim. "Look at me. Did you ever see me before? You wouldn't be likely to forget it, you know, if you ever did. Look at me. Don't be afraid. I won't do you any harm. Take a good look. Steady now." The encouraging way in which Mr. Tappertit made this request, and coupled it with an assurance that he needn't be frightened, amused Hugh mightily. So much indeed that he saw nothing at all of the small man before him, through closing his eyes in a fit of hearty laughter, which shook his great broad sides until they ached again. "Come," said Mr. Tappertit, growing a little impatient under this disrespectful treatment. "Do you know me, feller?" "Not I," cried Hugh. "Ha, ha, ha! Not I! But I should like to." "And yet I'd have wagered a 7-shilling piece," said Mr. Tappertit, folding his arms and confronting him with his legs wide apart and firmly planted on the ground, "that you once were ostler at the Maypole." Hugh opened his eyes on hearing this, and looked at him in great surprise. "And so you were, too," said Mr. Tappertit, pushing him away with a condescending playfulness. "When did my eyes ever deceive? Unless it was a young woman. Don't you know me now?" "Why, it ain't," Hugh faltered. "Ain't it?" said Mr. Tappertit. "Are you sure of that? You remember G. Varden, don't you?" Certainly Hugh did, and he remembered D. Varden too, but that he didn't tell him. "You remember coming down there before I was out of my time to ask after a vagabond that had bolted off, and left his disconsolate father a prey to the bitterest emotions and all the rest of it. Don't you?" said Mr. Tappertit. "Of course I do," cried Hugh, "and I saw you there." "Saw me there?" said Mr. Tappertit. "Yes, I should think you did see me there. The place would be trouble to go on without me. Don't you remember my thinking you liked the vagabond, and on that account going to quarrel with you, and then finding you detested him worse than poison, going to drink with you? Don't you remember that?" "To be sure," cried Hugh. "Well, and are you in the same mind now?" said Mr. Tappertit. "Yes," roared Hugh. "You speak like a man," said Mr. Tappertit, "and I'll shake hands with you." With these conciliatory expressions he suited the action to the word, and Hugh meeting his advances readily, they performed the ceremony with a show of great heartiness. "I find," said Mr. Tappertit, looking round on the assembled guests, "that brother What's-his-name and I are old acquaintance. You never heard anything more of that rascal, I suppose, eh?" "Not a syllable," replied Hugh. "I never want to. I don't believe I ever shall. He's dead long ago, I hope." "It's to be hoped for the sake of mankind in general and the happiness of society that he is," said Mr. Tappertit, rubbing his palm upon his legs and looking at it between whiles. "Is your other hand at all cleaner?" "Much the same. Well, I'll owe you another shake. We'll suppose it done if you've no objection." Hugh laughed again, and with such thorough abandonment to his mad humour that his limbs seemed dislocated and his whole frame in danger of tumbling to pieces. But Mr. Tappertit, so far from receiving this extreme merriment with any irritation, was pleased to regard it with the utmost favour, and even to join in it, so far as one of his gravity and station could, with any regard to that decency and decorum which men in high places are expected to maintain. Mr. Tappertit did not stop here, as many public characters might have done, but calling up his brace of lieutenants, introduced Hugh to them with high commendation, declaring him to be a man who, at such times as those in which they lived, could not be too much cherished. Furthermore, he did him the honour to remark that he would be an acquisition of which even the United Bulldogs might be proud, and finding, upon sounding him, that he was quite ready and willing to enter the society, for he was not at all particular, and would have leagued himself that night with anything or anybody for any purpose whatsoever, caused the necessary preliminaries to be gone into upon the spot. This tribute to his great merit delighted no man more than Mr. Dennis, as he himself proclaimed with several rare and surprising oaths, and indeed it gave unmingled satisfaction to the whole assembly. "Make anything you like of me," cried Hugh, flourishing the can he'd emptied more than once. "Put me on any duty you please. I'm your man. I'll do it. Here's my captain. Here's my leader. Ha, ha, ha. Let him give me the word of command, and I'll fight the whole Parliament House single-handed, or set a lighted torch to the King's throne itself." With that, he smote Mr. Tappertit on the back with such violence that his little body seemed to shrink into a mere nothing, and roared again until the very foundlings near at hand were startled in their beds. In fact, a sense of something whimsical in their companionship seemed to have taken entire possession of his rude brain. The bare fact of being patronized by a great man whom he could have crushed with one hand appeared in his eyes so eccentric and humorous that a kind of ferocious merriment gained the mastery over him and quite subdued his brutal nature. He roared and roared again, toasted Mr. Tappertit 100 times, declared himself a bulldog to the core, and vowed to be faithful to him till the last drop of blood in his veins. All these compliments Mr. Tappertit received as matters of course, flattering enough in their way, but entirely attributable to his vast superiority. His dignified self-possession only delighted Hugh the more, and in a word, this giant and dwarf struck up a friendship which bade fair to be of long continuance, as the one held it to be his right to command, and the other considered it an exquisite pleasantry to obey. Nor was Hugh by any means a passive follower who scrupled to act without precise and definite orders. For when Mr. Tappertit mounted an empty cask which stood by way of rostrum in the room, and volunteered a speech upon the alarming crisis then at hand, he placed himself beside the orator, and though he grinned from ear to ear at every word he said, threw out such expressive hints to scoffers in the management of his cudgel, that those who were at first the most disposed to interrupt became remarkably attentive, and were the loudest in their approbation. It was not all noise and jest, however, at the boot, nor were the whole party listeners to the speech. There were some men at the other end of the room, which was a long, low-roofed chamber, in earnest conversation all the time, and when any of this group went out, fresh people were sure to come in soon afterwards and sit down in their places, as though the others had relieved them on some watch or duty, which it was pretty clear they did, for these changes took place by the clock at intervals of half an hour. These persons whispered very much among themselves and kept aloof, and often looked round, as jealous of their speech being overheard. Some 2 or 3 among them entered into books which seemed to be reports from the others. When they were not thus employed, one of them would turn to the newspapers which were strewn upon the table, and from the St. James Chronicle, the Herald, Chronicle, or Public Advertiser, would read to the rest in a low voice some passage having reference to the topic in which they were all so deeply interested. But the great attraction was a pamphlet called The Thunderer, which espoused their own opinions, and was supposed at that time to emanate directly from the association. This was always in request, and whether read aloud to an eager knot of listeners, or by some solitary man, was certain to be followed by stormy talking and excited looks. In the midst of all his merriment and admiration of his captain, Hugh was made sensible by these and other tokens of the presence of an air of mystery, akin to that which had so much impressed him out of doors. It was impossible to discard a sense that something serious was going on, and that under the noisy revel of the public house there lurked unseen and dangerous matter. Little affected by this, however, he was perfectly satisfied with his quarters, and would have remained there till morning, but that his conductor rose soon after midnight to go home. Mr. Tappertit, following his example, left him no excuse to stay. So they all 3 left the house together, roaring a no-popery song until the fields resounded with the dismal noise. "Cheer up, Captain!" cried Hugh, when they'd roared themselves out of breath. "Another stave!" Mr. Tappertit, nothing loath, began again, and so the 3 went staggering on, arm in arm, shouting like madmen, and defying the watch with great valor. Indeed, this did not require any unusual bravery or boldness, as the watchmen of that time, being selected for the office on account of excessive age and extraordinary infirmity, had a custom of shutting themselves up tight in their boxes on the first symptoms of disturbance, and remaining there until they disappeared. In these proceedings, Mr. Dennis, who had a gruff voice and lungs of considerable power, distinguished himself very much, and acquired great credit with his 2 companions. "What a queer fellow you are," said Mr. Tappertit. "You're so precious sly and close. Why don't you ever tell what trade you're of?" "Answer the captain instantly," cried Hugh, beating his hat down on his head. "Why don't you ever tell what trade you're of?" "I'm of as genteel a calling, brother, as any man in England, as light a business as any gentleman could desire." "Was you 'prenticed to it?" asked Mr. Tappertit. "No. Natural genius," said Mr. Dennis. "No 'prenticing. It come by nature. Muster Gashford knows my calling. Look at that hand of mine. Many and many a job that hand has done, with a neatness and dexterity never known afore. When I look at that hand," said Mr. Dennis, shaking it in the air, "and remember the elegant bits of work it has turned off, I feel quite melancholy to think it should ever grow old and feeble. But sich is life." He heaved a deep sigh as he indulged in these reflections, and putting his fingers with an absent air on Hugh's throat, and particularly under his left ear, as if he were studying the anatomical development of that part of his frame, shook his head in a despondent manner, and actually shed tears. "You're a kind of artist, I suppose, eh?" said Mr. Tappertit. "Yes," rejoined Dennis. "Yes, I may call myself a artist, a fancy workman. Art improves nature. That's my motto." "And what do you call this?" said Mr. Tappertit, taking his stick out of his hand. "That's my portrait atop," Dennis replied. "Do you think it's like?" "Why, it's a little too handsome," said Mr. Tappertit. "Who did it, you?" "I," repeated Dennis, gazing fondly on his image. "I wish I had the talent. That was carved by a friend of mine, as is now no more. The very day afore he died, he cut that with his pocket knife from memory. 'I'll die game,' says my friend, 'and my last moments shall be devoted to making Dennis's picture.' That's it." "That was a queer fancy, wasn't it?" said Mr. Tappertit. "It was a queer fancy," rejoined the other, breathing on his fictitious nose, and polishing it with the cuff of his coat. "But he was a queer subject altogether, a kind of gypsy, one of the finest stand-up men you ever see. Ah, he told me some things that would startle you a bit, did that friend of mine, on the morning when he died." "You were with him at the time, were you?" said Mr. Tappertit. "Yes," he answered, with a curious look. "I was there. Oh, yes, certainly, I was there. He wouldn't have gone off half as comfortable without me. I'd been with 3 or 4 of his family under the same circumstances. They were all fine fellows." "They must have been fond of you," remarked Mr. Tappertit, looking at him sideways. "I don't know that they was exactly fond of me," said Dennis, with a little hesitation. "But they all had me near 'em when they departed. I come in for their wardrobes, too. This very handkerchief that you see round my neck belonged to him that I've been speaking of. Him that did that likeness." Mr. Tappertit glanced at the article referred to, and appeared to think that the deceased's idea of dress were of a peculiar and by no means an expensive kind. He made no remark upon the point, however, and suffered his mysterious companion to proceed without interruption. "These smalls," said Dennis, rubbing his legs, "these very smalls, they belong to a friend of mine that's left off sich encumbrances forever. This coat, too. I've often walked behind this coat in the street, and wondered whether it would ever come to me. This pair of shoes have danced a hornpipe for another man afore my eyes full half a dozen times at least. And as to my hat," he said, taking it off and whirling it round upon his fist, "Lord, I've seen this hat go up Holborn on the box of an hackney coach, many and many a day." "You don't mean to say their old wearers are all dead, I hope," said Mr. Tappertit, falling a little distance from him as he spoke. "Every one of 'em," replied Dennis. "Every man jack." There was something so very ghastly in this circumstance, and it appeared to account in such a very strange and dismal manner for his faded dress, which in this new aspect seemed discoloured by the earth from graves, that Mr. Tappertit abruptly found he was going another way, and stopping short, bade him good night with the utmost heartiness. As they happened to be near the Old Bailey, and Mr. Dennis knew there were turnkeys in the lodge with whom he could pass the night, and discuss professional subjects of common interest among them before a rousing fire and over a social glass. He separated from his companions without any great regret, and warmly shaking hands with Hugh, and making an early appointment for their meeting at the Boot, left them to pursue their road. "That's a strange sort of man," said Mr. Tappertit, watching the hackney coachman's hat as it went bobbing down the street. "I don't know what to make of him. Why can't he have his smalls made to order, or wear live clothes at any rate?" "He's a lucky man, Captain," cried Hugh. "I should like to have such friends as his." "I hope he don't get 'em to make their wills and then knock 'em on the head," said Mr. Tappertit, musing. "But come, the United Bees expect me. On. What's the matter?" "I quite forgot," said Hugh, who'd started at the striking of a neighbouring clock. "I have somebody to see tonight. I must turn back directly, for drinking and singing put it out of my head. It's well I remembered it." Mr. Tappertit looked at him as though he were about to give utterance to some very majestic sentiments in reference to this act of desertion. But as it was clear from Hugh's hasty manner that the engagement was one of a pressing nature, he graciously forbore, and gave him his permission to depart immediately, which Hugh acknowledged with a roar of laughter. "Good night, Captain," he cried. "I'm yours to the death, remember." "Farewell," said Mr. Tappertit, waving his hand. "Be bold and vigilant." "No popery, Captain," roared Hugh. "England in blood first," cried his desperate leader. Whereat Hugh cheered and laughed and ran off like a greyhound. "That man will prove a credit to my corps," said Simon, turning thoughtfully upon his heel. "And let me see, in an altered state of society, which must ensue if we break out and are victorious, when the locksmith's child is mine, Miggs must be got rid of somehow, or she'll poison the tea kettle one evening when I'm out. He might marry Miggs if he was drunk enough. It shall be done. I'll make a note of it." This ends chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 40. Little thinking of the plan for his happy settlement in life, which had suggested itself to the teeming brain of his provident commander, Hugh made no pause until St. Dunstan's giants struck the hour above him, when he worked the handle of a pump which stood hard by with great vigour, and thrusting his head under the spout, let the water gush upon him until a little stream ran down from every uncombed hair, and he was wet to the waist. Considerably refreshed by this ablution, both in mind and body, and almost sobered for the time, he dried himself as he best could, then crossed the road and plied the knocker of the Middle Temple gate. The night porter looked through a small grating in the portal with a surly eye and cried, "Hello!" which greeting Hugh returned in kind, and bade him open quickly. "We don't sell beer here," cried the man. "What else do you want?" "To come in," Hugh replied, with a kick at the door. "Where to go?" "Paper buildings." "Whose chambers?" "Sir John Chester's." Each of which answers he emphasized with another kick. After a little growling on the other side, the gate was opened, and he passed in, undergoing a close inspection from the porter as he did so. "You wanting Sir John at this time of night?" said the man. "Aye," said Hugh. "Aye, what of that?" "Why, I must go with you and see that you do, for I don't believe it." "Come along, then." Eyeing him with suspicious looks, the man, with key and lantern, walked on at his side, and attended him to Sir John Chester's door, at which Hugh gave one knock, that echoed through the dark staircase like a ghostly summons and made the dull light tremble in the drowsy lamp. "Do you think he wants me now?" said Hugh. Before the man had time to answer, a footstep was heard within, a light appeared, and Sir John, in his dressing gown and slippers, opened the door.
"I ask your pardon, Sir John," said the porter, pulling off his hat. "Here's a young man says he wants to speak to you. It's late for strangers. I thought it best to see that all was right."
"Aha!" cried Sir John, raising his eyebrows. "It's you, messenger, is it? Go in. Quite right, friend. I commend your prudence highly. Thank you. God bless you. Good night." To be commended, thanked, God blessed, and bade good night by one who carried Sir before his name and wrote himself M.P. to boot was something for a porter. He withdrew with much humility and reverence. Sir John followed his late visitor into the dressing-room, and sitting in his easy chair before the fire, and moving it so he could see him as he stood, hat in hand, beside the door, looked at him from head to foot. The old face, calm and pleasant as ever, the complexion quite juvenile in its bloom and clearness, the same smile, the wonted precision and elegance of dress, the white, well-ordered teeth, the delicate hands, the composed and quiet manner, everything as it used to be. No mark of age or passion, envy, hate, or discontent, all unruffled and serene, and quite delightful to behold. He wrote himself M.P. But how? Why, thus. It was a proud family, more proud indeed than wealthy. He'd stood in danger of arrest, of bailiffs, and a jail, a vulgar jail to which the common people with small incomes went. Gentlemen of ancient houses have no privilege of exemption from such cruel laws, unless they are of one great house, and then they have. A proud man of his stock and kindred had the means of sending him there. He offered, not indeed to pay his debts, but to let him sit for a close borough until his own son came of age, which, if he lived, would come to pass in 20 years. It was quite as good as an insolvent act, and infinitely more genteel. So Sir John Chester was a member of Parliament. But how Sir John? Nothing so simple or so easy. One touch with a sword of state, and the transformation was effected. John Chester, Esquire, M.P., attended court, went up with an address, headed a deputation. Such elegance of manner, so many graces of deportment, such powers of conversation, could never pass unnoticed. Mr. was too common for such merit. A man so gentlemanly should have been, but fortune is capricious, born a duke, just as some dukes should have been born laborers. He caught the fancy of the king, dealt down a grub, and rose a butterfly. John Chester, Esquire, was knighted and became Sir John. "I thought when you left me this evening, my esteemed acquaintance," said Sir John after a pretty long silence, "that you intended to return with all dispatch." "So I did, master." "And so you have," he retorted, glancing at his watch. "Is that what you would say?" Instead of replying, Hugh changed the leg on which he leant, shuffled his cap from one hand to the other, looked at the ground, the wall, the ceiling, and finally at Sir John himself, before whose pleasant face he lowered his eyes again and fixed them on the door. "And how have you been employing yourself in the meanwhile?" quoth Sir John, lazily crossing his legs. "Where have you been? What harm have you been doing?" "No harm at all, master," growled Hugh with humility. "I've only done as you ordered." "As I what?" returned Sir John. "Well then," said Hugh uneasily, "as you advised, or said I ought, or said I might, or said that you would do if you was me. Don't be so hard upon me, master." Something like an expression of triumph in the perfect control he had established over this rough instrument appeared in the knight's face for an instant, but it vanished directly, as he said, paring his nails while speaking, "When you say I ordered you, my good fellow, you imply that I directed you to do something for me, something I wanted done, something for my own ends and purposes. You see? Now I am sure you needn't enlarge upon the extreme absurdity of such an idea, however unintentional. So please," and here he turned his eyes upon him, "to be more guarded. Will you?" "I meant to give you no offence," said Hugh. "I don't know what to say. You catch me up so very short." "You will be caught up much shorter, my good friend. Infinitely shorter. One of these days, depend upon it," replied his patron calmly. "By the by, instead of wondering why you have been so long, my wonder should be why you came at all. Why did you?" "You know, master," said Hugh, "but I couldn't read the bill I found, and that supposing it to be something particular from the way it was wrapped up, I brought it here." "And could you ask no one else to read it, Bruin?" said Sir John. "No one that I could trust with secrets, master. Since Barnaby Rudge was lost sight of for good and all, and that's 5 years ago, I haven't talked with anyone but you." "You have done me honour, I am sure." "I've come to and fro, master, all through that time, when there was anything to tell, because I knew that you'd be angry with me if I stayed away," said Hugh, blurting the words out, after an embarrassed silence, "and because I wished to please you if I could, and not to have you go against me. There, that's the true reason why I came tonight. You know that, master, I'm sure." "You are a specious fellow," returned Sir John, fixing his eyes upon him, "and carry 2 faces under your hood, as well as the best. Didn't you give me in this room, this evening, any other reason, no dislike of anybody who has slighted you lately on all occasions, abused you, treated you with rudeness, acted towards you more as if you were a mongrel dog than a man like himself?" "To be sure I did," cried Hugh, his passion rising, as the other meant it should, "and I say it all over now again. I'd do anything to have some revenge on him, anything. And when you told me that he and all the Catholics would suffer from those who joined together under that handbill, I said I'd make one of 'em if their master was the devil himself. I am one of 'em. See whether I'm as good as my word and turn out to be among the foremost or no. I mayn't have much head, master, but I've head enough to remember those that use me ill. You shall see, and so shall he, and so shall hundreds more, how my spirit backs me when the time comes. My bark is nothing to my bite. Some that I know had better have a wild lion among 'em than me when I am fairly loose, they had." The knight looked at him with a smile of far deeper meaning than ordinary, and pointing to the old cupboard, followed him with his eyes while he filled and drank a glass of liquor, and smiled when his back was turned, with deeper meaning yet. "You are in a blustering mood, my friend," he said, when Hugh confronted him again. "Not I, master," cried Hugh. "I don't say half I mean. I can't. I haven't got the gift. There are talkers enough among us. I'll be one of the doers." "Oh, you've joined those fellows, then," said Sir John, with an air of most profound indifference. "Yes, I went up to the house you told me of, and got put down upon the muster. There was another man there named Dennis." "Dennis, eh?" cried Sir John, laughing. Aye, a pleasant fellow, I believe."
A roaring dog, master, one after my own heart. Hot upon the matter, too, red hot."
"So I've heard," replied Sir John, carelessly. "You don't happen to know his trade, do you?"
"He wouldn't say," cried Hugh. "He keeps it secret."
"Ha ha!" laughed Sir John. "A strange fancy, a weakness with some persons. You'll know it one day, I dare swear."
"We're intimate already," said Hugh.
"Quite natural, and have been drinking together, eh?" pursued Sir John. "Did you say what place you went to in company when you left Lord George's?" Hugh had not said or thought of saying, but he told him, and this inquiry being followed by a long train of questions, he related all that had passed both in and out of doors, the kind of people he had seen, their numbers, state of feeling, mode of conversation, apparent expectations and intentions. His questioning was so artfully contrived that he seemed, even in his own eyes, to volunteer all this information rather than to have it wrested from him. And he was brought to this state of feeling so naturally that when Mr. Chester yawned at length and declared himself quite wearied out, he made a rough kind of excuse for having talked so much. "There, get you gone," said Sir John, holding the door open in his hand. "You have made a pretty evening's work. I told you not to do this. You may get into trouble. You'll have an opportunity of revenging yourself on your proud friend Haredale, though, and for that you'd hazard anything, I suppose."
"I would,"
retorted Hugh, stopping in his passage out and looking back.
"But what do I risk? What do I stand the chance of losing, master? Friends? Home? A fig for 'em all. I have none. They are nothing to me. Give me a good scuffle. Let me pay off old scores in a bold riot where there are men to stand by me, and then use me as you like. It doesn't matter much to me what the end is."
"What have you done with that paper?" said Sir John.
"I have it here, master."
"Drop it again as you go along. It's as well not to keep such things about you." Hugh nodded, and touching his cap with an air of as much respect as he could summon up, departed. Sir John, fastening the doors behind him, went back to his dressing-room and sat down once again before the fire, at which he gazed for a long time in earnest meditation. "This happens fortunately," he said, breaking into a smile, "and promises well. Let me see. My relative and I, who are the most Protestant fellows in the world, give our worst wishes to the Roman Catholic cause, and to Saville, who introduces their bill. I have a personal objection besides, but as each of us has himself for the first article in his creed, we cannot commit ourselves by joining with a very extravagant madman, such as this Gordon most undoubtedly is. Now really, to foment his disturbances in secret, through the medium of such a very apt instrument as my savage friend here, may further our real ends, and to express at all becoming seasons, in moderate and polite terms, a disapprobation of his proceedings, though we agree with him in principle, will certainly be to gain a character for honesty and uprightness of purpose, which cannot fail to do us infinite service, and to raise us into some importance. Good. So much for public grounds. As to private considerations, I confess that if these vagabonds would make some riotous demonstration, which does not appear impossible, and would inflict some little chastisement on Haredale as a not inactive man among his sect, it would be extremely agreeable to my feelings, and would amuse me beyond measure. Good again. Perhaps better." When he came to this point, he took a pinch of snuff. Then, beginning slowly to undress, he resumed his meditations by saying with a smile, "I fear I do fear exceedingly that my friend is following fast in the footsteps of his mother. His intimacy with Mr. Dennis is very ominous, but I have no doubt he must have come to that end anyway. If I lend him a helping hand, the only difference is that he may, upon the whole, possibly drink a few gallons, or puncheons, or hogsheads, less in his life than he otherwise would. It's no business of mine. It's a matter of very small importance. So he took another pinch of snuff and went to bed. This ends chapter 40.